goes down the line. Trying to find the section. Big alley-oop. Welcome back to Merriweather. We're here for the 38th edition of Surfest, presented by Reflections Holiday Parks. The Burton Automotive Pro celebrating 20 years of partnership with Burton Automotive this year, and we thank them for their support. We also, of course, have the Newcastle Racecourse Women's Pro underway, and fantastic to have them as naming rights sponsors in 2024. It's finals day. The last day of the event window. So much on the line for these competitors. We saw pure elation yesterday as surfers kept their dreams of getting to the top end of the qualifying series rankings here and getting onto that Challenger Series. They're still alive in the mix here on finals day, but we did, of course, also see heartbreak for some competitors who ultimately fell short of that goal. But we are expecting big things, a little increase in the swell potentially today. And we know we're going to see big moves. Ronnie Blakey joined by Jess Starling. Jess, this is going to be a lot of fun, man. You could feel the nerves when we rocked up yesterday, and today that's just gone to another level.
Yeah, yesterday there was so much, joy, but heartbreak for some people. You look at some of the guys who bailed out of competition yesterday who needed to keep making heats, and you're going, what? It's so confusing how much talent there is coming out of this region, and both the Asian and the Oceanic region. So, yeah, I think I'm excited to see who gets to tie the bow today.
And there is some surfers that have locked down a position at the top end of the rankings now, and they'll be making that jump to the Challenger Series. But with so many of the big names, the top seeds, still campaigning at the moment, it's not really that clear who is going to be representing this region on the Challenger Series this season. And of course, the Challengers do kick off toward the end of April after we get those first the two big CT events out of the way for the Australian leg. But as it stands, you've got Joel Vaughan still campaigning and looking pretty sharp. Oscar Berry, hasn't he been strong so far in his mission to get to the Challenger Series?
He's been so strong, and in moments where you're thinking, oh no, Oscar, he's out. Last minute, he'll get a wave in the dying seconds of the heat and pull it out, and there he is. He's still alive for the Challenger Series, but the one guy my eyes go towards, Winter Vincent, he's in 12th. And if you had a look at the top 8 before, Morgan was sitting in the qualifying position, but he actually doesn't count as a qualifier. So there's still...
He was so good on the Challengers last year. They just went, you know what, Morgan, why don't you go ahead and come back next year and have another shot.
So Winter's still alive and keeping his dream of Challengers alive too.
Yeah, you crack the top 20 on the Challenger Series, you automatically qualify. Morgan was able to do that. He wasn't too far off making the Championship Tour again last year, but you're right, Winter Vincent, big opportunity for him. We'll see how he fares surfing so well. On the women's side, the race to the top is alive and well. We've lost Paige Harrop and Philippa Anderson. Rosie Smart, she was clutch yesterday in keeping her place in this top 4 picture. Ellie Harrison, much like Morgan on the men's side, doesn't need her position on the QS ranks here to qualify. She's already been gifted a wild card.
Yeah, exactly. So you can kind of draw a line through Ellie's name and technically put Safi up there in that qualification spot. She's the next in line. She is still going today. She's got Bronte McCauley, who for me has been one of the strongest. She's won at this event 2 times before, and I was chatting to Safi yesterday. She's like, I'm ready to take on that challenge. And
wow, so Safi really is probably right where she wants to be at this point in time, but she's also on the same side of the draw as Holly and Nikki Van Dyke. So her fate is in her hands. She wants to stall their run if she progresses through that heat. And, she could find herself on those Challenger Series events next year, or this year, I should say. Looking at the Asian men's, this is a lock, this picture, because the only thing that's left to decide is who takes out the Asian ranks. So Riaru, he's in second spot at the moment. We know Kian fell out of the mix early, and he was devastated because he wants that number 1 seed for the Asian region heading into the Challenger Series. But huge for Hiroto to, again, get himself onto the Challenger Series. I would have been devastated if he didn't make it. I really still think he's the benchmark in that region, even though there's some amazing young surfers coming through.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And I think it's a really similar thing on the women's side. Sarah and Anon, for me, traveling through that Asian region with all of these ladies, they have been the two standouts in the Asian region. They've consistently won events, or at least semis and quartered in all of them. And you can see Sarah's got 14,000 points. She's way ahead of the rest of the field. And there's a reason why those two surfers are still in the draw.
And they're on the same side of the draw. So
Love
if
it.
they both
Love
progress
it.
through their quarters, we've got a battle for who takes out the Asian ranks on the women's side. But Amuro Suzuki, she was so strong in this event, had to get through some big heats, elevated her position early, and has done enough now to lock up a position on the Challenger Series this year. So a big one for the Olympic medalist.
A massive one. And I think she's also the epitome of, she didn't do all the events, but the ones she chose to do, she did very well in. So
I love that. I love when someone backs themselves that heavily that they just go, you know what, these minor ones, nah, I'm going to give them the flick. I'm going to go after the big points. And she has delivered in a big way as we see our competitors gearing up, warming up for what will be finals day here at Merriweather Beach. We're going to have a look at the conditions right after this.
Suspension. Lights. Roof rack. Camping equipment. Recovery gear. Oh. Under Ironman, mate. And under Ironman. I can't do two things at once.
Welcome to Sydney. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all. And feel new.
Adam thought he'd never get Sarah camping. How wrong you were, Adam.
Wait!
The racecourse is not just a place to watch the horses thunder. It brings generations together to share memories and experiences that are close to our hearts and runs in our veins. Newcastle Racecourse, home is where the track is.
what's going through your head?
Welcome back. Finals day here at Merriweather. Surfest 2024, presented by Reflections Holiday Parks. And our quarterfinalists are getting set. We do want to take this opportunity to send a big congratulations to the winners over there in Portugal overnight. Griffin Colapinto getting the win over Ethan Ewing. Probably should have said spoiler alert if some people are still watching it unfold this morning. But also, of course, Joanne DeFay getting a victory as well over Tyler.
Tyler, yeah. Yeah, and I was so tired. I was like, you know what, I can't watch this event. I need to gear up for finals day
big
here.
time.
But when I got up this morning and I had a look, I was like, oh my gosh, Joanne and Tyler final. I love it. Ethan and Griffin, I feel like they're in that same realm too. So I was like, wow, two good finals for both of the CTs. I was like, yes, this is amazing.
It's shaping up to be a big year. Of course, the next event is the Rip Curl Pro down there at Bells Beach. It's going to be a lot of fun over Easter because you've seen young guns rising up. You've seen veterans stepping up now on the women's side and on the men's side. It's very compressed at the top end. The wins have been shared around, and it's going to be so fun to watch it all unfold. But today, we've got a fantastic finals day coming your way. We've got some veterans in the mix. We've got rising stars rolling through it as well. Bronte McCauley, she's chasing a third victory here at Surfest and looking to go back-to-back. 3
wins here. Imagine that would just be absolutely incredible. She got a 7.5 for that one turn yesterday, and Oki and I were going a little bit ballistic in this heat because she was looking so in form. And I just think, you know, getting 7th on the Challenger Series last year, she's already locked in the spot.
That's so close.
But I love the fact that she's come here and been a part of this event and wants to get the win for a 3rd time. Just shows how ready she is to compete this year, and hopefully she gets the win early on.
You don't want to go into a Challenger Series season underdone. You want to go in battle-hardened, full of confidence, and that's what Bronte's already achieved in this event. She's had moments in heats where she's up against it and saved herself with composure and world-class surfing. I really like her chances today. She just looks, you know, obviously like someone who's not feeling the pressure of qualification, but also it just looks like, you know, Summer has served her well. They haven't had great waves over there in WA, and that's probably given her a great opportunity to get accustomed to conditions just like we've got here today.
This lady here on screen, she's currently coming 2nd in the Asian ranking, so she's already locked in for the Challengers, and she was one who I felt like needed to make the Challenger from the get-go with surfing like this. She's so strong, a non-Matsuoka. She just attacks every single section, every single heat, and she's definitely one of those surfers who I can see her surfing transition so beautifully from QS to Challenger Series.
Oh, man, she's got such a great fight on her hands too. Sarah Wakita's just been looking, you know, from I think the Asian region, she's looked the strongest. I mean, maybe not she could be matched on turns, but her flow in junky conditions has been second to none, Wakita. So that's, you know, 2 surfers, same side of the draw, both fighting it out for the #1 spot on the Asian ranks.
And then we can't go past Nikki. Oh, I just love Nikki Van Dyke. I mean, I've been watching her since the start of my surfing days, you know, and she's never lost that competitive spark. She's never lost her grace and her flow in the jersey too. And I just think she knows what she has to do, but she's been put in pressure situations like this for years now. So if anyone's going to be able to rise to the occasion and handle that pressure, I feel like it's Nikki with her experience.
She's so bright, she's so bubbly, but she seems so just, you know, in her approach to competition, it just seems so relaxed these days. She needs a big result here to get to the top end of the QS ranks. Probably a win. She's aware of it. She hasn't done the math, but she knows that she probably needs to get to #1 if she's going to climb up into the qualification picture. But yeah, she's certainly going to be one to watch here on finals day. I tell you who else has been strong. Morgan. He has just looked deadly, the Novocastrian. He's kind of, I've said it a couple of times, but he's just swaggered his way through the draw so far. He's looked so sure of himself. He's never looked out of it, even when he's sitting in 4th place with just minutes to go. He's just looked really composed and strong, world class.
Yeah, Morgan, he's all class, and I feel like in every single heat, he's just kept his level so high, but like you said, Ronnie, I feel like he's still got so much more room to push, and he's, hopefully for us, I feel like he's been keeping it in for finals day.
Yeah, getting that same sort of vibe from Morgan as I got from Jackson Baker finals day a couple of years back. He looked like he couldn't be beaten, mentally especially. He just looked so strong. Dane Henry, leading up to this event, Dane been dropping clips of some of, you know, the wildest airs we've seen, things that have just been going completely viral on the gram. And he's brought some of that approach to the event, and it's helped him secure a place here on finals day. But getting himself into the 9-point range yesterday, big backside rotation airs. Still hasn't had the section to unleash that backflip on us, but he said he's on a mission to do one. So let's see it, Dane.
Yeah, let's see it. I heard about that 9, but I hadn't seen it yet. And wow, what an air that was. And that was on his first wave too yesterday, I believe. So yeah, Dane.
Here it is.
What?
Just the unbelievable ability to flick that tail out, lands on the flats, no dramas at all. Just in attack mode, isn't he, at the moment? He's a long way back on the regional ranks, but you know, we've spoken about it. Even for surfers that are out of reach of the qualification mark, that they have a huge goal in taking out, you know, the biggest QS in the world when you think about the history and the prestige of this one. Joel Vaughan just continues to impress, still has the opportunity to go back-to-back here. He just looks deadly. He's just gone to a whole new place. His surfing, I think the Challenger Series served him well, and he's come back just super dominant, hasn't he, this season?
Yeah, he definitely belongs on the Challenger Series. He's one of those surfers who, if he didn't get there, you kind of be scratching your head and being like, who's getting the wild card? Because he doesn't need an off season. I don't feel like he looks like he's at that part of his career where he's just ready to keep on rolling through.
Yeah.
And hopefully this is the year that we might see him level up again. If not, you and I'll be lucky enough to sit here at Surfest next year.
He doesn't need an off season. He didn't get an off season,
No.
but he's continued this amazing run of form. I think back to the Challenger Series last season, I think he gives us two of the biggest turns of any competitor, even those that did make the jump to the championship tour. I like his chances this year. He's building beautifully. So we're not too far away from kicking off the women's quarterfinals here at Merriweather for Surfest 2024, presented by Reflections Holiday Parks. Get yourself a nice little snack, a bit of coffee, and get ready for a big day of competition.
It's in all of us. That craving to feel new again. To see something new that will blow our minds. Or meet someone new who will change it. New South Wales. A place to feel free. To feel alive. And most of all, to feel new again.
Maddie's last night's sleep was spent trying to look up relaxing wave sounds. Tonight's actual wave sounds.
Holidays. Ironman. Outdoors. Ironman. Whoa. Uber. Suspension. Lights. Roof rack. Camping equipment. Recovery gear. Under Ironman Maitland. And Under Ironman. I can't do two things at once. Wait.
Effortlessly refreshing. Byron Bay Brewery Premium Lager. Go with it.
This country is a Wabakal country, always was, always will be. We're standing on a really meaningful site because the Wabakal people from here in Merriweather Beach all the way down south and all the way up to north to the Warramai people was a connecting area. This was a really strong spot for people to obviously live by and connect with. It comes down for us for, really it's about opportunities for Aboriginal businesses and organisations. Supporting Surfest and the Indigenous Classic was a no-brainer, as it allows obviously the showcase and support of Aboriginal surfers in the region and across the country, but also gives regional Aboriginal businesses in the area a chance and opportunity to showcase what they have and to acknowledge the hard work.
Great to have your company here on finals day as we get set to get heats underway here, quarterfinal heats. It's so exciting, just so much on the line still. We mentioned some surfers have locked in their position on the Challenger Series, but the battle for the #1 position on the ranks across the board is still alive, and that's going to be fun to watch go down.
Oh, it's going to be so fun. I love finals day, especially it's the last event of the year. It's high intensity, but let's look at these quarterfinals. Ellie Harrison, Sarah Wakita, massive heat to kick us off, and then Anon taking on Rosie. Oh my, and then Bronte, Safi, and actually I love quarterfinal 4, Holly, Nikki Van Dyke. They both need a result here.
Yeah, so they're looking to stall one another's progress in this contest, and then we mentioned before, Safi's already moved up into a qualifying position, which she's going to be trying to defend. So she'll want to overcome Bronte, who we know is competing without that pressure is going to be so hard to beat. And in the top half of the draw, I guess, you know, you got Ellie Harrison and Rosie Smart. The way that the bottom half of the draw is stacked, I think means that Rosie's in a pretty good spot at the moment. So we'll see what plays out there. On the men's side, the matchups are incredible. Oscar Berry, he's you know, just progressed to this position that he's so worthy of, and now he's got a big test in a competitor that's been to the Challenger Series and dropped the biggest numbers possible at that level. So it's going to be a lot of fun to watch that go down.
Yeah, then I think Morgan and Dane is going to be a really cool battle of not old versus new, because, I mean, Morgan is still so relevant, but Morgan's approach to heats is really classy and strong and feels maybe has a bit more authority to it, where Dane, you're not really sure what you're going to get, but when he pulls off something magical, it's very impressive. So I think two different surfers, but I'm excited to see how they compete against each other.
Oh, for sure. I think too, Dane Henry's probably in his head already got a strategy to go to the air, because Morgan's so strong on rail. It's what's gotten Dane to this point in the competition anyway. But you know, it's going to be the classic battle, you'd think. Morgs will take to the air if he has the right section. We've seen that already in the contest. But, you know, when you think rail turns, he's the best in the draw on the men's side. And it's going to be hard to overcome. You're going to have to go that high risk, low percentage play and hope that you can pull it off if you're going to try and overcome him on finals day. But the conditions, they lend themselves to that aerial approach. We've got a wind that's going to be puffing into these rights. We're going to get a closer look at the conditions shortly, but yeah, it's going to be so fun to watch that play out. A lot of stories are unfolding here in what is the last and biggest QS event on the Australia Oceania region QS schedule, and it's going to be huge. As I mentioned, 38th edition of Surfest this season, and when you look at the honour roll, we've been banging on about it a lot, but it's stacked with world champions and the sport's greats. So that's the other opportunity for the competitors on the men's and women's side, is to put your name up in lights with those heroes.
There's a different level of bragging rights if you win this event, you know, because you can win a QS event and take home a couple of thousand points and be happy, but if you win Surfest, that's something you will put at the top end of your achievements throughout your entire career. You know, I've got to win at Surfest. That is a massive claim to fame throughout the entire surfing industry. You'd think
exactly, yeah.
People from overseas would love to say that too, you know, so...
I think that's why we have such a strong field here. You know, you think about Bronte McCauley, like, does she really need to be here? No, she doesn't. She's sweet. She's on the Challenger Series. But, you know, it was an easy decision. I want to go. I want to defend. I want to become a 3-time champ there at Surfest. And she's going to get her opportunity. But we are going to kick off the day now with Ellie Harrison from Bowen Heads, Victoria, taking on Sarah Wakita, who's the number one on the Asian ranks at the moment, and trying to hold that position. So, a crucial heat for her. And Ellie's just, you know, I think demonstrated it also, like when you think about Bronte in the bottom half of the draw, not just their class, but, you know, the benefit of competing here without having to deal with that whole pressure of qualifying. So we'll see if it works in her favour here on finals day. But yeah, Ellie, great run on the Challengers last year, and some big moments, especially on the Gold Coast. For Ellie, she had some big scores.
Yeah, and in Portugal was a real standout event for me, for Ellie as well. I feel like a lot of people tend to surf to their age. You know, you can be like, oh yeah, they're still young, they've got a few more years, and when they grow into themselves, you hear that a lot throughout the industry. But Ellie, no one's ever really said that about Ellie. She doesn't look young. She doesn't look youthful in her competitive approach. I feel like Ellie's always been able to surf more maturely and compete more maturely than her actual age. Ellie's 18, you know, she's still a baby.
Yeah, that does seem crazy, actually. Just the lines that she draws, you know, she has like a classic read, a real traditional kind of read on conditions, but certainly has that flair. But you're right, she's always surfed big. And yeah, now she's, starting to get some experience at the top end. I'd say she'd be a really strong chance at cracking the CT at some point in time. But the Asian women's ranks are a lock. So Amuro Suzuki has claimed the third position, and now it's just about sorting out who's going to take the victory and that number 1 seed from that region as we move into the Challenger Series. But it is Sarah Wakita in contention, leading the rankings at the moment. And in quarterfinal number 2, we're going to see her rival for that top spot in Anon. As we see now, it looks like Sarah's going to get us started here on finals day. Great to have your company. The 38th edition of Surfest 2024 is brought to you by Reflections Holiday Parks. 40 amazing locations around the country, and some of the most unbelievable little nooks with just beautiful point breaks nearby. So we definitely encourage you to check out some of those Reflections spots for your next holiday. And Sarah Wakita not going to lock in a huge score for that first ride. Ellie Harrison, though, on the wave behind her, has some room to move here. Great combination. She's going to ride out of this one. And it looks like she'll win the opening exchange here in quarterfinal 1.
I feel like this quarterfinal, in the sense of competitors, is really evenly matched because Sarah and Ellie are actually really similar competitors. They both make minimal mistakes in their heats. They're the competitors who, have the ability just to kind of put their ego aside and say, okay, I can get 2 6s at the start of the heat and then grow, and or I don't know, they just have the ability to be consistent in every single round, no matter who the name is or how big the points are or how much pressure there is on them. But there isn't any pressure on either of these ladies, so I feel like we're going to see a really nice competitive flair from both of them.
I like it.
I think their competitive strategy is really evenly matched in this heat.
Yeah, they're cool heads, aren't they? And I think you were spot on. Ellie Harrison did drop a 6.33 on her first wave, so she blitzed the opening exchange here, has taken control early on, and now it's going to be all about the response from Wakita, who's from a strong surfing family. That's one thing that we notice at these events now is, just the bloodlines, the second and third generation rippers that are starting to rise up. It was cool seeing Jackson Dorian, Shane Dorian's son, in the mix. Hans Hederman's son, Zach, was surfing in the contest as well. These are, competitors of yesteryear. Their kids are starting to gain some real momentum. And Wakita, Sarah's dad, is, a really well-known name on the North Shore. He went over there and just fell in love with Pipeline and even established a kind of such a reputation that they named a section of the reef after him because he used to sit so deep on the bowl at Pipe, the Wakita Bowl they call it. And his son's a really good competitor too.
Yes, yeah, they both of these ladies have really talented brothers in the surfing world. I mean, one of Ellie's older brothers, Billy, he was a really talented competitor and surfer. Still is a very talented surfer. He doesn't compete anymore, which I think is a shame because he was the underdog. He was always the underdog. He came through in a really hard. His year of competitors was really hard. He had Kai Warner. I feel like he competed with Geordie, Dill, they were big names. But Billy held his own through it as well. But he just decided, hey, not for me. Let Ellie kind of take the shine. But yeah, both of these ladies, talented surfing families. But I had no idea that they named part of the reef after their Wakita family.
Yeah, they spend a lot of time over there. I think through Sarah's childhood, she's spent a lot of time on the North Shore and a lot of time back home in Japan as well, sort of chasing the winters over there in Hawaii. But we'll see. I think, obviously she's going to be leaning into her small wave approach today, so it's probably the experiences back home in Japan which might help her overcome Ellie Harrison in this first quarter final heat. And we talked about it, massive opportunity for Sarah and Anon to fight it out potentially in the semis for the number 1 position on the QS ranks. I mean, it's you know, obviously winning the ranks doesn't guarantee you are going to just blitz your way through the draw on the Challenger Series, but it helps elevate your seed somewhat, and we'll see how it all shakes out. But you know, I think as these young competitors, and you could probably speak to it more, Jess, as a competitor yourself, you know, you just want to keep ticking boxes. You know, you want to have wins along the way. You know, ultimately the journey is to challenge for world titles, but you know, one step at a time, and you know, I think ticking off the big goals as you roll through your amateur career is like really key, and certainly continues to bring confidence to you.
Yeah, I definitely think that when you're young and you first hit the scene, you want everything to happen right now. And you hear so many people tell you it's a marathon, not a race. You know, you have to be able to be consistent, take the highs, take the lows. Because as much as we love this sport, and people probably watch in and think, oh, what a nice sport to be a part. And it is. It's the best sport in the world, in my opinion. But there are some low lows that these ladies would definitely go through. And the men in this draw, you know, it's a lot of time away from home. It's a brutal sport. Once you're out, you're out. And you could travel all the way to Portugal and unfortunately have a bad heat and then you're done. You're out, you know. So I think ticking boxes is definitely a part of it, but also just being able to be resilient is probably what makes a great competitor these days, because it's such a small portion of surfers in the world who actually make it to the CT, especially on the women's side. It's the top 5 on the Challenger Series. That is a tiny, tiny, tiny percentage of all these amazing surfers in the world. So, yeah, I think resilience would probably be the biggest factor into competitive surfing these days, and maybe forever. But from what I've seen over the last few years, just being able to keep your head up even in those low times is, and probably trying to make light of those losses too, is what's going to keep that next generation steaming through to try and make a difference.
Definitely. Yeah, I think also just, probably a good example of just sort of ticking off those goals, you know, one at a time. One of the great surfing cliches is one heat at a time.
Yeah.
It is true. Like Sarah Wakita, she really wants to beat Anon in this race for the number 1 position on the QS ranks, no doubt. But like, she has to get past Ellie Harrison first. She can't get ahead of herself. Mick Fanning, when he was a Grom, famously had, obviously, the world title was the ultimate goal, but he had kind of like a list that was like, win a junior event, win the world junior title, win a QS event, win the QS, win the world title. Like, he had these goals sort of like, but they were in stages. It wasn't like he had this, you know, huge sort of goal to bite off in one piece. He broke it into all these smaller achievements. You hear people talking about it too, you know. Even yesterday, Alistair Reginato looking really good on the rankings at the moment. But he hasn't had a lot of victories in finals of events this big. So that was sort of a goal for him. Ultimately, he didn't achieve it in this event, but like, it will be a goal for him moving forward, because he's a super consistent performer, but seems to have a bit of a block when it comes to shutting down events and getting the win. So, yeah, I think each individual surfer has different goals like that in mind. Ellie Harrison, she's already achieved one of her big dreams of getting the Challenger Series. The goalposts have moved now, and it's, you know, ultimately it's about improving your position on the Challenger Series ladder and getting yourself a place on the CT. But today she'd be thinking, oh, I want to win the biggest QS in the world. I want to get my name on that board. And she's certainly kicked off this quarterfinal heat with by giving herself the best chance. A 6.33 has been a really solid score this week. And once she backs that up, she's going to be hard to track down for the Japanese competitor. Yeah,
absolutely. And I think Ellie, you know, she's, like we've touched on, she's already solidified into the Challenger Series for next year. This year, actually. It just all rolls into one, doesn't it? But she, yeah, I feel like not a lot of people go onto the Challenger Series on their first year and get as good of results as Ellie did. A lot of people that I've spoken to say the first year on the Challenger Series is humbling. It's you think you're a great competitor and you're a great surfer and you do so well in your region, and then you get to that international field where it's the best crop of every single region and everyone's driven, everyone wants to win, and it's so competitive. It's just hard. But Ellie seemed to have held her own really well last year and travelled with her dad and her mum to a lot of the events, and I'm sure they're tuning in watching on now. Her grandma is actually one of her biggest supporters. But yeah, I really feel like Ellie held herself beautifully on the Challenger Series last year, and I feel like this year she spent a lot more time working on herself and her surfing, that when we see her back at Snapper in just a couple months' time, I feel like we're going to see her level up again.
For sure. I mean, 48 surfers on the Women's Challenger Series, and Ellie was knocking on the door of a top 10 finish in her first year, so she did do extremely well. I think she's one of the competitors that others in that Challenger Series draw go, wow, this is going to be a really difficult heat. She's that consistent, so strong. But she is out there at the moment as we get down to the 16.5-minute mark, looking for a backup score. She'd be feeling pretty, I think, relaxed about her position at the moment. You know, almost putting a 3 point spread between herself and Sarah on that opening exchange. And it's just, it's going to leave Wakita under a bit of pressure here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is a cool sparring ground for these two, because I'm sure they'll have a few heats together on the Challenger Series. So both of them getting a little bit of a taste of what it might be like to compete against each other and travel with each other throughout the year this year. So I'm sure Sarah wants to answer back in a pretty healthy way, hence why I think we haven't seen her pull the trigger on just anything. But that's the benefit of 30-minute heats. You can be a little bit more picky, and man-on-man heats too. I mean, there's so much more freedom than it is with 3 other people in the water. So I feel, yeah, Sarah, she looks, I wouldn't say she's rattled in the slightest. She just is playing her cards in a really timely manner. As we see, that's Rosie Smart, currently 3rd on the rankings. So you'd have to think Rosie would be safe.
Yeah, I thought she was just really strong yesterday when the pressure was on. She delivered the number that she needed to stay alive in this draw and continue to add to her points tally for this season. Did want to ask you, Jess, because it's just been a couple of years now that we've combined the Australia-Oceania and the Asian schedule, and giving competitors more opportunities to get over there to the Asia region and collect points, and vice versa. Like, my feeling is that the level has lifted as a result. You were on most of the Asian events this year, working as a commentator. Did you sense that?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the level in both the men and the women coming out of the Asian region is incredible. I mean, there's the list of men that didn't make the Challenger Series in the Asians. There's Tenchi Iwami really comes to mind. He is such an incredible surfer, had wins, but couldn't get there. Keijiro Nishi, he won a couple 3000s, just fell out of the mix. There wasn't one guy who really stood out in the men's side. It was so many different wins because the talent is so equally matched. There's not a handful of guys who are so much better than the rest, but they're all amazing. And it's the same on the women's side. There was so many different ladies taking wins. I mean, Sarah and Anon were definitely the 2 most consistent.
Yeah.
But there was Minami Nonaka. I mean, she was taking it to those 2 ladies consistently. Sumomo Sato, she was making quarters and above. And then it's just that Amuro came out with so much competitive experience and class and kind of just said, no, I'm going to wrap this one up. But I just think each year these ladies get better and better. I mean, yeah, Kana Nakashio, the list goes on. These Nanaho Suzuki, she's got a crazy air game as well. I mean, it's the level of talent that people maybe don't get to experience coming out of the Asian region it's incredible, and I can't wait for them to get to show their caliber of talent and their colours more.
Yeah, and it works for us too, because with a lot of Australians making the journey over there to Asia as well, it did help lift our level. We had some real success in some of those other events as well. Dakota Walters, namely, he got himself a big win over there in Taiwan, and then yeah, it's sort of helped him get to the top end of the Australia Oceania ranks as well. But yeah, I like it. It's sort of a benefit that not a lot of the other qualifying series regions have, is the mix of international competitors. And yeah, I think it's going to work in our favour once we see the surfers move to that next phase, the Challenger Series.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I feel like it's definitely a benefit that we have here in our region. I love the co-sanction events. They're just the best, because even outside the comp area that people watching the broadcast wouldn't get to experience, it's a cool dynamic between the two regions. Everyone's friends, everyone supports everyone. It's not like the Aussies just hang out with the Aussies. You know, we're all a big happy family basically, and it's funny, everyone was aware of who needed what on both rankings, both the Australian and the Asian. And yeah, I just love the camaraderie that there is between the two regions. And I think for experience in competing in an international field, because it's not there so consistently anymore until you get to the Challenger Series, it's definitely a trick up our sleeve. It's going to get both the regions ready to come out firing and hopefully get to the top end and qualify for the CT.
Yeah, probably a massive benefit really for the competitors from the Asian region coming out here to finish off the schedule before they do tackle the Challenger Series. They'll be feeling pretty at home by that stage. Many of them came out and did those lower rated qualifying series events in the lead up to this QS 5000. So they'll have their routines down. They'll be very at home in the lineup when we get to Snapper Rocks for that first Challenger Series stop. 11 minutes remaining here, and from that opening exchange, there hasn't really been a lot of action in this heat. It's bizarre, because usually with these this sort of wind swell and short intervals, you see multiple waves ridden, but there just hasn't been the opportunity for Ellie to back up at 6.33 or Wakita to get herself really in this challenge with a decent number. Bit of movement here on the outside, and it is Ellie. Few bumps to deal with. She'll want to finish this one off. Rides high, gets the board above the lip, but loses control there.
I like the approach though. You know, she's trying to drop that 093, make Sarah's life a lot harder. Here we go, Sarah. Huge turn, almost runs over Ellie trying to get the make, but we've seen one turn has been scored very high all events, so Sarah playing into that.
That was impressive. I think this is going to be the number that Sarah Wakita needs, and I think also we'll see that the danger of, you know, not finding that back up early can add a little bit of pressure. There's still time on Ellie Harrison's side, but Sarah Wakita's likely going to jump up into the number one position here. This is the Newcastle Racecourse Women's Pro. They are the Surfest 2024 crowdfunding partner. So many businesses getting behind this women's event, making a financial contribution. Then they have a ballot, and they pulled out the Newcastle Racecourse as the naming rights sponsor out of the draw this year. But all these surfers representing businesses in this local area. As we see the replay here of Wakita. Love the release and the attack. She knew she only had that one section, so she gave it everything, and the numbers rolling through are going to take her through the number one position at the moment.
That was a huge turn that we just saw on the replays. She got very close to running over Ellie, but it just shows she's like, no, you've got to get out of my way. There it is, a 4.67, so goes to the lead. That turn was massive. I love that Sarah just capitalized on exactly what was in front of her. Here she goes again.
Oh, love that. I mean, that was a quality section out there by today's standards, and she didn't waste it. So I think she may even improve on the 3.5, but that was another quality turn. And Ellie Harrison, she's had a few falls now. Started so strong, just looking so sure of herself, and has kind of lost a bit of that confidence, it looks like.
I think I like this turn better than the last one. It was a massive section, got released through the turn, almost lost it, but brought it back underneath. And then Ellie just buries the nose there. There's a little bit of lump and bump out there right now. So, yeah, you know, you're right. She looked very confident on that first wave. There was moments where I was thinking, oh, don't fall. And she didn't. But yeah, I feel like Ellie's probably maybe getting a little bit frustrated, but she'll be able to regroup. She's been in this situation before. This isn't uncharted waters for Ellie, so...
Yeah. Still got the benefit of having the biggest number in the heat too.
Exactly.
Wakita, though, she just dropped to 5.5, so the requirement has grown for Ellie Harrison. She's after a 3.84. But yeah, even when you're watching championship tour heats, when you see a competitor fall when they're not going for a major turn, there is like a lot of bump for the surfers to negotiate. But when they're not falling in a major turn and it's sort of like a weird transition one, you kind of think to yourself, well, that's a mistake. You may as well be in a full committed, high risk move and falling. Not just a transition, nothing kind of move that's not going to fetch you any points anyway.
Yep.
So yeah, it sort of suggests that, a bit of a misread or some nerves there, but I think we see Ellie clean it up. She's just too classy. And as we said, with the benefit of having the highest number of this heat so far, the requirement is always going to be very achievable. Wakita's like back in it though. She's building.
Very much so.
You look at her scoring trend. It started with a 3.5, bettered it with a 4.67, bettered that with a 5.5, whereas Ellie's kind of gone the other way. As we see Wakita up again, Ellie with priority, and she can't get into it. But Wakita's succumbing there, and she kind of had to. You don't want to get tangled up in a interference situation.
No, not when there's 6 minutes on the clock and your competitor needs a 3.84. It's the quarterfinals. It's not the time where you want to go, why did I do that? These ladies, they're experienced competitors. Sarah doing exactly what she had to do, but Ellie not getting in. So they've re-awarded Sarah first priority, even though she's out there after Ellie.
Yeah. No, old school rules that Ellie would probably get priority back, but you can't block someone like that with your priority and not take the wave. But Sarah Wakita, in hindsight, she would have loved to have attacked that little foamy coping that Ellie put on that wave. That's the best feeling in the world, when you're hammering down the line, your friend's threatening to drop in on you, even when you're not in competition, and they make this little fluffy section of water that you can just absolutely hammer. She would have loved to have thrown a big finner right in Ellie Harrison's face there, but you really can't afford to do it at this level. Get tangled up in some sort of horrible interference situation. A priority interference too will put you out of the heat, basically, because you lose your entire second score. So Wakita backed off, and I think it was the right call.
Yeah, I think getting a priority interference this late into the draw, it'd be painful. It'd be
kick in the guts.
It'd be one of those ones where you just go, what am I doing?
Yeah. Let's talk about the situation Ellie finds herself in, because you would have been there a bunch of times in your career.
Yep.
Dropping a big number and then waiting 95% of the heat to try and back it up. It starts to get pretty nervy, doesn't it?
Oh, extremely nerve-wracking. Here we go. Ellie needs a 3.84 on this wave. Goes into a bit of dead water. I feel like that was a bit of tactics for Ellie to make some room between her and Sarah, because, yeah, Sarah was getting awfully close. I actually have a heat that still breaks my heart. And it was just down the road, actually, at Redhead.
Let's relive it.
If my dad's tuning in, I'm still sorry again. I exact same thing. First wave dropped to 6.5 and needed a 0.9.
Oh my God.
Couldn't get it. Could not get onto a wave, and it still to this day haunts me, and I don't really ever want to think about it ever again.
Hey, you brought it up, not me.
I know. It was so. I mean, if Ellie finds herself at the end of this heat not bettering that too, I think she's just going to be...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's not the best feeling in the world.
Oh, have a look at this one. She's found a bit of a corner here. Ellie Harrison chasing a 3.84. Just a transition turn to get started. A nice section standing up here. She hammers it, and that is likely going to be the number she needs. It's not a sure thing. I think making some comparisons to what we saw from Sarah Wakita and her finishing moves earlier on, they were a lot stronger.
Yeah.
But I think Ellie's got the two turns working in her favour here.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like at the start of that wave, it maybe looked like Ellie was probably just thinking, just make this wave, you know, just finish this wave. But by the time she got to that end section, it was nice to see her push a little bit harder. I don't think there's a many bulk of the points in that first turn. It's all coming from that last one. There it is, a 4.77, so goes back to the lead. Now Sarah needs a 5.61. But Sarah's got a healthy total, 10.17 off 2 turns.
That's a really good point.
So the moment she finds herself a wave that allows her to get 2 actual turns on one wave, 5.61 is just going to be a water off a duck's back for her.
Yeah, thinking about her run through this contest too, she's been the combo queen. She's shown so much variety on that amazing forehand, great style, you know, really clean carves into great pocket turns, a la Coco Ho. You know, I just think compare those two quite a bit, but yeah, I think Sarah Wakita's in no way out of this heat just yet, but, you know, we mentioned the class of Ellie Harrison, the fact that even though she had about 5 waves where she basically looked flustered and kind of did lose a bit of her cool, she's regained it. She's ice cold, and she has just dropped a number to get herself back in front here, and it couldn't have come at a better time. And this is going to be the application of pressure to Wakita now, who wants to maintain her position as the number 1 on the Asian ranks. She's got to chase down a 5.61, and that's, you know, it's going to require a certain wave and a certain turn, because she's been surfing incredibly well and hasn't had a number that big just yet.
No, she hasn't, but I feel like Anon would be out there. You can see Rosie's paddling out to the right of the screen. Anon would be out there too, and I'm sure Sarah will have a little glimpse over her shoulder and be like, you're not taking number 1 away from me. So
here she comes.
Looks like maybe a wave approaching here. There's 55 seconds on the clock. Sarah says no. Ellie says yes. So Ellie trying to drop that 4.71. Oh.
Yeah, I love the way she set it up. She framed it up beautifully. Big, deep bottom turn, but really didn't have a whole lot of time to get up into that pocket. 35 seconds to go. Our focus is Wakita. And Sarah's chasing a 5.61 here. But you're right, Anon is out there, and she'll be aware that she'll have to progress out of her quarterfinal heat to move ahead of Sarah Wakita to take that number 1 position. So, yeah, this is close. This is intense. Will she get the opportunity here?
There looks like there might be a little wave coming right now, but
it's going to make it.
I don't think it's going to get there in time.
She's got to go this first one. She has a look at it. It has no opportunity. It's a straight closeout, and it's going to come to an end, this quarterfinal heat, with Wakita chasing a 5.61. Ellie Harrison survives a less than ideal heat for her, but she cleaned it up in the end, and she is making her way into the semi-finals here at Surfest. Quarterfinal 2 will get underway shortly on finals day here at Merriweather. We'll see you in just a moment.
Holidays, Ironman, outdoors, Ironman, whoa, Uber, suspension, lights, roof rack, camping equipment, recovery gear, under Ironman, mate, and 100 Ironman. I can't do 2 things at once.
Welcome to Sydney. A place to feel alive, to feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
Adam thought he'd never get Sarah camping. How wrong you were, Adam.
Wait!
racecourse is not just a place to watch the horses thunder. It brings generations together to share memories and experiences that are close to our hearts and runs in our veins. Newcastle Racecourse. Home is where the track is.
Welcome back to the show. This is an event that has been won by the greats, and someone else is going to scribe their name on the honour roll in 2024, 38th edition of Surfest, presented by Reflections Holiday Parks. This is the Newcastle Racecourse Pro, Women's Pro, and we have just seen Ellie Harrison make her way into the semi-finals. She's after the big victory. We also saw Sarah Wakita tumble out of the draw, which it opens up an opportunity here for Anon to maybe move into the number one position on the Asian ranks. I'm joined by Jess Starling, and you've been really following this QS journey closely. You've called a lot of the contests. You've touched on the surfing from Anon, and and look at the stoke here from Ellie. She's buzzing.
Oh, Ellie, I can't wait for her to see that on the big screen. She is not a lady who likes to be in the limelight. She just likes to get her job done and move on. And I love chasing Ellie down for post-heat interviews because the first answer is always no.
Really?
And I go, nope, you're staying with me.
Oh, she's done a great job. And, yeah, she's going to be hard to stop. You know, I think that's as slow as a heat we've seen her have on her run through the draw. She certainly cleaned it up towards the end. But as I mentioned before, Anon, a massive opportunity here for her. And Rosie Smart too, because she's well positioned on the rankings.
Yeah, Anon is a extremely fierce competitor. Here we go. First wave of the heat. Strong first turn there. 2 goofy footers in this heat too. So the battle of the goofies. I'm sure Oki's probably tuning into this. Loves a goofy footer. But yeah, Anon, she's one of the only Asians who has that Australian mongrel. That's the only way I know how to put it, because she loves to compete. She's like Hoggy. She thrives off competition. She just wants, even in the free surfs, she wants to be on the best wave. It doesn't matter if she just got the last one. She wants to be on the best wave, doing the best turns, so that people are going, do you see Anon out there? She was ripping, you know?
I love it. I just also love the busy approach. I think learning a lot from watching those first 2 competitors, kind of just almost sort of just failed to keep that momentum going after the opening exchange in that first quarterfinal heat. I mean, the opportunities were limited, but there was like just corners like breaking that they weren't looking at. Maybe just fell in love with their priority a little bit too much. Anon getting a quick start here, 3.5 for that last hit. But yeah, touching on the honour roll for this contest, I mean, it's been won by some amazing surfers, world champs, CT level competitors. Bronte McCauley got her second victory here last season. Macy Callahan the year before that. Sally Fitzgibbons, Coco Ho, Joanne DeFay, Malia Manuel.
Oh my gosh.
The list goes on. Then when you go back a little bit further, Steph Gilmore, Silvana Lima, Beck Woods, you know, and way back in the day, Nerida Falconer, Pam Burridge, Jodie Cooper. I mean, so much history
What a
at
list of
this
names.
venue. Pauline Mensah, another legendary world champ, getting a victory here, and Frida Zamba and Wendy Botha as well. So it's just ridiculous, the opportunity here to get your name alongside those greats, and still with that goal in mind is Ellie Harrison winning through in that first heat. Ellie, great first ride, but things went a little quiet for you out there, didn't they?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, the first wave, I was kind of frothing when I got that, because I was like, oh, there's actually like really good waves out here. There probably still was, I don't know. We just kind of got sitting, and yeah, then the clock just kept ticking. The more like the time went down, the more I got nervous, and then yeah, I didn't really have a backup, and yeah, then it was really nerve-wracking.
I like that though. I love the fact that you're getting nervous, because you're sweet. You're on the Challenger Series. Your performance last year there was unbelievable, but you got big goals for this event, and the nerves just kind of remind you that you care. I was just rattling off some of the past winners of this event. I know you're very aware of who's on that list. What would it be like to see Ellie Harrison written up there on that trophy?
Yeah, it'd be very special. Yeah, I don't know. It's definitely, the goal for this event. Yeah, I don't know. Like, especially the year Jacko and Mace won, that was like, when I watched that, I was like, that's what I want to do. That's pretty sick. And then Bronte last year, so that was pretty cool. So, yeah, I don't know. It'd be very special.
And Ellie, just other than the win, you're here trying to get some reps in the jersey before the Challenger Series kicks off at Snapper. You also get to do it against someone who is going to be in the Challenger Series, which was Sarah. Do you find that these co-sanctioned events down here at Surfest, they allow you to feel a little bit more comfortable in an international lineup?
Yeah, for sure. I kind of love having the co-sanctioned events. It kind of gets you like a little bit more prepared for the Challenger, surfing against like all these girls, like because they all rip, and then I don't know, coming all together, it's pretty cool. Even just like getting to know them, and then you see them on the Challenger and you have friends, so it's cool. Yeah.
Ellie, obviously the Challenger Series events, they're the ones that you really want to do well in. That's your ticket to the dream scenario, the championship tour. But tell me, as far as QS events go, does the nerves that you're feeling, does it stack up to the same sort of pressure and nerves that you feel at the CS just based on the history of this contest?
Well, like last year on the Challenger, I kind of was probably a bit more chill before my heats because like I really wanted to perform and do well, but I felt like kind of like the underdog, like didn't really know my place, didn't really know if I was going to make heats. So yeah, I don't know, it was a kind of a nice feeling of just like, I don't know, whereas here I feel like I should do well, so I get really nervous.
I like it. It's good. It's a good insight for us. I was just wondering about that. Yeah, it just feels to me, even as a spectator sitting back, that this event just carries a certain kind of weight, just based on, how long we've been travelling here to Newcastle. So all the best. I know you want that trophy, and we wish you well in the semis.
Thank you.
Looking sharp. Ellie Harrison. It's going to be hard to beat. She'll be taking on the winner of this quarterfinal clash. And Anon just keeping her dream of jumping Sarah Wakita in the Asian ranks to claim that #1 spot alive here at the moment. She leads, but Rosie Smart's proven before she's capable of fighting her way out of tough situations.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Rosie in NIAS last year, it's a 5,000 event. She had tough heats in big NIAS too, and she held her own. She looked very mature, very classy through it all. And yesterday, Rosie touched on, she said that result at NIAS was the first time I ever thought, oh, maybe I can qualify for the challenges. And she kept this rhythm going that has allowed her to basically get there. I mean, we both think that she's pretty much set. But Rosie, she's had heaps of wins too. She even won the She's Electric series that's put on by Hyundai and Surfing Australia. Took home a healthy cash prize.
That's right, yeah. Yeah, you think about Rosie's position on the QS ranks, and the reason why we feel she's going to be really safe is that Holly, Nikki, and Safi are all on the same side of the draw. So only one of them is going to win this event, and even if they were to overtake Rosie, they'd only push her back to that last qualifying spot. So, I really think that she's done the job already, but the goal for her isn't just to qualify. She wants to win a major event, and we were kind of touching on that with Ellie. This is as big an event as you could win other than a Challenger Series contest at this point in time. So this is the ultimate sort of lily pad step to working towards those Challenger Series results. And Rosie's going to have work to do here in the final 19 minutes to get herself into that top spot. As we see now, Anon taking off. She just seems so focused on getting herself into these semis. There's a solid hit.
Wow, that was a nice second turn there for Anon. This is what I'm talking about. She's got that bulldog mentality. She's just an absolute competitor. She wants to be on waves. She wants to be showcasing her surfing, and turns like this they're the turns that have carried her through that Asian qualifying series to be sitting in second place. And I know for a fact that Sarah not making that last heat would have revved Anon up so much more to be like, I'm taking first place back, because they've had a back and forth battle the entire season.
That's so
and I
good.
know that Anon doesn't like being in second.
I love it. I love her approach. I don't know too much about her, but from what you're telling us, she's a formidable opponent, loves the competition. And Safi on screen here. She's gearing up. She's got a massive challenge. I mean, taking on last year's champ. And, you know, we probably expected there'd be a little more swell in the lineup. But Bronte Macaulay, she got the job done in similar types of conditions last season. And she'll be hard to beat. Big individual turns for Bronte. Safi's going to have a work cut out. It should be a fantastic clash.
Absolutely. I think Safi, Bronte's consistent. You know that she's going to go out there and get something excellent done. She always does. Safi may not be as consistent in heats as Bronte is, but when she has those heats where she comes out of the gates and shows us Safi, who is 110%, she can equally match Bronte. Her backhand is so strong, and I feel like that's kind of what Safi might have to lean on in this next quarterfinal, because coming up against any XCT surfer but one, especially in the form of Bronte Macaulay, you're going to have to rely on your strengths, and Safi's strength is her backhand, that's for sure. I mean, I basically grew up with Safi. She's lived with me for at least 2 months a year, every year since I was 13, you know.
Wow.
So I know Safi inside and out, and it's something she's worked on consistently for years, her backhand and her forehand too, but it's always been her strong point, and I feel like Billy Stammen's been helping her out a lot before heats. He's probably going to be saying the same thing, especially coming from Raglan too. He's definitely going to be saying, go left out there.
Billy doesn't even see rights.
No.
But yeah, that's cool to know. I mean, I've been impressed by her forehand throughout the earlier rounds of the comp so far. So looking forward to seeing what Safi can do on the back end. But yeah, it'd be dangerous to start focusing too much on the rights, especially if Bronte does the same thing, because her backhand's one of the best in the world.
Yeah.
Big adjustment for the competitors to make with the extra 5 minutes on the clock too. I don't think you can kind of understate the importance of that, and tactically, the difference that it makes to these competitors. That extra 5 minutes just really seems to frazzle the competitors. You often shift your strategy thinking you've got so much time. We saw that from Ellie in that last heat, as we see Anon again looking to increase this lead. But you think you've got so much time to back up a good score, and the time seems to wash away pretty quickly when you don't have that backup score. And Ellie almost put unnecessary pressure on herself in that last heat. I think guarding her priority and waiting for some kind of magic unicorn wave that wasn't going to come her way.
Yeah.
It's it's pretty average out there at the moment conditions wise. So probably the smart tactic is to just keep taking chances on some of these corners and hope that you find a good section.
I feel like as well, even Anon and Rosie probably haven't surfed that many 30-minute heats. Usually for us in QSs, it doesn't get to 30 minutes until the final. So the fact that they've got it in the quarterfinals today is a pretty cool experience. But that means if they're making it to the finals are 35 minutes, they're going to have an hour and 35 minutes of competition surfing, which you think, yeah, that's not that much. I surf for an hour and a half every day, but you push so much harder in a heat. So fatigue will come into play. So I also think it's important, or that competitors who will make the final need to take that into consideration.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, it was a 25-minute heat, that first quarterfinal. Ellie Harrison loses.
Yeah.
So she saved herself in that last 5 minutes. Obviously, her strategy was built around a 30-minute heat. That's not a given. She probably makes her move to back up her 6.33 a little earlier in the exchange. But, it's definitely something to think about. And you've got to defend a lead for an extra 5 minutes. And if you don't have your rival combo, they're going to start swinging and taking some risk on some individual turns. So, yeah, it's a lot of time. For me, I think 30 minutes in these kind of conditions, it's sort of like all you're doing is ultimately they're looking to give the surfers extra opportunity to find two quality waves out there. But I think for the most part, all the waves are going to be pretty similar. So you're just giving them an extra 5 minutes to trade these mid-range scores. And You know, there's going to be a lot of close heats today. I think there'll be some heats that are, you know, within a tenth of a point.
Absolutely.
The heat score totals.
Absolutely, and I feel like if you ask a lot of the competitors today, how you going an hour and a half of comp surfing out there? A lot of them will be like, when you put it that way, that's a long time to be in a comp mode when it is so small and you're spending so much time on your on your feet. Because I know a lot of the strategy for these men and women out there today would not be dropping weight. It's not the kind of conditions you're going to drop in weight out there.
You know who loved a long final and an extended heat? Kelly Slater. He liked extra time on the clock, and you know it was pretty smart. No one ever complains about it, especially when you get to a final, because you want more of that peak performance from the form surfers. But I just think, you know, tactically, when there was more time on the clock, it just gave Kelly the opportunity to kind of fight back, and strategically he's just so onto it. It just gave him more opportunities, and it'd make him work. I've seen him surf 40-minute heats.
40-minute heats?
40-minute finals in the past. And his opponents were like, oh, I don't want that. You know, I just want the time to, if I can get the lead, I want the clock to wind down quicker so I can get it over with. Don't need the mental anguish of taking on the 11-time world champ for an extended period. Anon is still hanging on to that number one position. Rosie, you know, this is a nice flow. The surfer from Coffs Harbour just doing well with this tricky end section, linking it together. Anon kicks out of this one, but a battle of the low sort of mid-range scores at the moment. Nothing really substantial on the board for either surfer. 11 minutes to go here.
I think on that last wave we saw maybe as a hint of frustration coming out of Anon. I think she's over getting those one-turn waves. She might find now that might be the time that she might sit and just hope for one of those waves where we saw Ellie get 2 solid turns and get that 6.33. Rosie getting that 3-turner, it came in at a 3.17, so the judge is still wanting to see quality over quantity, which I love. I think that's so important, especially once you get to finals day 2. But I just going back on that Kelly thing, I always heard rumors growing up that he used to find out his competitors' least favorite song and sing it in the water. I don't remember where I heard that.
Oh, that's amazing.
But I remember hearing that growing up.
I haven't heard that one.
He would sing.
I know he'd get chatty. Kelly's, you know, gone on the record and said, you know, when he gets nervous, he just likes to kind of talk and shoot the breeze. So, like, it was more about him and kind of, you know, diffusing some pressure for himself than it was about climbing into the head of his competitors. But whatever way you come at it, it worked in his favour.
I reckon he was more calculated.
Oh, look at this picture. I mean, what a ray of sunshine. Maltese. You could make a grand piano out of those teeth. It's just such a big, healthy smile.
Oh, that was funny.
Yeah, more ivory than a bull elephant. 9.5 minutes to go here, and Morgan campaigning for a win for Newcastle, for Merriweather here today on finals day. And he'll be coming up in those quarters. Don't miss a second of it. We've transitioned now from those 4 competitors in a heat to head-to-head matchups. And this is when the battle becomes real. Not surprised to see the surfers get a little more selective in these earlier heats as they jump into the chess match, which is head-to-head surfing. But as a result, you know, I think we're seeing surfers being maybe a little too patient in these first couple of quarterfinals, and I think that'll be identified by the remaining competitors left here in the draw on finals day. I think we'll see surfers taking a lot more chances. I mean, already I think our competitors have been a lot more busy. We've had 6 and 7 waves for each surfer, and you know, nothing too substantial, but it sort of indicates that they're starting to take some chances on some of these, I guess, smaller corners and hoping that they find opportunity on the wave rather than trying to spot it as these little lines move in.
I'm just noticing as well, Anon with 8 minutes to go. So 8 minutes is still plenty of time. She's getting nice and cozy with Rosie with first priority. This is what I'm talking about. She's a competitor. She'll sit on you for 8 minutes 8 minutes.
You can see too, often when a competitor like Anon has the lead, she's probably got a watch on, but she's still looking back to the beach going, when is that 5-minute flag, that yellow flag going up?
Put it up.
Like, I want to get to the end of this heat. Here we go. She's found a nice looking wall here. Attacks the first section, a well-timed hit, and the second one, she just arrives there a little late, can't get on top of it, and as a result, gets swatted down by the section.
Yeah, I feel like that first time was looking really healthy. If she had have maybe capitalised on that second section a little bit more, she spent a bit of too much time down the bottom of the wave. Bettering that 4-1-3. I mean, Rosie needs a 5-3, which we saw in that last heat. That's one massive turn or a good 2-turner down the line, which only Ellie found one. So Rosie... door is obviously still open, but I feel like Anon, she's really trying to shut that one down. So, yeah, maybe a mistake there for Anon. And two very different competitors, these two ladies. Rosie always surfs a heat against herself. I feel like she barely takes into consideration what the other person is doing. She's just trying to better her waves each time, where Anon is very calculated. She knows exactly what's going on. So I feel like this is probably a nervous Anon right now. As we see Rosie looking like she might find a bit of a corner.
Ooh.
Was that a paddle?
Yep, it was. Priority shifted. Yeah, I mean, 6.5 minutes to go. You don't want to give that priority away, because if a quality sort of corner does come in, you want to be the one on it. But wouldn't be getting too flustered about losing priority on a day like today.
No, there's so many waves. I love how, the last 2 mornings we've come down, it's been very windy. There's been white caps out to sea, but it's really Merriweather's pulled itself together. I mean, we saw great conditions yesterday as the sun came out, but this morning I feel like we're going to have a good day of waves today.
It's just and there's an adjustment to be made. We got an extra 5 minutes on the clock. You got to manage that. It's a different looking lineup. I think for the competitors, that they've surfed through a lot of rounds to reach this point in the competition, and they've become accustomed to, it was pretty consistent through those first 4 days of the window. Yesterday was a little more similar to this, but it's got a different face to it again here today. As we see Rosie, one big section. Can she hold on for the finish here? She does. And this is by far the best individual turn of this heat. And this one is going to score well. She's not going to get a finish on the inside, but I think that's going to be her best number, and she's going to really chip away at the requirement. If not, turn in the number she needs to get to first there. 5 minutes remaining.
That was great entertainment. I was watching that in my head going, please ride out. Please come somewhere. She disappeared. I was like, come out somewhere. This turn was huge. You can tell she grabs the rail through that turn, completely disappears, and then makes her way back out and actually gets an inside turn as well. So Anon charging a massive section 2. Both of these ladies want this. I love that turn from Rosie. I loved it. I think is it on par with what we saw Sarah do in that last heat?
It is, and the judges agree. 6.67, best number of the heat so far. You can see it's a chunky little bowl that she attacks, places it beautifully, so sure-footed. Really hard to actually get on top of a section that's got more energy than the one that you're coming from, and actually have the speed to project in front of it. So that was really strong. It's going to be hard to match. Just finding a punchy section like that has been difficult for the competitors. And that was really committed, and as a result, a worthy score.
And like we said with that last heat, if that last heat was a 25-minute heat, Ellie was knocked. If this heat was a 25-minute heat, Rosie would have walked out of the quarterfinals with a pair of 3s. So these extra 5 minutes are helping certain competitors. I'm sure Sarah would have loved it to be a 25-minute heat, that last one. But yeah, Rosie, I'm really glad she got herself a section to be able to open up. We've seen a couple huge single turns from Anon, but yeah, Rosie kept her cool, kept her calm, and like I said, she's competing against herself out there.
Yeah, just with the strength of that number, putting 2 points on Anon and her best score, it's left Anon chasing a pretty decent heat number here. The requirements are 5.51. No, she's not just going to be able to chip away at it. She's got to find better waves than she's been tapping into already, or at least one big section. So, yeah, Rosie just shifting all that pressure right onto her opponent here in the final 3 minutes.
Yeah, you can see Rosie's hunting around too. She's trying to drop that 3-5, maybe post another big score. So at that 2.5 minutes to go, pressure mounts again. So I just think, yeah, really clutch surfing there from Rosie, and just showing that she can rise up again in those pressure situations, which you're going to have to need to do on the Challenger Series. So this is, like we always keep saying, great experience for these ladies. They're in an international heat. There's pressure. There's time on the clock. They're getting ready.
Yeah, this is huge, and there's a big contingent of competitors who've even been bundled out of the contest down here at the event site, watching finals day unfold, and they're standing up on the world-class waterfront contest site here, made possible by Alpha Safe. Their scaffolding services been providing scaffolding to Newcastle and the Hunter for over 20 years. And right behind this event, just another one of the big businesses that are in this community giving back. Fantastic to have their support. 1.5 minutes remaining here. Rosie Smart right where she wants to be. And that after, too, remember she paddled for a wave earlier and gave up her priority. So it just sort of suggests that you can still find some space from your rival out there and get yourself the numbers you need. So, you know, maybe even kind of worked in her favour if you think about it.
Here we go. She's trying to drop a 3-5. And, yeah, I'm not sure that wave was going to do it, but I love how fired up she's looking right now. 1 minute to go. I feel like this is the most fired up we've seen her all heat.
Yeah, she's kind of, you know, just been composed. She's paced herself through the rounds, and that might work in her favour here on finals day. Because, you know, you just got a small glimpse then of what she's capable of. Big section coming away. Really couldn't have surfed it any better. Placed that turn beautifully, but still put her board right on edge. You know, I think if you slowed it down, that she exploded, you know, at least one fin, maybe two, through the lip of the wave there. Hit it with some power. Stomped it with ease. Just 25 seconds to go, and she is looking to hang on for a place in the semi-finals here. Rosie Smart. Anon was in line to make a charge to the top end of the Asian ranks. Sarah Akita, she'll be watching on nervously as Anon takes this one. She needs a 5.51. Beautiful turn there, but it's going to be just the one move for her as she kicks on out, and it just didn't feel like it carried the same kind of drama and risk that was involved in Rosie's wave. So I think that's where the comparison will be made, Jess.
Yeah, I agree with you, Ronnie. I don't think that's going to be the score. I think it was a beautiful single maneuver, and she gave that section everything she could. She capitalized on what was in front of her in that moment. But, yeah, I think Rosie's definitely going to get the jump on her in that one.
Oh, man. It's still an amazing run on the QS, the regional QS for Anon. She'll finish up in second position. Sarah Wakita and also Amuro Suzuki. Their positions are locked on the Asian ranks. Congratulations. They're going to be making that jump through to the Challenger Series. We've still got a couple of big quarterfinal heats coming your way. Don't go anywhere. It's finals day here at Surfest 2024, presented by Reflections Holiday Parks.
Craving to feel new again, to see something new that will blow our minds, or meet someone new who will change it. New South Wales, a place to feel free, to feel alive, but most of all, to feel new again.
Maddie's last night's sleep was spent trying to look up relaxing wave sounds. Tonight's actual wave sounds.
Holidays! Ironman. Outdoors. Ironman. Whoa. Toolbars. Suspension. Lights. Roof rack. Camping equipment. Recovery gear. Oh. Under Ironman, mate. And under Ironman. I can't do two things at once.
Wait!
Effortlessly refreshing. Byron Bay Brewery Premium Lager. Go with it.
Good morning. A little bit of weather, but plenty of waves down here at Surfest, presented by Reflections Holiday Parks. Mark Okalupa, good morning, mate. How are you?
Good morning, Rossi. It's finals day. It's a bit wet, but you know, like there's still waves, and hopefully this weather clears. It kind of looks like it will lift, but that was a pretty exciting first couple heats. You know, how are you? Like, did you watch Portugal last night?
I watched a bit of it, but I got tired.
Yeah.
Big days down here. I obviously woke up to all the news of Ethan getting second for the Australians.
Yeah, that was a pity. It was just so close. I really really wanted Ethan to win. You know, but a good result, nevertheless. Good, you know. Good.
Did you watch it all?
I didn't. I watched it till kind of they went on hold, and then I was up pretty late, but then I woke up and watched the finals in the morning.
So they did the hold thing again. Well, lucky I didn't try.
I know. Yeah. They did, but by the time they came back on, it was pretty solid. Like Griff got a couple, it's really good barrels in the final. Closed it out, but yeah, it's great to be here on finals day. This is going to be unbelievable day because it's so interesting to see who's going to qualify. This girl here, she's in the Challenger Series already. She's defending champ, Bronte. Really, really strong surfer, Rossi. She's one of those surfers that just kind of bounces on tour and bounces off. You know, like it's really hard actually for those particular surfers because, you know, they always come up against top seeds, and Bronte has taken down some big names, but, you know, if you're not doing it consistently, you can't kind of get out of that bracket, and then you're not in the middle of the draw, and then there's a lot of surfers that seem to, you know, bounce off and on tour.
Yeah, absolutely. She's definitely been one of those girls to come up against Steph Gilmore and Carissa Moore, Caroline Marks over the last few years. Tall order to consistently beat them to flip-flop your seeding. But in these events, Bronny's been just super consistent. Loves coming to Newcastle as well. I know she stays with a beautiful local family, the Blatchfords, just across the road. So feels really comfortable here at Merewether, and hence why she's won this event a couple of times. Looking for a third time to win this one.
Yeah, it's also difficult today, you know, with the extended heats, you know, like 5 minutes and 4 surfers, you know, it was 4 surfers. Now it's man on man, and that transition's difficult too because, you know, I never used to, you know, do a lot of QSs and, you know, always used to man on man, but, you know, the transition, like, it's so busy in a 4-man heat and, you know, like, and it's noisy. I mean, they're not so much talking to each other like you would be free surfing, but, you know, you're hearing commentary of 4 surfers, you know, that's always ticking over. You know, it's a lot of stuff to take in, and then it goes quiet, you know, because there's only 2 of you out there. Completely different heat, different strategy, and extra time. So I'm thinking, wow, it's changed.
One surfer that sort of, you know, changed it up pretty easily was Rosie Smart winning that last one, booking a spot in the semi-finals. Congratulations, Rosie. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
Oh, I'm good. How was it out there?
It was pretty frustrating. It was probably a pretty poor heat for me. I made so many mistakes with priority, but I was lucky to get that left under priority and get one good turn.
The thing about making mistakes when it's onshore and plenty of sort of opportunity, it's not quite as nerve-wracking, would you agree? Because there's generally a few more ways when the wind's sort of blasting.
I feel like in conditions like today, you just need to stay busy and get heaps of waves because all you need is like one turn, so yeah.
And how are you enjoying your time down here at Merida?
I'm having a pretty good time. I always like coming to Newcastle. I hope the waves get a bit better for the semi, but yeah, it's good.
Who are you down here with?
I was staying with Mia Hoppitz and Ellie Harrison, and Ellie's now in the semi, so I'm pretty sure I'm versing her, so that's pretty sick.
Unreal. Well, we'll let you get going because it's going to be a big day of competition, and we wish you all the best, and yeah, hopefully you can win this thing.
Thank you.
Little grommet.
Yeah, wow, she's cute. I mean, she surfs good, like for just not a big frame. You know, she's got some big moves, so big future for her. And look at Bronte, wow, that slammed her. It's going to get tricky, Rossi, isn't it? Like with that low tide, it's not big. There's backwash too. The low tide will be, you know, must be going out by now, and the bank's shallow.
Yeah, bottom of the tide in about an hour.
Okay.
Yeah, so not far away. I think it's going to get better throughout the day as we see that incoming tide. I think we'll finish around 3 o'clock this afternoon, so it's going to be a big day, and that tide's going to push on through. As we see a replay here for the New Zealander. Pretty average-looking wave there. Bit of whitewash to deal with a touch of backwash as a big re-entry happens there for Bronte McCauley.
Wow.
She's used to this stuff growing up in the West.
Yeah, she is. Wow, if she could land that flat, like, or just be over her board centered and made that would have been a massive score because she threw spray out of the lip, tried to float it, and just didn't land on top of a board. It was not going to happen, but...
You'd have done some time with Dave McCauley.
Oh,
Bronte's
yeah.
father over the
No,
years.
definitely. I mean, Dave beat me in a final in Brazil once. Her dad in Brazil was unbeatable. I think he won 3 major events there, and his groveling technique was just untouchable. I mean, back then, because we had a lot of contests in pretty average waves, you know, and there was a contest pretty much every weekend. We followed summer on tour back then. Everywhere we went, it was summer. It was more of a, you know, like it was all for crowds, and, you know, like... And we contested in a lot of small beach breaks, and Dave was, you know, it's a wonder he never won a world title. He was in the top 5 and consistent, you know, and guys like him and Barton Lynch were just the masters of groveling. Now you never really hear of it, you know, like the word grovel doesn't come up in commentary much at all, especially on, you know, I'm talking major league, like on the major tour. The word grovel does not come up, and back then that was probably the biggest word that was used because we had to do it.
It's funny what you mentioned. You followed the summer sort of. It was like a summer tour. You know, that's the reason, right? It's funny, like looking back at it now. Yeah, it makes all sorts of sense that you got small waves because you try to do it when the suburbs or cities were under lights.
Yeah, well, it was totally out of season. I mean, Wayne Bartholomew was the guy that changed it. You know, I actually, you know, left the tour at a pretty young age. I was on tour for about 4 or 5 years, and then I left it. By the time I came back, and probably the main reason that I did come back, it changed. It was a dream tour. Rabbit completely changed it just to like about half the events. It used to be about 24, then he cut it down to 10, 11, you know, and only Supreme at prime locations in the right season. And it totally changed the tour. The broadcast came in. It totally changed, and it's what it is today. And these guys are trying to get there. What?
You won your title when it was...
The Dream Tour.
The Dream Tour.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, so...
you weren't winning it when it was the Summer Tour.
Well, I wasn't a bad groveler, you know, because I grew up in Cronulla. I wasn't bad at groveling at all. I mean, I don't think I was as near as good as BL or Dave McCauley. But, yeah, I mean, I finished, I think, in my first years, I was like number 3, number 2, and then number 4 or 3 or something. And I was in the top 5. And when I left the tour, I was rated about 9th. Didn't tell anyone I was going to stop. It was halfway through the year. I was at the US Open, and my intentions were to go home. And the rest of the Billabong team, we had a few surfers on tour that were in the Billabong team, and I didn't tell them. I left, I went home. The flight was going to LA, and then that same night, the other flight was going to Europe because the next contest was in France. And I went to one side of the airport, they went to the other. Snuck away.
How old were you?
Yeah, so then I would have been at about 20. Yeah, 21, 20, yeah.
That's so young.
I was already on tour at 17, so yeah, so let's say I was about 21, 22. And here we go.
Story time with Ock. Interrupted by a nice backhand snap there from Safi, who's actually looking for a result down here. Needs it all to break right. She's got a tall order up against Bronte McCauley. I saw Billy Stamman this morning down here. I'm sure he's in the corner helping out the little natural footer, Safi Vet.
Definitely got a soft spot for these New Zealand surfers. My family, half my family being from New Zealand. My mother was born in New Zealand. I have my elder sister living in New Zealand. So, yep, I'm part Kiwi, man. So don't forget that. I'm half Italian, but, and Kiwi.
Do you get over there much?
I do, yeah. I go as much as I can. I haven't been for a while. The last trip was a few years ago, just at the start of COVID, I was there. Haven't been back. I'll go back soon, though, for sure. The Jack McCoy tour, that's the documentary, we're trying to get to New Zealand. There's been a request. So we want to do a show there at least. So here we go, next heat, Holly Williams, Nikki Van Dyke. It's going to be a good one, Rossi.
Yeah, that's going to be massive. I know there's a lot of implications there for the girls to make the top 5. Top 5 makes the Challenger Series, and I know Nikki Van Dyke needs to go big, and Holly Williams, I'm sure she needs to make another heat as well. So very, very exciting.
Yeah, we can't wait for that one. Who's up and riding? It's Safi.
Wow, that turn was incredible. That's a big number. That's incredible surfing there from the surfer in blue. Just what the doctor ordered. Hadn't had a good ride, only a 3.83. Needed a number to get up into the lead. A 5.84 was required. She's going to smash that score. Here we go, Ock.
Yeah, nice and tight there. Just perfect surfing, and that wave just produced 2 really nice sections on a day like today. That's gold. I mean, it really is, and that is precision surfing, really. I'm impressed with Safi.
That's a big score in any division this morning.
100%.
That's a big number.
Let's see this go 8. I mean, the judges, let's get generous. Let's go 9, because that was incredible.
No bobbling, just hard backhand surfing there from Vet. Waiting for that score to get locked in. It looks like it's going to knock on the door of an excellent number. And there it is, a 7.67, so not quite a 9 Ock, but still, it's a big number this morning. 7.67 puts Vetti out into the lead.
Talking about New Zealand, oh my goodness, that game last night, the Warriors had it. There was such a swinging game. The Storm were well ahead, and then the Warriors came back, and like they couldn't have lost it. And somehow the Storm came back. It was just, I
saw that try.
I'm not happy about that.
How's that try?
Oh, my, unbelievable. Yeah. Man, what a game. I mean, it was incredible. That was a good game for footy in general, but not if you were a Warrior, my goodness.
How about the Knights, too, the local team?
Oh, they nearly made it. They nearly, both games. They should have won too. I went to Golden Point. Anyway, let's not talk footy. We're surfing, and here we go, under priority. Just having a little look there.
So as we mentioned, a big score for the surfer in blue, the 7.67. Here's another replay of that one. Big snap. No bobbles. The second turn was arguably better than the first. And just like that, I love this angle lock.
I love this angle too because you don't get to see how critical it was and how precise it was. But this is a judge's angle, so this is what they're looking at. This is probably the camera that they will look at in their replays, always the straight-on one for the judges, and you see why. I mean, last night, had to have 2 screens going, Rossi, because we had footy and surfing on at the same time, so lucky I brought down my iPad. I just, Jay left me, and, he lost kind of early, and he could get it up on the TV, but me being the old dinosaur, there was a couple buttons that I just could not work out, so I couldn't get it on the TV. Lucky I brought my iPad. I had surfing on the iPad, footy on my phone. How good are devices, man? Like, when I was young, there was no devices.
What'd you have? You had a antenna TV?
Back in the day, there was and even black and white. I mean, when I was about, must have been my first memories, really. It's been a kid, probably 3, 4, maybe 5 years old. We got a colour TV, and I'll never forget the day that my dad got a colour TV and came home and we were watching cartoons in colour instead of black and white, and I can remember it. And people that are listening to this right now are going, are you kidding me? Like, the younger ones. And I'm so stoked to live through that generation. Like, around then, when, when I was old enough to maybe even get technology, but we didn't have it back then, was if someone handed you an iPhone back then, you would have thought you were from outer space, like a Martian, because it's unbelievable. So to go through 2, generations like that, or even 3, I mean, so, yeah, it's just really cool. And I feel lucky to be, like that. And because back then the surf wasn't so crowded, especially when we went to remote spots in Indo and a lot of places around the world. When I first went to Europe, there was no surfers. Like, we competed at Lacanau. There was about maybe a handful of people that surfed around Lacanau and Hossegor. There was only Morris Cole went there. And when he took me first to Hossegor, there was only a handful, like, seriously, maybe a dozen people that surfed, actually surfed. You'd see perfect waves everywhere with no one out. And now it's totally packed, In Japan, similar. So it's crazy, like, to see all this happen in my lifetime because, it's a lucky time, I think, to be born. And, yeah.
Can you remember that first cartoon that you that watched in colour?
I think it was the Jetsons, maybe, or the Flintstones.
Yep.
Was definitely one of the 2. Both really.
So it was Bam Bam that inspired you?
I have Bam Bam now. I have a son that, his name's Java, but he should be Bam Bam because he can mess things up in a big way, if he doesn't get his way. Yeah. He's a classic. He's a little mini-me. Here we go. Safi. Trying to bet a 3.83.
Don't think she's going to do it on that one. Bit of a throwaway score there from the Kiwi. Solid number with 10 minutes remaining is in her top 2, a 7.67. Have you got the young bloke surfing yet?
The real little one?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's been on, ankle-high waves. And Jasper now is starting, my 6-year-old, 7-year-old, is just starting to get confident, and get out, not completely out the back when it's 2-3 foot, but close. He's, body surfing in the dumpers, like he's always looking for barrels, like body surfing, and we've nearly got him out the back now, surfing. So he's still on the shorey, but they've got no choice, Rossi. A family with 9 kids, and Jet, my partner, surfs. There's not a lot of choice if you're going to surf or not. I mean, you don't force them to, and it's really important. I pushed Jay pretty hard, but, he loved it and he turned into a fish. But my second boy, Jonah, when he was about 3 or 4, I pushed him in and he was getting really good. And he, when you got your board, you're pushing him in swimming, and then you have to get your board because they can get away from you. And, I'm a good body surfer, but not that good. And sometimes, even the best body surfer, you can't get to them. They're too far away. A wide set swung and turned him off for a few years. And He didn't surf for a couple of years, but now he's loving it, and he's actually catching Jay now. He's actually getting pretty good. He's really improving, so it's never too late. We got guys on tour that, like Hurdy Gilholm, he didn't start surfing until he was 14 years old. So, you know, if you're a grommy out there, it's not too late. And if you're an older person, I mean, I take people surfing. I had a guy lately that I was doing my Airbnb experience from Cooktown. Fisherman, really fit, never surfed in waves before. And I got him out the back. It was about 3 foot. And he stood up for his first time. I was so impressed. So it's never too late for anyone. Here we go, Bronte, an important wave, Rossi.
Big snap there for Bronte McCauley. Unfortunately, she took the high road. Maybe should have sort of squared off a little bit better and just hacked that second manoeuvre a little bit tighter to the lip. That was an opportunity there.
Yeah, let's look at this first one. But the more important wave was the second one. Is Safi going to better a 3.8? I don't think so on that wave at all. But this wave was important. She gets up there and gets a little caught, but you're right, that wave split in two, and she should have waited for sure. You were right. Should have just waded off the bottom on the second time. But look how nice this wave looks here at Newcastle.
She'll kick herself when she sees the replay.
Clean, yeah. She could have gone, if she went tighter and verticaler then, she would have had no choice but to wait.
That's so true.
So she went too early. That was the problem.
And then she identified the top sort of the high road of the wave, and it just fell apart right there.
If she went vertical, she's coming off the bottom now, waiting. It only would have been a foam climb, but still, it would have been better than what she'd done.
Still got a 4.37, but it doesn't change the situation. Still looking for a number of the strength of a 6.51 with 7 minutes remaining in this heat. So it's pretty tight at the moment. Safi's just out in front with a big number, a near excellent score, 7.67 and a 3.83 of the backup. This is the third quarter of the morning ock. We've already seen a couple of girls rip into it. I know that last one, Rosie Smart, was the standout. And the opening heat of the day, we saw more action. The wind was a little bit more onshore this morning. It's definitely cleaning up. The wind's starting to turn around, go a little bit more offshore as we see Bronte McCauley needs a big number. That was, oof.
Crucial right there.
That was knocking on the door of the score if she made that.
I think so too. And they love giving Bronte scores for one big turn because she does them so good, and then was really tight, and it just looked like a kind of a weird, big kind of mogul right there. Let's kind of see what happened. Is this? Yeah, this is it. Nice steep section, Rossi. And just like...
What went wrong?
She got caught up, but it seems like it was just a little high kind of spot in the water that it kind of just bucked her off.
She got that wave under priority too.
Wow.
That was a big opportunity. I think she was going to get a decent number had she made that one. It looks like another sort of set rolling on through. Could be a left-hander, this one. Okay, a bit of a paddle there. I know Bronte was pushing the issue to hopefully flip priority.
Yeah, she tried it. And it kind of looked like she blocked it, but can't see her switching priority. But here she goes. She's going to use it.
Yeah, this is the Kiwi. Nice carve there. Still looking to ditch a low score of a 3.83. Unfortunately, that wave didn't do much at all. It went into the deep water. And now we're looking at Bronte McCauley out the back with priority. 5 minutes remaining, looking for a 6.51. This is finals day down here at Surfest. We're getting some nice peaks up and down the beach, Ock.
20 years, hey, with Burton sponsoring this event.
Yep.
That's incredible. And I actually had the pleasure of meeting Kim Burton and his lovely partner at the lunch at Surf House, and we had a great chat. And yeah, what a really nice guy and surfer himself, and so great to have sponsors, because it's not usually we have surfing brands and, not too many kind of different, what am I trying to say? Not surfing.
Well,
it's a car dealership, but, the owner surfs. So, what a great reason to get into that. But I believe they sponsor a lot of things. And here we go. That might be important there, Rossi.
Yeah, looking to ditch a 3.83. We'll have to wait and see if she's put a little bit more heat under Bronte McCauley. But you're right. Yeah, Kim had no reason to support surfing other than the fact that he just loves surfing himself. So I think there was a conversation a couple of decades ago between himself and Warren. And there it was. He started, supporting this great event. And from there, it's not just surfing that he supports, but if it is surf, it's individuals as well that he looks after. I know he helps out Matt Hoy, helps out Jackson Baker.
Pete McCabe.
Yeah, McCube, yep, for sure. Phil Branderson.
The truck that Pete is in that's just parked here. And he's selling books, actually. Jack McCoy, the tour, the documentary tour that I'm doing. It's not that. There's all photos from kind of all kinds of stuff, not just me, but the books all time. And
Peter McCabe's got a book?
It's Jack. Jack's book, Pete's selling it.
Okay, cool.
At his van there, just on site. So check that out. But, like Kim, back to Kim, he showed me a photo of his board collection. I was absolutely blown away. Have you seen that?
Yeah, I've seen photos. I've never been there, but I know Jackson went recently.
Did he?
Baker, yeah, he said it was fascinating.
I was blown away.
I'm sure there's a few boards of yours there.
Really?
I'm sure, yeah. He's got hundreds.
He didn't show me that because I was thinking last night, maybe I should give him a board. But, they're mainly just like, everything from vintage to now, but a lot of MRs and those lightning bolt, those real collector's boards. That's what I kind of saw in the photos. I didn't see everything, but back to this heat.
A few years ago, I was actually, sorry, just to interrupt.
No, you go.
I was over in California. I got a phone call from Peter McCabe asking if I can bring back a custom Jerry Lopez for Kim. It was black, had a big lightning bolt on it. It's insane, and it was actually a nerve-wracking experience.
You did it?
I did it, yeah.
Wow.
I dragged it back. One little depression, but I think they fixed it up. Yeah, but that was just a part of many, many boards that he has.
And the fin in, the glass in fin, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the hardest part to pack.
Well, so I had to call up Kalohe and Dino Andino, and they gave me a board. It was actually a bit of a puzzle to put together, but I got the board back for them.
Nice work.
Yeah, Jerry Lopez, of course, shaped some of the best boards in the world.
Oh, yeah.
So another addition to what he's already got. We've got 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining. And the defending champ in a bit of trouble at the moment, Bronte McCauley looking for a 6.88. So a tall order has got priority. Here we go, a bit of a set rolling on through. Is this wave going to form up? It looks pretty straight at the minute, but Bronte having a look. It looks like it's starting to suck in on itself. Left-hander. Here we go, Ock.
Yeah, look, it looked like it was going to close out, but not. But it had a big wobble on it, though. Really difficult wave to surf there for Bronte. So I dare say the Kiwi, she's in the semi-final. Yep. Don't get ahead of yourself, Mark.
So it's going to be a throwaway score there for Bronte McCauley. 30 seconds remaining. Unfortunately, that wave, the left-handers at the moment, they've got that sort of line in them, all creased. The right-handers are a lot more rippable at the moment.
Yeah, due to that kind of northerly drift, I guess. It's just capping those lefts, making the sections a lot kind of flatter. I can see a little dolphin out there. And, so it's all, when it's beach breaks, it's all about, the direction that you want to surf, into, like you don't really want to surf with the grain. You want to surf against it, wave coming at you, not away from you. And there we go. Safi Vetti into the semi-final.
Big result, and there's going to be one happy New Zealander as she paddles in from that last one, getting the win ahead of Bronte McCauley. We're going to go to a quick break, then come back with more action. Quarterfinal number 4.
The racecourse is not just a place to watch the horses thunder. It brings generations together to share memories and experiences that are close to our hearts and runs in our veins. Newcastle Racecourse. Home is where the track is.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all. And feel new.
Out Adam has taken a few losses at work this week. A loss out here, a little easier to take.
Wait! Holidays, Ironman, outdoors, Ironman, whoa, toolbars, suspension, lights, roof rack, camping equipment, recovery gear, under Ironman Maitland, and under Ironman. I can't do two things at once, right?
It's me. We got out. I love you, Dad.
300 kilometers to your destination. No beds for Michaels. Get to the Royal.
Look at that. Great sportsmanship. As you see the girls giving each other a hug. That's Betty Bett and Bronte McCauley. Looks like Bronte isn't too disappointed with bowing out in that one. Former champion goes home early.
Yeah, well, not too disheartened really, because, she's in the Challenger. It was a good warm-up. She'd be feeling good with that, because it's a while now until Snapper, so that's her little taste of competition. Now it's back to training.
That's a good way of putting it, yeah. Got a couple of months off, right? As we see first wave here for, what's it? This is a replay of the first wave. 3-point ride here for Holly Williams. Another talented natural footer. Really good surfer, Holly.
Yeah, this is when we probably should have a look at those ratings, because we were talking about it earlier, and wow, look at Holly straight into another one. Whoa. Just trying to get through that whitewash. Not easy to surf through that when you haven't got any speed particularly. But yeah, just trying to, get a couple scores on the board early.
Yeah, I think that was pretty good. That was nice surfing there. The first turn was big and was lucky enough to finish it off. Nice speedy turn down the line there, carving back. This is where it went really slow and dead, but managed to throw it up for another re-entry there. Wasn't massive, that ending manoeuvre, but it could have been worse as we wait for that score to get locked in. We are surfing 30-minute heats today, Ockie, so a whole lot of opportunity for these girls. Coming up to this heat, we're surfing 4-person 25-minute heats. So, I mean, these girls have now got all sorts of time to,
think about things. I was saying it earlier, it's completely changed. It was hectic, a lot of, changing of priority, a lot of commentary that you're listening to, what position you're in, and all of a sudden it just quietens right down. It's just the two of you out there. It's a completely different scenario, but one that they have to adapt to quick. I thought Bronte would have been able to adapt to that, because she's had so many man-on-man heats, woman-on-woman heats. But there we go. We have the ratings. Where are we, Rossi, and where are they?
So Paige and Philippa have been eliminated. As we saw earlier, Rosie Smart got through, and Ellie Harrison, right? So, and then you can see reds, a lot of reds. But Holly Williams, now she's a very interesting competitor right now, sitting in 10th position. But she's alive in the draw, currently winning this one. She needs to get things going big time if she wants to move up into that top 4. So very, very tight. Safi Vet, though, we just saw her get through. So it's going to be really tight, and something that we're going to have to keep an eye on. I know Nikki Van Dyke, she's on the next page, and she needs everything to break right as well. She needs to... I'd nearly say she needs to win. She might get lucky with a second if she gets a second to make the challenges, but that would mean something Safi losing and Holly Williams.
Yeah, well, I mean, Holly, she's going to do well too, because she's down there in like 5,000, and I think it's around 9,000. So. So she'd have to kind of win, and then Safi, she's right there. But if I was Rosie, and Rosie's still going too.
Yeah, she's looking really good.
Yeah, so she's got to be. If she wasn't still going, she'd be in trouble. But it's exciting. But it seems like those girls. Safi's the one that we got to particularly look at, but the other ones kind of need to win. It's all going to be crunch time right at the end.
I believe Nikki, she is going to finish the year with a 0. You know, even if she had competed in an extra event, it would have helped her. Yeah, that's what I'm led to believe. So, yeah, it's a little bit of...
Is that due to injury, or why did she do that?
Not quite sure, but, yeah, she's going to make a big run today. And
if she falls short... I mean, a 1,000 could have helped her, right? You know, there was a few of those.
As we see, the leader in this one looking really loose. Not a great wave there, but, yeah, Holly looks like she's brought the fire this morning, looking really fast. That board looking zoomy, these peaky beach breaks. As we see, solid-looking wave here. Looks like Nikki Van Dyke having a look, of course, from Phillip Island. Spent much time down there?
Not really. A couple times, you know, the one time... that the Bells event was moved there when Trent Munro won, when Bells just was onshore for like 2 weeks straight. We had to move it. We moved down. I wasn't happy about that. I wanted to be in the Bells Bowl, but I think, you know, it was quarters or something, but Trent Munro won. Another time I went there, I took my son Jay, was in a junior event there, and my partner's daughter Jasmine was in that event too, and I took the kids down. I'll never forget that trip. Oh, that's a nice combo there for Nikki. She started the heat now, and wow, the tide must be coming in because she's found a reform.
Yeah, good surfing there from Nikki. Got busy on the backhand, a couple of big turns, and yeah, as you mentioned, Ock, that inside connection starting to turn on as the tide comes in. First couple of turns here was solid.
It was a nice big turn, wasn't it? She's got a lot of flow, and this board through the whole event has been looking really good. I like the colour of it. Suits a Rashi. And, yeah, just really well put together wave there for Nikki. I'm thinking that's going to go in the 6s at least. Yeah, but Phillip Island, yeah, so took the kids down there. They were in an event and slow-mo of this wave there. And... Phillip Island's a beautiful place. It's got beach breaks like this. Woolamai, a couple of different beach breaks there.
6.17 here, Ox, so you're on the money. The judges loving this one. A great score, so half the job done, you could say.
Definitely half the job done. 6 in this whole event has been a good score, so... If it ends up being a backup, she's going to be doing really well, but that could be her high score. You never know. Long time left, though, 20 minutes. Wave seems to be getting better, so maybe that might be a backup. Yeah, took the kids down there, and I was actually, we stayed at a really cool caravan park, and I was teaching them to drive. So, yeah, taught them both to drive there, but fond memories of Phillip Island.
All right, now we're going to cut down to the winner of that last one. Safi, how are you?
I'm good, thanks. How are you guys?
How did it feel surfing that left-hander, that little nugget you got and you just destroyed it? How'd that feel?
Yeah, it felt really good. I knew Bronte was going to give it to me a little bit, so yeah, I knew I had to smash that one, so super stoked that it played out.
Any history with surfing with Bronte? I know she's always been a tall order. Have you had a few battles with her?
Never. I've never surfed against Bronte, so that was really fun. I honestly didn't really get much sleep last night. I was so nervous. She's been an idol of mine for a while, and yeah, I guess I admire her backhand a lot. So yeah, it was really cool to have one match up with her, and hopefully we have a couple more and have a bit more fun.
Well, now it's 1-0 to Safi.
That feels nice.
What were the tactics like going out into that heat? We were seeing conditions a little bit trickier than yesterday, sort of shifty, peaky, 3 to 4 foot.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of peaks out there. I feel like just staying a little bit busier, I feel like would pay off, especially under priority, because there are a few insiders going unridden that's kind of wall up a little bit. So either rights or lefts. So I was happy to get a left, that's for sure. And I guess, yeah, I don't know. I kind of just wanted to smash it out, and I knew it was big competition, so no expectations.
And down here this morning, who's your crew? Have you got all the New Zealanders and your little gang?
Yeah, I've got a few Kiwis. Taylor Green's staying with me, and Billy's just down the road. So they're down here along with all my crew from the Hostess Surfer, the Kiwi family, Kiwi-Swedish family. So they're all down here with their signs, which has been pretty cool. And yeah, it's super special to feel at home here, and especially being from New Zealand. So really lucky with that.
And one step closer to the Challenger Series. How are you feeling about that? That must have been a huge load off your shoulders to get through that one.
Yeah, I mean, I've been trying not to look at the rankings, and Ty came up to me yesterday and he's like, want to know where you are? And I was like, oh, don't tell me. So I ended up calling him and asking him where I was, just to like get a bit more fire in my belly. And yeah.
Can you share with us what he told you yesterday?
He just said you're pretty much 5th, I think. So yeah, just heat by heat. But yeah, we'll see.
It's bigger than heat by heat, though, in these 5,000. It's like if you get through a heat, you nearly win an event in a 1,000. So, yeah, a massive opportunity for yourself. And we'll let you go because I know you've got a lot more surfing to do today. So congratulations.
Thank
but
you.
Keep the ball rolling.
Thanks so much, guys.
Unreal. Really impressive, I thought, this morning. That left-hander she got was brilliant. And, yeah, Safi has booked a spot in the semi-finals right now. I saw a great-looking ride there for Nikki Van Dyke as we look at the replay here, Ock.
Yeah, it was. Nice little right-hander. The conditions are gone somewhat glassy now, so that northwest wind seems to be abating. She gets a little floater at the end, so it's going to be a backup. I don't think it's going to eclipse her 617.
I just love the first turn. It was a speed turn. Not going to be a massive number, as you said, but still, she looked really fast on this one. It was a 4.93, so you never know. It might really help as you put it alongside the 6.17. It's 11.1 total, pretty decent. As we just saw a quick wave there for Holly Williams, so all happening. 16 and a half minutes remaining.
Yeah, all happening here. We're going to see that nice snap, and I like the hair flick. Been known to do a bit of a hair flick myself at times.
You
Always
mentioned
scores
earlier
a couple
more points.
A couple points.
You mentioned
Decimals.
earlier you liked the spray on Nikki's board, the blue. I can't think of you having too many sprays on your boards, though.
Definitely not. No.
Ever?
No. Well, actually, when I was super young, Jim Banks made me a board that had a spray on it. It was like orangish, and then over the years, I think I had a Mayhem once, and Scotty Rodimer, Indigenous guy, painted a turtle on my board, massive one, Indigenous style, obviously, and that board was magic. And that was I was still with Dahlberg back then, but he didn't mind that I got a Mayhem. I was just trying new boards. It actually was kind of around the Rusty kind of times, actually, and or in between, maybe. Maybe it was in between Rusty and Dahlberg, but and then lately I've actually surfed, when I went to Bells, I had a spray. It was really funny. I had the heat against Tom Curran, and JS made me, I said I want channel bottoms, and he's like, he wasn't happy, and he said, okay, I'm going to make you 2 channel bottoms, and he said, what about a spray? And I'm like, what do you mean a spray? I'm like, no. And he's like, no, but I'll just spray like the channels, like down the actual channels. And I'm like, yeah, sweet. Anyway, made the boards. He rang me and he's like, we've got a problem. I'm like, what? He's like, well, I told the sprayer to spray the channel bottoms, but he thought he meant the boards, not the actual channels themselves.
I gotcha.
So I had sprays on the deck, and I'm like, no, how bad is it? And he's like, and I looked at him, and it was odd, but the board felt really good down at Bells, and actually got the win there against Tom. And the board, it was a silent auction. Tom Curran and myself donated our boards that we surfed in our heat to a silent auction. And did you hear how much my board went? My board went for $27,000.
Oh, my goodness.
And WSL rang me up, and it was instantly, really. No one outbidded that. And he's like, WSL rang me, I think it was Scotty Hargraves, and said, do you know how much your board went for? He said, do you know who bidded for it, and I'm like, no. I've actually got a friend in Sydney that I thought it could have been, and I rang up Rothy, and I'm like, did you do that? He's like, no. He said, if I want a board, I'll just get one from you. and then, so we never, oh, no, sorry, what am I talking about? We found out who it was. Yeah, because I was in WSL. They called me in up on the Gold Coast, and Starkey, the guy, flew out from Brazil, and I met him. And he's building a big wave pool in Brazil, so a couple of them, I think. And
please tell me you took him for a surf.
I wanted to, yeah, but he was jet lagged. He just got off the plane, and I thought about saying, come on, let's go for a surf, but I went in and signed the board. Yeah, so, yeah. So that was the story, $27,000. I don't know if that's a world record. Probably not, because the vintage boards go for a lot more than that, don't they?
But that's a pretty good achievement.
It is.
27K.
Yeah.
Can you remember the charity it went to?
It went to, I think my charity I think I chose mental health, one of those charities. Yeah, I got to choose. Yeah, so it was a very good outcome.
But why don't you like the sprays?
Well, it just feels weird because I think a pure white board looks really good throwing spray, and it kind of adds to that spray. That's what I've always thought, and yeah, I just never had spray. Yeah, it's just odd for me. You know, I was trying, obviously I've got my Raging Bulls and I love them. I never get off them, but I tried a black carbon board recently, and everyone thought it was really odd, me riding a black board, and it felt odd, and it kind of felt like it was going good until I jumped back on my Raging Bull, and I'm like, no. But, yeah, so I've always loved clear boards.
How much work do you do with JS to figure out the perfect Raging Bull?
Well, I've been with JS for, let's say 20 years. It's all about 20 years, and Burton 20 years, but it's been about that, and since I've just that round pin, the volume that we like to leave in it, and a lot of bigger guys really love that board because I like to leave the rail really thick right through the board, like not thin it out too much, so they hold their speed really well through all kinds of sections, and it's always a rounded pin, and that's what the Raging Bull is. You never see it, you won't see one in a square tail ever. I like the rounded pin just because it gives you a pure, round turn. The squares can do a lot of different turns, but you'll get that consistent turn out of a rounded pin, and they like bigger waves.
As we see a replay here for Nikki Van Dyke, this was the 6.17. Good number here. Nice connection through the inside. A little bit more to give down the end before Nikki kicks out of that one. As we check out another replay, the first turn was the money. Square off the bottom. She's had some big results over her career, Nikki Van Dyke, and she's trying to make a late run at the Challenger Series here at Merewether. We've got 10.5 minutes remaining, Ock.
So if she wins, she'll make it, or it depends on other people, I guess.
Yeah, it does. But, I mean, if she wins, she puts herself in the best position.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a no-brainer, right?
There's one thing on her mind.
Yeah, exactly. And right now, it's looking as though she's, sitting pretty, winning this one. As we see a nice little right-hander here, a nuggety little wave with second priority. First turn was good. Would love to get a closeout section. Nice carve there, looking for something down the line. That was a pretty bold move for Holly not to catch that wave.
Yeah, it was. And here goes Holly. She's going to get one big turn here, but she falls. So can she get out and get priority before Nikki? She probably will, because Nikki went a fair way, didn't she?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't think Nikki better to score there, so probably it's going to be a similar situation.
Yeah, I think you're right. Would have been nice if Holly could have held on to that big backhand blast. Unfortunately, couldn't. Just under 10 minutes remaining. This is, of course, quarterfinal action. This is a replay. First turn was nice. I don't think she could have done much more with that section. It was beautiful, nice turn. Unfortunately, the wave didn't give her a moment down the end, so she could finish with a big closeout bang or something. And this was the left-hander going hell for leather on that wave for Holly Williams.
Yeah, that wave didn't join for Nikki, did it? If it joined a bit sooner, Those two waves, if they met earlier, that she could have got that last turn, but didn't happen. So probably won't better a score there. Holly's got priority. Only needing a 6-5, not a big score. I mean, well, actually for this event it kind of is. But Holly's got big moves, so.
Up next, quarterfinal number 1 of the males. Oscar Berry up against Joel Vaughan.
Wow, what a heat.
He must be one of the MVPs, Oscar Berry, don't you think, over the last couple of years?
Definitely.
He's got so much better.
He has.
We kind of know what we're going to get from Joel, but yeah, Oscar, the whole journey of Oscar's sort of come to fruition last couple of months, I reckon.
Yeah.
Been dropping a few cool edits. I know he dropped something with Dan Scott and Hurley a few months ago, which was brilliant, and it looks like he's just getting better every surf.
Yeah, I know, for sure. And there's, I think, a similar person in the draw, Dane Henry, that's, you know, is just gotten so good so quick. And it happens to these surfers. It really does. Something clicks. I don't know if it's boards or just, you know, I should know what it is. I mean, you know, it's surfing with good surfers and then just landing one of those freakish moves and then just getting a serious roll on, you know, or just, it's just feel, you know, and something happens and then, you know, it's a magic board or it's a move or it even can come down to a surf, you know, a special surf.
Like the Dane Henry surf comes to mind.
Yeah, at D-Bar, yep.
Which happened a couple of months ago. As we look at Nikki Van Dyke, oof. I think if she was in second position looking for a score, she hits that.
Yep.
But maybe not worth it at the moment. 7 minutes remaining. Priority is with the natural footer, Holly Williams. 2 natural footers out there at the moment. Going back and forth. Still waiting for Holly to get a big number. She's had a few 4s. Would love to replace one of those 4s with an excellent number as you look at the replay. This was a 4.8 for...
just didn't better it. Yeah, I'm interested in this next men's heat. You know, Joel Vaughan, he wasn't secure before this event. You know, he was kind of lying around 7th spot on the bubble. I actually didn't realise that until yesterday when the event started and I was looking at the ratings, and I think I was talking to Joel's dad, and I mentioned that, you know, he was sweet to qualify, and then I looked yesterday, I'm like, actually, in the start of the morning, I'm like, he's not sweet at all. He was sitting in 7 or something. I think he's jumped up to 4 live ratings, which is great for Joel. He's in the quarters. If he can get through this, it's going to be big. Oscar's there. Where's Oscar?
No, he was the same deal. He had to make heats.
Yeah.
He was at the back end of it,
so
for sure.
they're both.
But now I'm pretty sure
they're
Oscar's,
both pretty safe. Yeah, I mean...
they've done the hard work.
They've done the hard work. Really, you know, interested to see, you know, these guys on the Challenger Series, as I am this man right here, Morgan Siblick, on the Challenger Series. We've got, I think I said it earlier in the event, but we've got a real solid pack in that Challenger Series this year, and then I think we can get a fair few Aussies on the big tour, Rossi.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Yeah, Morgan Siblick, he'll be out there later in the morning as we see a big opportunity here for Holly Williams. Layback snap. A little bit of a layback, a little bit of a Rio. That was a pretty big turn there. Is that going to change it? Will it be enough as we see Nikki Van Dyke hitting back at Holly? So score on the way there. It was a big turn. Will it be a 6.5?
Well, I want to see the replay because, you know, I just didn't get to see enough of it from that angle that the camera was. Let's see it now. Very interested. She gains a lot of speed, bottom turn. Oof. Wow, nice whip. Here it is. The judges like to watch this.
That was big.
And the hair, you know, the hair flick. It wasn't actually a hair flick. The kind of wave, the lip flicked the hair. And it was critical.
5.67.
Whoa.
So it's a good number and makes the requirement a little bit smaller. Now looking for a 5.44. So one manoeuvre and gets a big number there, Ock. But yeah, 4.5 minutes remaining. As you can see, Nikki Van Dyke with priority. Chase, the surfer in red.
If I was Holly, I'd be running. I would. It's just that time frame where she can't get away from her. She's going to try and have to settle her a wave. Geez, last night in Portugal, Rossi, I just want to talk a little bit more about that. I don't know if you like Ross Williams' commentary, but Ross came in for a heat, and man, that guy's a good commentator.
I think he's one of the best.
I think
Yeah.
if I was WSL, I'd have him on the big bucks.
Yeah.
And have him in commentary because, as an analyst, there's no better, and it's just so good. I just wanted to add that in there real quick.
I agree. He's really smooth and super knowledgeable.
Absolutely.
Unfortunately, though, he's got another job
coaching to do.
Yeah. What would you rather do? Coach John, Betty Lou, and Tatiana, or be a commentator? There's one for you.
Well, I can't coach, so it's commentary. I've tried to coach Jay, and I even was coaching him this event, and I think I kind of messed it up a little bit. Commentary.
There you go. We've got 3 minutes remaining, and here we go. Bit of a wave out the front. It looks like Nikki will utilise priority. Late takeoff, goes down. That was a good-looking wave there, Ock. But,
it was.
Got a little bit sort of out of position, trying to block the surfer in red. So here we go. This is the moment for Holly Williams. 5.44. Got the entire line up to herself. How are you feeling about that?
Yeah, I like it. I do. It's glassy. She's in a good spot. She's kind of on that left side of that rip that's kind of, you can just kind of see. I always like to stay on either side of that rip. You want kind of smooth water. And she's in the right spot for a right-hander. Yeah, so if a left comes, she's going to have to surf through that kind of rip, and it will be unstable, and it'll be harder to surf it. Here comes maybe a left. There is some kind of wave coming to her, Rossi, right now.
It's the left's just, for me, they're not that good at the moment at all. I'd nearly sort of avoid them at all costs, yeah. The rights, you sort of get a bit of a slingshot into them and get a couple of sections sort of coming at you rather than away from you. We've got 2 minutes remaining, just under. A 5.44 is the requirement for Holly Williams. We saw the live leaderboard a moment ago. We know she's got some work to do for Holly, so we'd love an opportunity.
Sitting down there in 9th. It's been a good year for her. I mean, she's in the top 10, but, it's all of these surfers dream to just crack that challenger, and it's been, a fair few events, not a lot of 5,000s, a couple in Indo, and this one, big one here. There'll be a couple months till they get back at it, back over in Indo, so time winding down, Rossi.
Yep, the final 60 seconds, so 60 seconds remaining. This is the final QS. It's a 5,000, so a lot of opportunity down here at Merida. And can only hope that Holly does get an opportunity. Here's a bit of a wave. Here we go, Ock, a good-looking right-hander, just grew. And paddling in, stroking to this one. Up and riding, one big section. Nice turn, but I don't think she hit it clean enough.
Body language was, I wouldn't, and maybe even try for the inside. Her body language wasn't good. She didn't feel good about that turn. She's not going to make this heat. And there goes Nikki over the backwash on a little victory lap there. So there she wrote. Rossi, Holly is going to have to go back at it next year and this year, at the later on in this year, and head back to that Asia region and have another go.
Because Nikki Van Dyke was just a little bit too good today, winning that one and booking a spot in the semi-finals. As we go to a quick break, then come back with more action, this time in the men's. It will be...
Holidays, I'm...
What's going through your head? You just look so composed. I feel like you never get nervous.
I was so nervous.
Ironman, outdoors, Ironman, whoa, toolbar, suspension, lights, roof rack, camping equipment, recovery gear, under Ironman Maitland, and under Ironman. I can't do two things at once, right?
Welcome to Sydney. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
Adam thought he'd never get Sarah camping. How wrong you were, Adam.
Wait!
The racecourse is not just a place to watch the horses thunder. It brings generations together to share memories and experiences that are close to our hearts and runs in our veins. Newcastle Racecourse, home is where the track is.
Welcome back to Finals Day here at Surfest 2024, presented by Reflections Holiday Parks. We've just established our semis in the Newcastle Racecourse Women's Pro, and now we're back into the Burton Automotive Pro to get some semis set here. And what a clash we have. Oscar Berry came into the event in that last qualifying position in 7th place on the Australia Oceania ranks, and he has continued to jump a couple of rungs on the ladder. Joel Vaughan also well positioned coming into this event, looking to go back-to-back this year after a huge win here at Surfest last season. Ronnie Blakey joined by Jackson Baker, who won the event in 2022. And, I mean, Jacko, you're recovering from a broken foot, but, mate, it's worked in my favour because I get to call a couple of heats with you here.
It's worked in my favour too, Ron. It's a pleasure to just be in here. I have been told that I can talk underwater, so I'm glad I'm putting it in a good use over some good heats. I'm really excited for this men's round. A few big heats, and I mean there's still a little bit on the line for a few smoky guys for the Challenger Series spots.
For sure, yeah. These two guys are looking very strong. Great clash to get things started. You look at their run through this contest so far. I mean, Joel Vaughan, he started with big numbers, huge scores, some of the best turns that we've seen in the contest so far to earn his place here. Oscar Berry, he had to grind his way through a couple of close heats, was scraping through in second position, got his first heat win yesterday, and man, oh man, he was pumped about it.
Yeah, he's been looking good, Oscar. He's just chipping away, and these are the events that happen sometimes. You just keep getting those last-minute scores, keep chipping away, and yeah, got that heat win yesterday. That heat was stacked yesterday. I think Morgs might have come in second, and it might have been Dakota and who else.
Look out.
Oh,
look
no.
at this big section for Jolly Vaughan.
My God.
And he has gone huge, big rotation. This guy, he has made a habit of dropping big airs in the jersey. He did it on the Challenger Series last year. And I think if you see his highlights from last year, you just left scratching your head going, how the hell is this guy not on the championship tour? But here he is on the regional QS and giving us an absolute stunning version of that big frontside rotation to kick things off here. How's the section?
That was such a tricky section. He timed it so well. Kind of got like great loft sideways. And then, I mean, there was backwash on that. There was everything else to be battling with. And I mean, we're not surprised Joel's stomping that. He stomps those things in his sleep. So, score, 9.7.
Bang. There it is.
Thanks
How
for
you
coming.
going? The number of the event. And, yeah, he is just deadly. Big individual turns. It has always been something that he's worked on. His dad was Vaughny, as we call him.
Vaughny.
He was chatting to Oki earlier on. His directive to his boys when they were coming through the ranks was just like, go big. Don't worry about falling. And both of them have those big moves on lock now. They've actually refined to their you know, their sort of traditional stuff as well. So they've got it all. A 9.7 to kick off the quarters. You're kidding. Oscar Berry, though, he's got big airs too. So this is shaping up to be a beauty.
I'm excited for this. You got two big boys, so to say, in the air game in the regional series. Like Joel starts like that, and I really like the air. But if I'm going to get really critical, to go 9.7 in the first heat of the quarterfinals, we're still Oscar in this heat. You got Dane Henry in the next one. Winter Vincent does big airs later.
You think they've gone a little high with it?
I feel they've gone a bit high.
Well, Oscar Berry chasing a section there, doesn't find it. Joel down the line. Yeah, I think he probably should have hit that section. Look at the conditions starting to improve. I mean, it's looking a lot better now than it did when we kicked off the Newcastle Racecourse Women's Pro earlier on with the quarters. And that's looking pretty promising out there at the moment. Nikki Van Dyke joins us. She's just made her way through to the semis. Congratulations, Nikki. And you're after the win here, and you're one step closer.
That's right, one step closer. Yeah, I think we're up to the semis now after that one. But waves are firing right now.
Looks fun out there. You know, a really, any finals day is going to bring some nerves, but your whole approach has just seemed very chilled throughout the event so far. Are you feeling the pressure at all today? Come on, be honest.
I mean, I think as soon as you say finals day, yeah, it definitely adds a little bit extra pressure. And I was talking to Ty earlier and getting like the points run down and what I need. And yeah, it keeps it really exciting though. It's I was actually a little bit nervous in that heat, but yeah, stoked to make it and got semis up next.
I do have to say your equipment's looked really nice through all kinds of conditions throughout the event. What are you on there?
Yeah, I'm on a little DHD number. It's my favourite board at the moment. It's a DNA. Thanks, Darren. Yeah, super fun. Love the colour as well. It's my little baby blue. Yeah, I think it's perfect for these kind of conditions as well. Like the wave, like when you get up, it's kind of like steep and then fat, and then yeah, it's bumpy a little bit, but yeah, this board's pulling through.
Need a good all-rounder.
Yeah, exactly.
Nikki, your wetsuit game is so on point. It is just looking that strong. You've been collaborating with a cool brand. Tell us a bit about that.
Yeah, it's been really fun. Been working with a Dutch company called Varleen. Yeah, I've been designing all their wetsuits and kind of helping them get their suits in the surf scene. So it's been super fun because I've been able to put my designs to fruition and actually be wearing them. So yeah, it's very fun, Ronnie. I love it.
Do you do one? You got one for the Rondog, or is there a male one, or anything, or is it strictly women's business?
It's strictly women's business, but I'm sure we can get you in one.
I reckon we could
squeeze into one of those ones.
We could definitely squeeze you into one, Ron.
Yeah.
No, they're looking fantastic. And congratulations. I know you've got a big goal in mind today. As we said, you're one step closer. All the best for the afternoon.
Thank you. See you later.
Look forward to it. Yeah, just over 21 and a half minutes to go, but make sure you check out those suits. Go to Nikki's profile on Instagram and follow the links. You'll find them. 21 and a half minutes to go. 9.7 for Joel Vaughan. We should queue up a replay of that air again because, I mean, the bar has been raised and Oscar Berry's going to have to jump over it. You think it's going to take
like quite literally as well, jump over it.
For sure.
I dare say he will go to the moon. This is a replay of, I think, Joel's 5. So a good little backup here. Nice little straight slob, little tap of the rail. I mean, if I did this, I'd be frothing. But for Joel, this is a pretty much just a credit card air. Pretty easy stuff for Joel. Still super nice.
When you say credit card air, you mean like you could just slide a credit card between his fins and the lip of the wave?
Yeah. Well, for me, that's a big air.
Yeah.
For him.
An air's an air.
Air's an air.
It's for some people. But, you know, that was probably more a bunny hop, you'd call it, for someone like Joel Vaughan. Let's have a look at the first move, though. First wave for him, loads up and just boomper. Drops a big
section,
one.
Big punt, as we hear it in slow-mo. Perfectly timed, great rotation. Gains a lot of area sidewards through the air. Just look at him. Easy as that. Super easy for Joel.
Covered a great distance. Just the control riding out of that one backwards. He didn't do the full rotation, but
doesn't need to.
He just kind of lingered in that sort of fakey position through the air for an extended amount of time, which just added to the impressiveness of the turn. But Joel, from just down the track, North Shelley, 20 years of age. I mean, still competing in the World Juniors. But, yeah, I mentioned it before. I think he had probably the best turns on the Challenger Series last year, like 2 of them. He's a force. He's a super talent, and I wouldn't be surprised to see him on the CT this year, graduating through the Challengers this year and into next year. But, you know, it's easy to kind of heap that sort of praise on someone as talented as Joel, but when you get to the Challengers, there's a lot of other great surfers and competitors there too.
For sure, 100%. But like you said, some of the manoeuvres he did on the Challenger Series last year, he did 2 at the Bolito Comp in South Africa, 1 humongous backside rotor. It was incredible. I think he might have done a big alley-oop in Brazil as well. It was at the final event of the year, which it's hard to go past John's alley-oop that he did in Bali at Karamis the other year, but Joel's live, sitting on the beach watching that unfold. I was calling it was the biggest error I've ever seen in competition. It was absolutely ridiculous, and the judges did not take like any bit of time to drop in. It was just 10, 10, 10, perfect 10. Thanks for coming.
Jacko, as a competitor, I think everyone's goal is to obviously compete and do your best surfing in the jersey. A lot of people are still working on finding that formula. Joel's just sort of always seemed to have it. You know, his younger brother Huey worked on a great edit this year. Was released this year, Nibbler. Love that. But you could piece together a section just from Joel's competition highlights.
Just Photoshop the Rashi out and clips galore. Or just leave the Rashi on even. Just call the clip Rashi.
It's funny though, because I think about competitors on the CT, and there's still a few surfers trying to find the magic and, you know, the ability to compete without feeling the restraint, that tight choke of the jersey, the competitive pressure. And, you know, Joel doesn't have it. So whatever he's got to do to get to the CT, I think once he's there, he could really cause some major upsets, because he's got those big individual turns that can match it with the title contenders.
Even his big combo turns as well. I think we put so much emphasis on Joel for his air game and big individual turns, but Joel on a big open wall like a Bells or a Margie's, I feel like he could definitely match it with the boys as well up on the. You call them the big boys up there, up on the CT. You're gonna get up there with the big boys, but I feel like he's definitely got that. You know what I mean? He's still young. I mean, you don't want to rush up there as much as that's the goal. I mean, you want to have a lot of experience and get up there and know that you can match it with those guys. And as we see, Oscar, looks like he's got a little section here. What's he got for us?
Oh, love it.
To
Just
the moon.
Exploding out of the pocket, losing his equipment there. But Oscar Berry, he has had a good run on this regional QS this year, a 3rd place finish at NIAS, some solid surfing there. He's always been a very well-rounded surfer. Looks like he's really started to fill out a little bit, getting a whole lot of power in those turns too now. But yeah, he had a great edit that he dropped this just last year too, from a bunch of sessions. Dan Scott put that one together, 21 and 23 was what it was called. And featured on stabmag.com, and got plenty of accolades.
Couple big airs in that one too. I actually, one of the ones, I think it might be the finisher air. It might have been a big, super lofty straight air. Pretty sure he did it up at Bluey's Beach of Foster on a trip with Connor O'Leary and Jarvis Earl. I actually watched that one live. It was crazy. As we just see Joel with a really nice backside turn there. I dare say, if you're going to get really critical there, Joel, probably didn't need to go that wave. With 14 points and 9 already on the board, one backside turn isn't going to better his situation. He's kind of giving Oscar an opportunity out of wave here, and Oscar's got priority. It looks like there's a big section here. If he can get a pump quick enough, he's in the pier.
Just a bit of viz on finals day.
There's viz and punt sections on finals day here at Surfest 2024. Are you kidding me?
Pretty good, isn't it? Yeah,
it's kind of turned on today. I mean,
it has,
a bit of rain this morning, as we see.
Yeah, it was gross through those first few quarterfinal heats, but it's cleaned up in a big way. This is, for me, still the guy that's moved through the rounds without breaking a sweat. up until this point. He's had a magic run through the contest. When he's under pressure, hasn't folded, just has been rock solid. So we'll see him take on another
you could almost
highlight reel, living, breathing highlight reel in Dane Henry. So that's going to be a good test. That traditional rail work of Morgan Siblick, the power and those just world-class combinations up against the absolute just, throw everything at it and see what sticks approach of Dane Henry.
You could almost go as far as that's a rookie and a vet heat. You could
big
almost, in that retrospect, Dane is a rookie to Morgan, so to say. Morgan being a Final Five surfer, previous Final Five surfer. A lot of time in the regional series, on the QS, on the Challengers. And I dare say this is probably one of Dane's first 5 stars, let alone quarterfinals. So, yeah, I'm excited to watch that one unfold. I feel like we already know what Dane's mentality is in that one. He'll be shooting high for the moon, and Morgs has definitely got that in his game. But I know that just when he surfs that many heats, he'll stick to what he does best. We've seen him get a 2-turn 8, 2-turn high 7 yesterday, or high 8. Just real simple surfing for Morgs, and he knows that when he does find the good wave out there and identify that, he just lay that rail. And but I'm excited to watch that one unfold. We got 13 and a half minutes left in this one, and then 30 minutes for that one, and then there's still another 2 banger quarterfinals to come up after that. So
we're treated today because we've chucked an extra 5 minutes on the clock. We wanted that for these form surfers. We wanted to see them get plenty of reps out here in this lineup, and it is Joel Vaughan at the moment under priority, looking to just up the ante. Still hasn't been able to better the 5. So just taking his chances on a couple of medium rides under Oscar's priority, but he's sitting out there in that position of priority. Oscar Berry just looking staunch as, knowing that he needs a pretty decent combination here. He's got 13 minutes to break this down with 2 scores, 14.7. You can get a little overwhelmed thinking about the near perfect 9.7, but if you just think about the heat score total, a couple of mid-range 7s and he's in front.
So that's 7-3 and a 7-4, or 2 7-4s. You're trying to, and I mean, if you look at what that kind of looks like, I mean, that's 2 big turns on a good wave, or doesn't have to be as big an air as Joel's. It can just be a really clean one on a nice section. So I dare say with 12 and a half minutes, there's still a lot more to unwrap in this heat, and I'm excited to see. There's probably, Oscar's been on the back foot a fair bit in this event so far, and we have seen him pull it out in those final minutes. So he's had the practice for it. This is probably the most important heat. I think he's already confirmed for the Challenger Series, so that weight's off his back. So yeah, I dare say this last 12 minutes will be very, very exciting. And Joel will be looking to better. He doesn't want to come in with a 9 and only a 5. I mean, he's still got a lot in the tank, and
Joel wants another excellent number for sure.
To lock it down.
We might endeavour to get the Australia Oceania ratings up at some point and see what kind of movement there's been. Joel Vaughan came into this one in 5th. Oscar was in that spot. We were saying it's like almost the scariest position to be in, Jacko, last time we were chatting. And we were saying 7th. Okay, you're in at the moment, and then you can't help but look over your shoulder. If you get overtaken or you fall out of the mix, you're so vulnerable. And Oscar's done so well to just hold his nerve in, high pressure situations. Look, and he's actually only jumped 1 spot up. So, they were really trying to make some ground up on the front runners. Joel Vaughan, he's up 1 spot as well. So they're really looking the goods now. I mean, with a lot of surfers just below them falling out of the mix, it's highly unlikely.
So cut Morgan out. Caius is up in 7th, so to say. And I did hear yesterday, I don't know how true this may be, but I think everyone from Oscar up is safe.
Yep.
And the final spot comes down to Winter Vincent and Caius King. And I think Winter has to go far.
Yeah.
Like finals, or a final or a win.
Oh, man.
Don't quote me on that. That's just what I've heard around the parts. But yeah, so we've got 2 people in contention for the 1 last spot, and only 1 guy's in the draw still. So it's in Winter's hands.
Yeah. Obviously no one's more deserving of the spot than the person that earns it on the last day of the QS schedule. Winter Vincent gets the job done if he can go all the way and he pushes Caius out. big props to him. He's delivered under pressure. Kais King, though, he has been plagued by injury the last couple of years. It's so good to see him put together a decent run on the QS this year. And, you know, you'd love to see him get the opportunity on the challenges. He's just always been such a phenom talent. I'd love to see him get that spot, but, you know, full credit to Winter and the way he's performed in this event so far. I mean, he's come from the outside that qualification story to give himself a good shot on finals day.
For sure. Just to be coming into this last event, I don't even know if Winter... I think Winter would have known there's a mathematical chance that he could make it, but, I mean, he probably knew that the further he goes, the better chance he's got. Just got to stay in the draw. And that kind of can be the best way to be, rather than, I know, coming in right near the cut line, needing 2 heats. You're kind of only thinking about those 2 heats. He's just got one goal in mind. It's as far as he can go as possible. I'm pretty sure a win will have him in that final spot. Yep. So it's in his hands. I think he's coming up in quarterfinal number 3.
Yep.
Against Ryatu Ito. I'm pretty sure. Do not quote me on that. But
Ryaru, yeah, he's going after the number 1 spot on the Asian ranks too, so plenty on the line for him as well. But yeah, you're right. Winters, you know, I think we've seen the mentality work in a competitor's favour here in the past, where you basically in your head you're going, well, it's got to be a win. Yeah. Nathan Hedge almost got it done. Yeah. There was no mathematics. It was like, okay, just get the W and we'll see what else happens. But Morgan Siblick making his way down to the water's edge here. There'll be a big turnout on a grey Sunday here at Merriweather from the faithful, the local board riders club. They'll be right behind him. You experience just the absolute just joy and satisfaction in becoming the first male Novocastrian to break through for a Surfest victory. Jacko, congratulations, mate.
If
I hadn't said it already.
Still feels good. I don't think much will beat that Sunday. It was probably one of the best days of my life. Yep. It was a very special day.
And the early hours of Monday morning were pretty good too.
Yeah, just sipping on nice ice cold waters and really behaving myself. But nah, it was one of those ones for the whole community. But I really do feel that the way Morgan has competed this event so far, and just his mentality and how relaxed he is. I mean, already having his spot on the Challenger Series, already being at the heights of the sport, coming back here. He's an adopted Merriweather Novocastrian, still born and bred in Angari, but we claim him down here, and he knows this beach off the back of his hand. And I mean, he's coming up against Dane Henry, a young air phenom. I still kind of feel like Morgs is the one to catch in this event. I feel like he's kind of this is his event to win.
Yeah, he's well seasoned, and he's in good touch at the moment. Here goes Joel, loading up, goes the rotation, just gets a little knocked there by that turbulent water exploding as he tried to complete the rotation. So doesn't improve on a 5, but he's looking very good at the moment as the clock has kind of worked against Oscar Berry. He hasn't been able to break combinations, so he's still looking for 2 rides. And, I mean, the story of the earlier rounds, we'll get back to that in a moment, as we see Oscar on a good-looking wall. Nice section standing up, needs to make it count. Beautiful turn there. Drives up into the second section, and he's throwing it away.
Wow, that was a big score gone begging.
That was
rush of blood on that end section. You just pushed too hard. That first turn was beautiful. As we see the replay, watch this. Bango. Just needed to get here and just almost went a touch high and let the fins go through the back. Just got to,
He had almost like a surprising amount of speed after he jumped over the section, and he, as you said,
look at this wave.
He just went a little high on that second turn, but that was a great start. He was on his way to not just breaking combination, but giving himself a really attainable requirement going into the last 6 minutes.
I dare say you stomp that. That's an 8-point ride. 2 turns. The judge has been loving 2 big turns. As we see Joel, he's got a ramp here on the inside.
Uh-oh.
Wow. That had so much loft. Is he going to...
Yeah.
I dare say that's incomplete, Ron. I dare say...
You've dared a lot this last couple of days.
I love daring. It is fun.
But
I love living life.
How far are you going to have to ride these things? He stomps that move and he rides the momentum of that whitewater for a period of time. I mean,
they're just so
Come on.
picky with the nose getting in front of the whitewash. It's just like we said, just seen there, 1 point ride just dropped in for Joel. It's just he just doesn't quite. It does. It's so hard though. It's. Look, he gets
Look
the
at
pot.
Look at this.
Zuz.
How high is that? That's like at least 4 feet.
And then see, he does stomp it there, but see,
look,
his nose never rides in
He's
front of the
riding and then he stands up again. Oh, I don't know, mate.
Imagine that. That'd be our best 1.23 of our life.
Yeah, well,
if I even did
it's
that.
crazy. If you did that on the shore break and ran out of water, you'd say, oh, yeah, you rode far enough.
Yep.
But then, like, just beyond the shore break, in pretty shallow water, they really do want to see you right on out. I think, probably in his head, he goes, yeah, that's a make. But the judges, they've been 50-50 with those kind of moves for a long time now. Probably going on 5 years, they've been heavily scrutinising those finishing turns. And you just have to get clear of that white water.
It's always touch and go. I've had a lot personally happen. I've watched a lot unfold, especially, and I think it's just getting that. It's even on the CT. There was that really famous one of Italo at Narrabeen the other year, in the Narrabeen CT, where probably 100% of Brazil thought he made it, but the judges didn't agree. They are very picky with that nose, staying in front of that whitewash.
Not just Brazil.
Probably the world as well.
A lot of fans around the world were kind of scratching their head at that one. But yeah, it's not something that it's not a new trend. You just have to really make it clear that you're in control and you're still with the wave. And the judges didn't think Joel was with that last one. In the context of the heat, it doesn't really matter too much because Oscar's still comboed, looking for a two-wave total of 14.7. So Joel's sweet at the moment, but that was potentially, a high 6, maybe even a 7 if he gets the completion there, and then it's really hard to turn this one around for Oscar.
Yeah, it's not a mistake now because Oscar fell on his one before, but dare say Oscar completes that two-turner.
Oh, yeah.
Gets in that high 7-8 range, pressure's back on, Joel falls there, mistake. Oscar's sitting out there needing only a 5 or a 6 to win this heat, but Joel's kind of got away with it there. Oscar, unfortunately, fell on that really good two-turn wave. He's out there, 2.5 minutes on the clock, needing 2 very solid scores. He needs to almost get a wave in this next 30 seconds to have any bit of a chance to resurrect this heat. As we see Joel on an inside one, this thing looks like it's got a nice little bowl here.
Scratching. His air game's very strong at the moment. He's got a pretty high make rate. And, unfortunately, that one just didn't back off enough for him to get to that ramp. But he is looking like he can go for just about anything out here at the moment. Like we've seen a slob. We saw the big, lofty punt deemed incomplete on a previous ride. But the 9.7 is how he set up this lead, this healthy lead. And we've got just under 2 minutes to go. And that's basically going to be the end of Oscar's campaign in this contest. But he's gotten the job done.
Job done, Oscar.
In moving up a spot and just maintaining his place in the draw and just keeping his nose ahead of those other competitors chasing him down on the ratings.
Tricky spot to be in, like we spoke about, coming in the event at 7th, right on that cut line. And, it's been in his hands and he's performed super well this event, probably as much as you want to go further in the event. But if someone said to him pre this event, you'll make the quarterfinals and you will qualify for the Challenger Series, I dare say you'd be pretty happy. So, job done, so to say.
Just walk straight to the, drop his rashie off, walk straight to his car and just have a good sleep. Probably hasn't had one in a couple of weeks.
Nah, it's been a busy few weeks for these lads. They've had a lot of regional QS events up and down this East Coast, chasing it around. And, the end of today will be the end of this part of the season. And then
new goals.
Top 7 will graduate up to the Challenger Series, and then the rest will look forward to those Indonesian 5-star events at Krui and Nias, which I'm actually kind of jealous about. That sounds really fun. I haven't been to Indo for a few years, so see if I can squeeze myself over there maybe. But I don't want to go over there and take points,
Nah, mate. Nah. You've done that before.
Yeah, I'm guilty for that.
Yeah.
But
this one's coming to a close.
Sometimes you got to do what you got to do, Ron. And someone hadn't.
You don't want to miss the opportunity to surf those lineups with hardly anyone else out there.
100%.
So 15 seconds to go here. Oscar's going to be making his way in. It was just too hard to turn this one around after Joel Vaughan went near perfect in the opening stages. His first ride, a 9.7, backed it up with the 5. And Oscar never really clicked. Couple of mistakes for him, but it's not going to hurt him too badly when you think about those regional ranks as he makes his way in here. And
Bingo.
wow, that's what he's capable of.
Where was that 15 minutes ago?
Yeah,
that was sick though.
He's a talent for sure. Can't wait to see him, you know, at that next level, testing himself against a truly international field. We'll take a quick break here. Finals day at Surfest 2024, presented by Reflections Holiday Parks. Morgan Siblick and Dane Henry are up next.
It's in all of us. That craving to feel new again. To see something new that will blow our minds. Or meet someone new who will change it. New South Wales. A place to feel free. To feel alive. And most of all, to feel...
Night's sleep was spent trying to look up relaxing wave sounds. Tonight's actual wave sounds.
Holidays, Ironman, outdoors, Ironman, whoa, Uber, suspension, lights, roof rack, camping equipment, recovery gear, Under Ironman, mate, and 100 Ironman. I can't do two things at once, Wait!
Effortlessly refreshing. Byron Bay Brewery Premium Lager. Go with it.
Welcome back to the show. Joel Vaughan getting the job done in the quarterfinals. He's through to the semis, looking to go back-to-back here at Surfest 2024. Overcoming Oscar Berry in that last heat and really kind of established that healthy lead in the opening stages of the clash. And Oscar had his opportunities but wasn't able to get himself back in that heat. So Joel will get set. And thankfully, he's riding his own boards because he lost his car keys this morning.
Really?
And his boards are all locked in his car. So
imagine if he was rocking down on one of Huey's.
He would have broken a window. He would have just smashed the window for sure. But yeah, he's looking deadly. I mean, just you can see what he's thinking, Joel Vaughan, and already in the first heat of the day for him, sticking a big 9.7 for a huge rotation. He's got to have his confidence soaring as we get set now for this next big clash of the day. Ronnie Blakey with Jackson Baker here in the booth, and we're excited about this matchup. You've got two very different approaches out there at the moment, Jacko.
Two very, very different. You could almost have said in the last heat, rookie and a veteran, Morgan Siblick, local boy, known for his power, big combos, and then we've got Dane, aerial phenom. I did hear him say earlier in the week he would love to stomp a backflip in this event.
Oh, I heard that.
Oh, so
yeah, if you didn't see some of the unbelievable free surfing moments that Dane collected just recently in the lead up to this event, go give him a follow on the Instagram and check it out. But at last count, up around 200,000 views. His big backflip that he executed. You can hear the Stradbroke Moose B Durbridge howling as he lands that air. But Dane Henry's air, it attracted the attention of the world's best surfers, people like Josh Kerr, Joel Parkinson, Tom Carroll, Chloe Andino, Jamie O'Brien commenting on that air. So he's marked himself as a an exciting talent. He's given us big moments in this event already, 9.5 for a backside rotor. And, he's sort of gone out there with that mindset in each heat. So, Morgan's going to have to beat his best if he's going to stick that rail in the water and try and out-surf Dane that way.
For sure. Those 2 airs, pretty sure he did 2 in the same session. He went out and did the backflip first, massive backflip, and then he went out after that and did a massive frontside full rotation as well.
How good's his sandcastle? Reflections Holiday Parks, obviously the
sick.
presenting sponsors.
I did see him chipping away at that yesterday, so it's a work of art.
Oh, the Groms are going to come down and just boot that thing into a million pieces. But that's beautiful. Really good job. Of course, Reflections right behind the event. 40 amazing venues and a lot of them coastal. Great places to visit with the fam. You can sort of take your camping experience to the next level at Reflections. Beautiful cabins, but also you can park your van there, set up a tent.
Swag on.
Whatever you're into. But, definitely worth scoping some of those locations. So no numbers for these two just yet. They're just out there just waiting for that opportunity, moving around. It's Morgan sort of holding the inside position if you're thinking about the rights. Keep in mind, though, Dane, his last big number came on the left, so that might be why he's sitting just a little further north of Morgs at the moment. He's not going to waste any time here. He's going to take this insider, and there's a bit of a steep wall to it, so he loads up, goes to that rail, pushes the board to the point of release. He's going to get a little finishing section here. Nice little turn there, so just a nerve settler for Dane Henry here.
It's a start. Actually, kind of held its size this way. It looks small off the takeoff. Nice little layback there, and he almost met up with his little left that was almost bigger than where he took off. A nice little second turn. I'm going to get super hypercritical there. It's could have definitely gone a bit harder on that second turn, especially with being in the quarterfinals up against Morgan Siblick. Morgan's a big lad, big turns, big boy, very strong lad. This first turn here, though, from Dane was nice, little layback carve, but I am very, I just wish he kind of pushed harder on that second turn. There was a bit of meat left on that, but first wave of the heat, 4.5, it's a start. I dare say that's not going to be in the totals at the end of this heat. It's a quarterfinal, big heat. As we see a big kind of set rolling in here, it looks like it might be swinging a little bit too north. But yeah, a 4.5, I don't think you'll be winning a quarterfinal at Surfest with a 4.5 in your tally.
Not when you're up against Morgan, but Morgs is just sort of remaining very patient out here. He's got the priority now, obviously thinking about a certain kind of wave. So he's had a patient approach to this one. But in the first quarterfinal clash here at the Burton Automotive Pro, we saw Joel Vaughan wasting no time, putting away a 9.7, Vaughnie. That's the way you want to kick off finals day, mate, when you're looking to defend your Surfest title. Well done.
Yeah, thank you. I was pretty stoked with that first one.
Amazing. It's sort of typically, people want to sort of spin that rotation as quick as possible. You kind of came down riding fakie. You just seemed to sort of be stuck in that position for a while, but you didn't look uncomfortable. How do you do it, mate? How do you do it?
I don't know. That one felt pretty weird. I didn't mean to do it like that. I just kind of hit the section in a bit of wobble on the top, and I don't know. I just kind of landed.
I love it. Tell us about what happened this morning, mate. Who hid your car keys? Was it your rival? Was it Oscar Berry? Did he hide your keys?
Nah, I hid it myself. Nah, I just was sitting down the beach watching the waves, and then just got up to go get my stuff. And then I got to my car and my keys were out of my pocket and I didn't know where they were, and I walked back down and couldn't find them, and then they were just under the chair I was sitting under.
Oh, perfect, mate.
Lucky.
Huge. Hey, big opportunity for you today. I mean, must have been a really proud moment for you, for your family last year breaking through for the win here at Surfest, but what about the thought? You're 2 heats away from potentially going back-to-back here in one of the biggest events on the schedule.
Yeah, I've been thinking about it since the first heat. Would just be really sick to go back to back, and yeah, that's what I'm looking looking forward to do.
Yeah, you always have amazing support from North Shelley, mate. The crew up here in force on finals day to cheer you on.
Yeah, there's a bunch of crew down there supporting me, and yeah, it's really sick that it's super close to home and everyone drives up and supports, and yeah, it feels really good when I'm about to paddle out for a heat and everyone's just there supporting and cheering me on.
Mate, well done, not just on your success in the event, but where you've elevated yourself to on the regional ranks too. You're going to be sweet, you're going to be on that Challenger Series. It's got to feel good to get another shot at it.
Yeah, it feels really good to get back on the Challenger Series and yeah, have another shot. Just would like to get some good waves at Snapper, and yeah, I'm pretty excited for the year to come.
You seem excited, mate, and we're going to let you go because you've got to get set for a huge semi-final clash, so best of luck this afternoon.
Yeah, thanks heaps.
Jolie, good luck.
Thanks.
Joel Vaughan, he's on a heater. He's been dropping big numbers, Jacko, on his road through to the semis so far. He's going to need to keep them coming because it's not going to be decided with mediocre scores, this contest.
No, he's getting closer and closer to that back-to-back title. I don't know too much about the stats on who has gone back-to-back or if any have gone back-to-back, but I dare say it's not an easy thing to do. I mean, he won last year. He's in the semi-finals this year. Even that's an accomplishment in itself, as we see a replay of Morgan.
Yeah, Morgs finally tapping into a wave that's got a bit for him to work with. And, I mean, this is going to come through at a pretty mid-range score, you'd think, but there's just a few little details to pay attention to in this guy's approach. Just the way he whips that board vertically really makes something of kind of nothing section. So he is just on the juicer there, just working the flesh out of the orange and just juicing it for all it's worth.
Yeah. Give him a lemon, he'll make lemonade, that lad.
Yeah.
Hey, look at the legs on him.
Yeah.
Built like a brick.
He'll
Big.
put like
he's a big boy. Solid fella.
garnish on the rim of the glass too with
Yeah,
the lemonade.
It'll
He'll make it look really pretty.
It'll look like a margarita without the grog in there.
4.83 for Morgan, so it is the best number of the heat so far. And back to live action. He's picked off a little left bowl here. Nice, clean combination there on the outside. And
really
it's funny,
nice.
he has less room to work those turns together, but I think he turns in a better score with this one. It just seemed like he was able to really get that board on rail a bit quicker.
First turn was beautiful, and to just have that quick transition straight up into the second, hard, tricky section, and yeah, would love to get a replay of that. That first turn was crispy.
Just a little bit more flow between the two turns. So even though, you know, it's probably a quarter of the distance that he's travelled compared to his last ride, just was able to get to work, had the speed generated from the wave. It had a bit more,
Here it is.
bit more push to it.
Zuz. Huge first turn there, and got it up there so well, so late.
717.
717 under priority. The vet.
Yeah,
You can't give him an inch. Not in these conditions. I feel like, I mean, for Dane, has been quite young. Probably first really big heat in one of these QS 5000s. I dare say he wasn't close to Morgan there, but that wasn't a blocking wave. I don't think he would have blocked. Morgan kind of created that. So
yeah,
Dane's definitely, I know he did a big backside rotation yesterday. His specialty is definitely his front side in his airs, and I feel like that's where he's looking today. And Morgs has a really strong backside snap, and he's just pulled that out and nothing. We said give him a lemon, he'll make lemonade. He definitely made lemonade, and probably a bit of coconut around the rim of the glass on that one, and
little umbrella.
Yeah, a little umbrella off the edge.
But yeah, it's been in the eyes for me. But between these two competitors, Morgan's just looks so focused. You know, he's been to the top 5. He's challenged for a world title. So for him coming back to this regional QS, you know, there's an expectation to get the win.
Yep.
And as he's moved through the rounds, while he's been, you know, he hasn't been unhappy. He's been looking super focused and confident. It's just process for him at this point in time, whereas Dane Henry surfing in, you know, one of the biggest comps he's ever probably been in, he's had a bit more of that kind of like, he's awestruck, he's progressing through. Of course, you want to enjoy these moments. He's right where he should be. But, yeah, Morgs is sort of just seems destined for an event final.
Yep.
Whereas Dane has kind of really got to, not settle on where he's at in the draw at the moment and stay in the mix, stay focused on getting quality waves away from this vet, as you referred to him.
Sure, we have a few of the local crew down here. Jai Kelly, Cade Kelly, Ollie Reisenbeck, Emily Burke and Falud Toll. That's the local. And Angus Owens behind Jai Kelly. So
that was awesome seeing Cade surfing the event.
Yeah, 12 and ripping. Made his first heat. We just had Julian on screen as well just before. He looked like he was... I mean, you could kind of say Julian was giving Winter Vincent a little bit of local knowledge. I'd say we can kind of give that to him now. He's been living here long enough. He does surf this beach a whole lot. And
he's won the event too.
Won the event. He's got a lot of knowledge. Ex-CT competitor.
Mate, he's just got a huge throbbing surf brain, Julian Wilson.
I dare say, I still think he would be up there competing with those lads. He still has it in him, but turning his career elsewhere, starting his business, Riviera, and
starting to sponsor some Groms too, which is cool. Getting behind some emerging talent.
Yep.
Which is awesome to see. But yeah, good mate of mine, a photographer over in Indo, Nate Lawrence, said he's been on a few free surfing trips with Julian recently, and said that as far as airs go, he's still one of the best. He said his mate rate's incredible.
It's crazy.
Maybe no one goes higher.
Nah, he goes higher. He doesn't.
Yeah, he's still got it.
Still got it. I think they just got off a boat trip in the Mentor Islands. He took a bunch of his Riviera-sponsored athletes from around the world, and yeah, I got a word from Manning Gregory, a local lad here. As we see Morgan, another big two-turner.
Oh!
Wow.
He's kind of still battling the whitewater there. Just
battling that.
Just kind of went over the hangers and lost
was
balance.
Nice. First turn was sick.
Yeah, he wanted to get rid of that 4.83. He's really trying to put the heat on the Grom here. But yeah, it was just a little disconnected that second turn. So not sure where that's going to fall on the scale. What kind of credit will he get for that first move? Almost kind of cut it short in order to get that second turn in. And, a great shot here of the event side at Merriweather. The comp's been staged at different beaches around Newcastle, but this has been its home now for some time, and it's delivered in a big way once again. We've had quality conditions and the right amount of swell. I mean, it was very onshore this morning. It kind of made it tricky, but it's cleaned up quite a bit. We've started to see some bigger numbers drop as a result.
Good to see God's Country turning it on once again. Had the beautiful weather during the week, and then now we got a bit of rain. We're dealing with it, but today's conditions are still so fun, so rippable, clean as. Beautiful, beautiful day down here. A little bit overcast, but we're not complaining. Hopefully that rain holds off, and as we get closer to the finals and crown a champion, we will be all fired up, and all the locals will get down here. I think there's already a few.
Yeah, I think they're looking for Charlie Vaughan's keys, but
they
might not know that he found them already.
Yeah. Should we? I'll probably better go hobble down there after this heat when I'm off and let them know that they're cleared.
Yeah. That was how Jackson Baker funded his Challenger Series campaign the other year. He was down here with his metal detector with the crew on a Sunday morning.
Yeah. It was me and a few of the lads, and I just gave him a cart. It was actually, anyone out there looking to fund their Challenger Series, it's
profitable.
It's profitable. I mean, don't have much left, but yeah, I kept chipping away. But it's some big days, Big days.
Yeah, our competitors are out there, they're looking for big points. That's what they're looking for, but quality sections. But yeah, Morgan not able to replace his 4.83 on that last ride. Not far off, 4.07. Dane Henry's a little off the pace at the moment, but we know what he can do. We know he can stomp some of the biggest airs of any competitor in the draw, as we see Morgan just throwing the layback jam there. He's given us some glimpses of his variety throughout his run in this contest. Winter Vincent on screen, making his way down for quarterfinal number 3. Just on 10.5 minutes to go. We do want to send a big shout out once again to Burton Automotive, celebrating 20 years of partnership here with Surfest, but Kim and his team have 60 years of automotive experience with brands like Maitland and Port Stevens Toyota, Hunter GWM, Port Stevens GWM and Hunter. 4x4. And Jacko, you're part of the Burton team, which is nice.
Lucky enough. Very, very lucky.
How good.
Get to drive around a brand new GWM tank. Thing's a beast.
Nice.
Very lucky. Yeah, I'm very lucky to have their support. I mean, they've always supported Surfest, and they're very lucky that they support a lot of us local surfers. And I know there's a few years there where I probably wasn't able to get to events without their support. So
Awesome.
I thank Kim and Janine and the whole Burton family and everyone at the dealerships for all their support. I mean, without them, a lot of us guys from this local area wouldn't be able to do what we do. So very, very grateful for that.
If you're in the market for a new set of wheels, visit Kim and the team at Burton Automotive. 9.5 minutes remaining here in quarterfinal number 2. The winner between Morgan Siblick and Dane Henry is going to take on Joel Vaughan in semi-1, as we see competitors making their way down for that third quarterfinal. Ryaru Ito, he's going after the number 1 spot on the Asian qualifying ranks. Winter Vincent, he's after a huge finish in order to make a late charge towards the Challenger Series.
Yep. Big heat this next one. Big heat. Then we've got Mikey Madonna and Bodie Williams in the last one. So another cracker to finish off this men's quarterfinals.
Great lineup here on finals day on both the Burton Automotive Pro side and also on the Newcastle Racecourse Women's Pro side. Really stacked fields, and big shout out being sent out to everyone who took part in the event. We know for some people it was a heartbreaking contest. They fell short of making that top end of the ranks and getting themselves onto the Challenger Series, but they contributed to a fantastic week of surfing. So cheers and all the best as you get back on that queue.
Back on the grind.
Yeah.
It's called the grind, but we love it. It's just called the queue grind, but
well, it's
grind doesn't sound good, but we enjoy everything we do. We're so lucky to be able to do what we do. We live the dream, as we see Morgan here laying back.
373 for this one. Yeah, I think it at times it's kind of had that grindy sort of feel to it, but with the schedule, co-sanctioned events, the schedule's just unbelievable. There's high quality waves on the schedule now. The opportunity to compete in Indonesia, some of the other countries around Asia, Taiwan, that had amazing surf. There was a really cool event in South Korea and in a wave pool where it actually snowed during the contest.
Yeah, it looks so cold, that event. I actually clicked in for a few heats there.
The pool's heated though. That's the best
pool
thing.
looks so sick, but it didn't. Snowing and surfing doesn't sound that fun at all. As we see Morgs trying an air of his own.
I think it sounds incredibly fun. Snow and surf.
Maybe we've got to try it. Anyone listening out there can hook me and Ron up with that. I'll come ride a boogie board for a bit because I can't really go standing up.
Nah,
I'm all
laid out at the moment.
I'm all laid out.
In your moon boot?
Booted out.
How much longer are you in the boot?
I got a pretty big specialist appointment this week. On
scans.
Wednesday, I got a scan tomorrow, and then a bit of news on Wednesday from the scan. So hopefully, I think originally I'm only looking at another 2 weeks like this. Hopefully, should start to be able to do some weight bearing exercises. I've been completely off it for 6 weeks now, so hopefully everything's looking good and I can start doing some weight bearing and get some rehab implemented back into my routine.
Yeah.
And I'm still training and that and everything, but yeah, to be able to just get back on this left foot and just get one step closer back to being surfing and back for snapper, that's kind of just my goal.
Yeah, you're going to have, here we go. This is Dane Henry making his move. Big section here. Throws the rotation and sticks it. That's just what he needed with 6 minutes to go. He's going to chip away at the requirement here. He needs a 7.5 to turn the heat. I think it's going to be very close. So we'll see. I mean, we knew it was going to be a fun heat to really draw some comparisons because Morgan was likely going to stick his rails deep into the wall of these waves and Dane was going to take flight. So waiting on the numbers to come through, and it is going to get him out of trouble here. 6.93. He doesn't jump into the lead, but the requirement now just a 5.08. 5.5 minutes to go. It's on in a big way. But Jacko, you're going to have to get deep into that that rehab, that physio, because you got one leg that's going to look like it belongs to Mr. Universe, and the other's going to look like it belongs on a bin chicken.
Yeah, I got one. This one poor left leg's looking a little bit malnourished, but once I'm able to do that rehab and stuff like that, I'll probably have to be told not to do too much, because I want it after not using it for so long. I'm so excited just to be able to. I think it just puts things back into perspective as well. Like, I don't think you really take walking for granted, but when you're hopping around on crutches and stuff like that, you're like, oh, this isn't that fun. So as we see Morgan blocking Dane on a nice little wavy, huge first turn.
Massive first turn and a big combination here. That's that more traditional stuff that we were talking about. He does it so well.
What's Dane got for us here?
Well, Dane is going to go to the sky and he's going to hang on to this air. Bit of recovery time required, but he's got another big section here and he goes hard again, whips everything into it. You've got to love the approach. It's foot to the floor for Dane Henry.
Wow.
But I think that Morgan's going to drop a big number here. That's
8+.
That was quality stuff.
I said it earlier in the event. I put my dad's house on it. I'm going to do it again because I can play with it.
Your dad would be stoked. Yeah,
that's
you're playing with house money.
That's 8. Yeah, that's 8. That's 8. Every day of the week. Easy money there for Morgs. Light work for the big boy. That was identified a really good wave there, and that first turn had that great spark out of it. And then just to even risk it with a layback, he could have just safety surfed it and just done a nice snap, but to push that layback, wow, look at this thing coming in. We've got a few 9s dropped.
It's so interesting because Dane had the opportunity there to really steal the spotlight and kind of zap a bit of the electricity or soak some of the electricity from Morgan's ride if he made that final turn, but he didn't. But have a look at this.
He's in the pit, though.
He's locked in. Can he punch his way through the curtain? He doesn't.
Morgan's last, though, 8.83.
Yeah.
We called it. Big score.
Yeah,
8+.
He's been this way on his run through this contest. He's had a steely nerve and a lot of focus, and he wants the win here today. Just a really undeniable combination there, and
nice
a
heat
big
total of the
score.
day so far.
Yeah, 16 points. Excellent stuff.
So we had Joel Vaughan in the first one go to the air for 14 points, and Morgan's gone out there with more of a traditional approach and just kind of just bashed it. That was a really, really good combo there, and I feel like even at that part of the heat, he probably could have held it back a little bit on that second turn and just kind of done another turn like the first one, but he went for the throat, and he's done very well there.
I mean, Dane Henry's approach, I haven't minded it at all. But if you are going to take the to the air, you still need to do a high quality version of that move to get a score that's going to match what Morgan's throwing at us here. And I think even on his previous ride, that the big tail blow with the recovery time, it was a bit too much recovery time, and obviously didn't finish the second turn. But he's living and at the moment dying because of that all-out approach. But he was always going to be up against it if he tried to out-surf Morgan in Morgan's style. I think his best chance is the exact approach that he's taken. Just hasn't paid off for him yet.
For sure. And I think it was a bit unfortunate there during the middle of this heat. It did kind of go a bit dormant, a bit slow, not a lot out there, and didn't give Dane a lot of time, a lot of opportunity. He did well to identify that 693, nice little rotation, got himself back in the heat, and at that point, he was in the heat. He was only needing a 508. Morgan has priority out back. Best wave of the heat comes through. Bit of veteran stuff there, bit of big boy stuff there, and just kind of just surfed that. He just surfed the wave to what it had. It was a really good wave. It was probably one of the better two-turn waves I've seen all morning, and just stamped his authority within the first turn and even more in the second turn. And I know Morgs doesn't show a lot of emotion, but you could tell there's a bit of a puff up, a bit of a stand up there as we see him block Dane on this one. Let's see if Morgs can do an air of his own. Huge oob.
Wow.
Wow.
Plenty of flight, but that one's not going to go into the top two, obviously. Just under a minute remaining here. I feel, too, that when we rocked up this morning, saw that onshore kind of was still puffing through the early hours of the morning. Dane Henry's chances in conditions like that against Morgan might have been a little better.
For sure.
Just because, I think he's got an edge over Morgs when it comes to taking flight. But
for sure,
as things cleaned up, Morgan's chances improved out of sight.
I dare say that last one Morgan blocked Dane on. If he got that section, that 9.07 would have been easily attained. So a great block there from Morgs. You even seen Morgs get lofted out to the moon. So I dare say it would have been scary to see what Dane would have done on that section. So a great block from Morgs. Dane's last-ditch effort here, netting a 9.07.
Look, he knows.
Hats off to him, though. Ron A. was, as a young fella coming in, QS 5000, I know a lot of guys that lost early in this event would have loved this result.
That was the backflip that he promised us.
He did one.
He did one.
There we go.
This guy's, like I said, a living, breathing highlight reel. In the lead up to the competition, he blew our minds. In this event, he's blown our minds. He is going to be one to watch once that regional QS gets back underway later in the year. But it's Morgan who gets the heat win here in the quarters and moves on through to the semis. And let's see who's going to stop this man. He looks unbeatable at the moment. We've got one more big quarterfinal clash coming your way, or two more, I should say. And we can't wait to watch them unfold. Stay with us. You're watching Surfest 2024, presented by Reflections Holiday Parks.
The racecourse is not just a place to watch the horses thunder. It brings generations together to share memories and experiences that are close to our hearts and runs in our veins. Newcastle Racecourse. Home is where the track is.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all. And feel new.
Adam has taken a few losses at work this week. A loss out here, a little easier to take.
Wait! Holidays, Ironman, outdoors, Ironman, whoa, Uber, suspension, lights, roof rack, camping equipment, recovery gear, under Ironman Maitland, and under Ironman. I can't do two things at once, I
That's me. We got out. I love you, Dad.
300 kilometers to your destination. No beds for Michaels. Get to the Royal.
And welcome back to quarterfinals action down here at Merrow the Beach Surfest 2024, presented by Reflections Holiday Parks. As you can see, Morgan Siblick down there on the beach just got the chocolates there. Matt Hoy, 16-point combo, pretty decent performance from Morgs.
Yeah, that's a huge score. One of the best of the event so far. To do it in the quarterfinals, good lead up for the rest of the day, that's for sure. Good confidence boost.
Particularly coming up against Dane Henry, who was scary to deal with, right?
Yeah, and he's been ripping all week, and you know what he can do in the air, so it was good. Morgs, boys said, I only saw a couple of waves, but more traditional approach. No aerials, but...
As we see, this is Winter Vincent going for a big
there you go.
air reverse. Pretty solid surfer there from Winter, and I think he liked it. Score's getting locked in, 6.17, so a good opening ride there for Winter Vincent. Of course, coaches with Mick Kane up there on the Gold Coast. Yeah, one of Caney's boys, and Caney manages him and coaches him. You know Caney.
Yeah, I know Caney.
Bloody legend. He might be one of the rare guys that has just ridden the same board forever as far as shaper. I think he's riding Dalbergs for the last 20,
still
30. Yep.
Sick though.
Still rides them.
Why wouldn't you ride a Dalberg? One of the
cool.
best shapers
in
the world.
But yeah, Winter Vincent doing really well this morning, 6.17. What have you been up to? Have you been watching a few heats, Hoy?
No.
Not yet?
I just watched a bit of Morgs, he saw a couple of waves. And then I bit on the telly this morning, but just been cruising. staying out of the rain. It's a bummer the rain's here because the waves are pretty fun. There's actually some good waves off the ladies.
Is there a
I
couple?
reckon a bit higher tide. There's going to be ladies to rocks couple on
Really?
the right set. Yeah. So keep your eye on it. I think it'd be a lot easier than down there to pick for us anyway. Maybe not for for Morgs.
These guys are a bit different.
Yeah,
to the old
these
fellas,
guys.
though.
Yeah.
You can see Dane Henry and Morgan Siblick. Bit of a handshake there. I'm sure Dane, we spoke to him yesterday after he made a couple of heats. He's already thrilled. So I can't imagine
Was he?
Dane Henry will be
Angry?
You remember having a chat to him?
Yeah, he was stoked.
He was pretty stoked.
Yeah, he was.
So I can't imagine he's too disappointed to, he got a semi down here in a 5,000.
Yeah.
That's a pretty
Quarter.
good achievement. Oh, sorry, a quarter in
Yeah.
in a
But
5,000.
Yeah, that's good, eh?
Mm.
Was he anywhere near?
I think he might have had to win to sort of rattle the cage, but
And Morgs, like you're competing against a XCT surfer, So
the funny thing with that tactic of doing airs, it's like
look at this wave.
As we see,
Oh,
it win. Yeah, that tactic, you can either get 20 points or 2 points.
Yeah.
And sort of that was kind of in the end he did get a couple of scores together, Dane Henry, but if he made a couple of those big airs he went for, he was going to get massive numbers and probably would have been a lot tighter. Sort of story.
It's all or nothing, isn't it? Really, the aerial thing.
Yeah, for sure.
You could tap away at it, like even though Morgan didn't tap away, he was charging but old school. Oh, I've just missed the front of his board there. Need more wax up the front. How's the way they wax to the nose these days too?
Yeah, no, it's crazy. So you can land big airs any part of the board. Tall fella, Winner Vincent, must be about 6'2", one of the sort of taller surfers. It's going to really help him as he sort of, makes the progression through Challenger Series to CT. I think it's really handy being a big boy on the CTs. We see a nice left-hander here for Winter Vincent. Want to finish it off.
Nice. That looked like it was going to be a good right, actually, when he first took off. I thought he was going to go right.
Maybe a little deep?
Maybe. Have a look when they show the start. At least there's waves. I think he's going to improve all day today too. The swells, there's a long period of south swell in there somewhere. And it's sort of just showing itself, but really slowly. And as the tide comes in, I think it'll pick up, and I'm sure the waves will get better too. It's dead low now. The tides aren't very different though today. It's only like a 0.7 to a 1.2. So it's not going to change that much. But I reckon on these banks, it'll get heaps better.
It's night and day better than compared to this morning.
Is it?
Oh yeah, this morning it was horrible. It was
howling.
It was howling. It was really rainy. It was proper on shore.
Look at this right.
This is where he's done some damage.
Oh
gosh.
Yeah. Oh wow! If he had got another one in there, thought he was going. That looked like he was going to bowl out that right. That was a good first turn though.
We had a great chat to Riaru yesterday after he came in, finding out that he's made
that was good, wasn't it? He was stoked too. That was 2 interviews in a row we did.
Yeah, he was really good. He's been really impressive. So this heat's a beauty.
Watch this turn. Look at this wave. Bowled out for him. Watch this turn. Wow.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, that was really good.
Does he make that? I think is that complete? Is that complete or incomplete?
I reckon it's complete.
I think there was a wave in the Joel Vaughan heat, and he did a big air, and he did make it, but he just fell off a little too premature, and they said incomplete. I have a feeling it might be similar for
the
last wave. I could be wrong, but getting to work, another nice snap there. Yeah, it looks like it. I think it was incomplete.
Oh, Luke Egan style backhand 3-0.
Old school.
Old school. That was sick. Wow, he surfs good, eh? Good style. Attacks the lip. Good to see.
Yeah, really powerful.
Yeah.
He's been one of the sort of surprise packages down here at Merida this week. Pretty small little wave, but got really tight in the pocket there. This is what you're talking about.
Yeah.
The little. Is this something like Luke Egan used to do back in the day?
Yeah, always. He's probably the.
Do you think the judges ever scored those 360s?
Yeah, maybe. Back in the day, they wouldn't score this one, I don't think, though. Well, here it goes if we see it at the end. Little layback, too.
He's taking it back to the 80s.
Look, just threw it in. I like it. Through the tail.
Yeah, it was cool. The replay made it look a little bit better.
Yeah, because you could see the fins coming out for sure.
Yeah. So it was a 4.33 for the Winter Vincent left-hander, so a decent backup score. It started pretty strong.
Well, they said he didn't make that maneuver.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, yeah. Really low score.
Yeah.
So it was a 1 for...
Yeah, wow.
And I think if he rode that maneuver...
Just went straight.
Rather than go for the second, it's probably a 6.
Yeah, well, that's...
That's where you don't really agree, I
Yeah.
guess. Anyway, well, Morgan Siblick, he did a great job this morning getting a total of 16 points, and he joins us now. How are you, Morgs?
Yeah, boys. Pretty good. Happy with that performance. It's pretty fun out there, but it's kind of hard to find them, so I was stoked to get a couple.
Mate, coming up against someone like Dane, you'd be lying if you're not a little bit nervous, because you've seen his Instagram, you know what he can do above the lip.
Yeah. I was a bit tripping out there. He's pretty much like a walking highlight reel. So I saw him do that massive one that he just fell on, and I knew that was going to be his game plan. And I watched Oscar in the previous heat kind of just like fall a bunch of times, and if he had to just put up 14 points, he would have got through. So I just kind of decided to stick to my guns and just post a score. And if he makes one, he makes one, and if he doesn't, he doesn't. And yeah, lucky he didn't.
You're looking pretty comfortable at the moment. Anything to do with all that coaching you've been doing up at the HBC?
Yeah, a little bit. I went to the ISAs as well, and Botsy and B Durbich over there as the coaches, and been doing a bunch of stuff with them at home as well in Oz, and yeah, it's been pretty sick, making me feel comfortable, just staying on a good program and having a good time.
Mate, we know you live up there now. Does this week sort of make you question your decision to race up the coast? Do you want to come back here? Do you want to move back into a town with Hoyo and the boys?
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah, I know. Every time I come back, it makes me like miss it more. But it's always sick when we get to come back into town and see all the boys and hang out. And yeah, it's always a good time in Newey, that's for sure.
And what's the plans for you over the next few weeks, mate?
Well, I'll do this, and I'm going down to Bells. I think I might have just got the call up for the event there. So
actually into the main event?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, sick Morgs.
Come on, try to join Hoyo with the girls.
So that's official, is it?
Oh, that's sick.
You're in?
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, that's epic.
Yeah, got the message last night.
Yeah, that's epic, mate.
Yeah.
It's always fun down at Bells.
Yeah, it's going to be sick. I'm frothing.
You look filthy, though. Are you really happy? Give us a big smile.
I'm happy. I just haven't had a coffee this morning, so I'm just like...
You know what? We'll send Jackson Baker down to get your coffee so you can get ready for the semis. How's that sound?
Yeah, let's send him down on his crutches.
Yeah.
Unreal, mate. Yeah,
keep
good
the
luck.
rolling, Morgs.
Yeah, cheers for that, lads. Have a good one.
See you, mate.
See you soon.
Love you, Morgs. Into the semis. And
how good.
Yeah, he's looking really good.
Into Bells, too. How good's that?
You know
That's
what?
huge.
I was with Jackson last night, and he got a message, and he got invited as well, but he's got the broken foot.
Oh.
So he just said no.
Do you reckon Jackson got on before Morgs?
Not sure, but unreal for Morgs. Big turn there from Winter Vincent. Lip line sort of snap floater.
So good.
Yeah.
He could rattle some feathers down there. Rattle
Absolutely.
some cages. What is it?
Well, we've seen Morgan surf at his best when I think there was no pressure, you know.
Yeah. And there'll be no pressure down there.
Exactly. Yeah, he'll be a horrible draw.
Yeah.
So that's awesome.
At the bowl or at Winky.
Yeah.
Winky probably even more.
Nice replay there from Winter Vincent, a nice left-hander. I believe that was a 5.33. Nice surfer on the back end there. But yeah, that's really exciting news for Morgan Siblick. I love when you're sort of leading up to a CT and you start seeing the news of the wild cards or the replacements. And to hear that Morgan's there, yeah, it's a good one. Score on the way there for Winter Vincent. I believe that was the 5.33. It was that one manoeuvre wave. So great surfing there from Winter. Out in front at the moment.
Right out of that one.
Yeah, he did.
Well, that's what you're saying. That's what the Japanese kids should have done. Maybe just go straight after it. Straight in like that.
And I think it was probably going to be a bigger number.
Yeah.
And,
but I thought he calmed down. He was just ready to do another turn.
Here we go. Good looking wave here for Winner Vincent. Up and riding once again. He's been busy in this one. Racing down the line. Couple of turns there. Now he's been a frequent member of the Gold Coast. Does live there on the Northern Beaches, the Manly zone, but he's always chasing swells up on the Gold Coast with Dan Scott, surfing with Jai Glindeman and the crew. Macy Callanan a lot.
Good first snap there. Slid the tail. Just gets a little stuck there. He could have nearly floated that bit and gone to the next bit.
Yeah, I agree. The first turn was great. The second term, it just didn't work out. I don't think the way he would have liked. First turn looked unreal. That board's looking good. Right, a Matt Biolis. Not exactly sure what model it is, but looking really nice. He used to do a whole lot of charity work, Winner Vincent. Waves for Water.
Oh, that was a pretty sick turn, the second one, actually.
That
looked
angle
better.
was a bit better.
Looked a bit different from that other angle.
Yeah, Winner used to travel around all through Indo and provide fresh water for a lot of communities. I know he did a lot of stuff over there in Sumba.
Yep.
Yeah, this was at maybe 12 years old, I think.
Really?
Yeah.
Good on him.
No, his mother really helped him sort of...
With the Surf
set
8
things up.
stuff or different?
Different, but he probably did do stuff with Surf 8 eventually. But yeah, he's just always been a real...
giver.
Yeah, a planeteer. Do you remember that show?
The
Captain
what?
Planet?
No.
You didn't watch cartoons. Oki used to watch cartoons, so I thought you might too.
I used to watch cartoons too. Not that one though.
Yeah, but yeah, he's been really a real role model, Winter Vincent.
Yeah, that's good. Good on him.
And now he's sort of stepping up the competitive game and trying to make a mark and make the CT.
He's in though, right? He's already qualified.
No, he's not.
Oh, no.
He has to get a huge result.
Really?
Yeah, a huge result.
Okay.
Maybe a win. I believe it's out of him and Kais King to get the last spot, I've been told. He's looking like he wants it, though. That was better. Oh, gosh. That
Good
was what we
surfing.
wanted. That's the best score of the heat, without a doubt. He looked fired up then, didn't he?
Yeah, didn't he? After that last one, maybe he's like, all right, get fired up here. The waves look pretty fun if you get them, eh?
It's perfect for these guys.
Yeah, perfect for these guys, exactly.
I love that combo. Saw prior to his heat, he was talking to Julian Wilson.
Here it is again.
Jules was giving him some confidence.
Good little wave, good first snap, really fast and crisp. And a layback. Board looks, like you said, board looks really good.
I'd go huge with that number.
You'd go huge.
Yeah, I think that's excellent surfing for me. Might be a little under because the wave might not be quite there, but oh gosh, that was great.
Yeah, it was on a small wave, wasn't it? Not a set wave, but it hit the bank better anyway. He's going to go again here, is he?
Been busy. What's he had?
Has
6
he?
waves.
Yeah.
7 waves.
Yep.
So
Half
score
an hour's a
coming through.
long time.
Did you
In a
like long
heat.
heats? I'm sure you did though, because you can cruise a little bit. Or what was your sort of take?
No, 25 was good, I reckon. 20 wasn't enough. Half an hour was too long. Depends where you were, too.
At the Bells, you'd want 2 hours.
Yeah, exactly. 4.
5.53. I was wrong. I thought this was better than that. I love this wave. I thought he just came into the gate
Yeah.
so strong.
This angle helps too, I reckon. Look. Oh.
Wow. That's
did he
good
got
surfing.
did he get the 6.1 for that, just that one big turn?
No, that was a 5.33.
Okay. Yeah, righto. And that was the same just then.
Yeah. Just a little-
5.53, bit higher, but he did 2 big turns then.
If that's where the bar is in this heat, I can't wait to see a 6. Here we go. The goofy footer. Nice snap. Just picks the...
What's he got here? Oh, yeah.
That was good. I thought the lefts would have been pretty hard to surf, but on that occasion, Ido, he made it look easy.
Morg's got one of his big scores on the left.
Yeah, he
too.
did. He just did bam, bam,
Yeah.
like 2 quick turns
Yeah.
in succession. But some of those lefts, they got a real rib in them, I think. With the rights, they sort of come to you a little bit easier. Sort of
coming at you a bit more.
Easy to rip into.
Here it is. What do you reckon?
I-
A bit of a nose pick.
I'm too scared.
Yeah, you don't know.
It's good surfing. The second move
fast.
was big, yeah.
It's flying along.
Scores coming through. It looks like it will be the highest scoring wave of the heat. So there you go. Just like that, a 6.67. So, wow. In comparison to Winter's last ride, the judges, they love it.
Wow.
Over a point more.
Wow.
I wonder if Winter, he saw that at all and maybe saw there was an air reverse. I mean, Winter got a 6.17 for an early air reverse, so maybe he now has to go, you know what?
Oh, that's what it was for. That. Yeah, okay. I wonder if we can have a comparison there. Replay of the first 6.17 and then the replay of that. And then we can really tell the difference. Or you can even just do the 5.53.
First turn was good, but he did pick his nose in for a second. It did look better.
Yeah,
again.
that angle again. Changed angles. And his foot slipped too, front foot.
You know, it could be with this angle. It could be local Jack Taylor. I know he's on the production team this year. Getting the angles as we see the replay there. A nice air reverse. Wasn't huge, but it was really progressive and pretty sharp. So a big number, 6.67. Now looking for a 5.03.
Do you think they just wanted to put him back in the game?
I'd hate to think so.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was a pretty big number. So
a huge number.
It's going to be a tight final 9 minutes of this one. Coming up next, Mikey Madonna and Bodie Williams will be battling it out. That should be another good heat. Quarterfinal action.
You know when you're in a heat and you get it, like say you got his 6, you'll go okay, and then you'll surf probably the 5.53 better, and then you go, well, what? You know what I mean? It's right. I've got to do better than that. Does better and gets scored less.
Yeah.
It's like, what am I supposed to do here?
Bit of a head scratcher.
Yeah.
But that's been surfing since, since back in the old days. Even it comes back to the fact, sometimes you might be getting film surf and you go, gosh, that wave was good.
And then you watch it and it's terrible.
It was horrible.
I pretty much do that every time I watch myself. Well, what was I thinking?
Yeah.
Give me stills any day. Yeah. People, nah.
Priority is with the man in blue at the moment, Winter Vincent.
Can you sit on him for 8 minutes?
You know what?
You
he's doing that sort of etiquette sit on at the moment
where
you're acting as if you're not, but you're close enough to sort of lock down opportunity.
Yeah.
Come the last couple of minutes, that's when you stick to your competitor like glue, but at the moment it looks like Winter's close enough.
It's a long time though.
That's Bodie Williams there.
Long time to be holding someone off waves, that's for sure.
Been pretty impressive, the goofy footer, Bodie. He'll have to step it up, though, to beat Mikey Madonna in that next one. As we see the man in red, a quick wave.
Oh, get away from him. Smart.
Bit of a tactic.
Yeah, I know. I thought he might have just beelined to the right. Oh, he's got an insider here.
Pretty sneaky.
Yeah, good-looking little wave, too. Whoa.
That was a good little move, but fortunately for Winter, unfortunately for Ito, it didn't pan out down the line. We have passed low tide this morning, Hoy, about 9:30.
Yep.
Tide's kicking in now. Think your conditions should get better?
Yeah, I reckon it'll get better. That was pretty sick.
Yeah.
But what are they going to score? He only needed a 5. What's he need? A 5.03.
It'd be close. I think a little under.
Yeah, but it's who would know actually?
3.87.
Oh, there you go.
Not quite enough.
No.
Yeah, the conditions going high this afternoon.
Yep.
It should get a little bit better. Maybe some action.
3 o'clock, I think. 3:30 or something.
I think we'll finish the event around then, maybe 2 or 3.
Yeah.
That's
I reckon it'll be good. I reckon there'll be waves out the front too, actually, if anyone looks at it. Because there's definitely a couple out there now dead low.
The more you look at that, it was actually incredible.
That was sick, I reckon.
Sometimes when you see the slow motion sort of vision, you go, oh, okay.
Yeah, looks a little better.
Yeah, that was a great shot. Just under 6 minutes remaining in this one.
Still plenty of time.
So I mentioned before, one spot up for grabs between Winter and Caius. How's Caius feeling right now watching?
Not good. Well,
he's rooting for this guy too.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, he's got a good little right here. This is where he goes to town. Oh, my.
Is he making it?
No.
That was it. Just a little bit held up on the second manoeuvre and goes down. Gosh, that was pretty.
Well, that was it, maybe.
That
Good
was
first turn.
Without a doubt, that was the score. Winter hardly looked at that. He was just Iceman out there.
This guy's good, eh? I reckon.
Throughout your career, who was the biggest Iceman? Who could just sit there and go, nah, that's not
Damien
the one.
Hardman. That's his nickname, the Iceman.
As cool as ice.
Yeah.
He'd sit there all day and just wait for exactly what he wanted.
Yeah, always.
Takes a lot.
Yeah. Who else? Yeah, Duma for sure, though. I thought the wind's sort of going offshore.
It was predicted to sort of have a little west in it at
Was
some
it?
point. Yeah, so
It looks like it is now.
I mean, compared to this morning, it's a completely different day. It was a 3.2 there for Ito. The good news for the man in red, he has qualified for his region. He's going to be on the Challenger Series up at Snapper Rocks to kick things off. So his job is done, essentially. I know he wants to win this thing, but the consolation prize is always going to be a good one. He has booked a spot on the Challenger Series. Winter Vincent, he is yet to do so. He's out in front at the moment with 4 minutes remaining. Has got priority. I'd like to see him do some more surfing. Love to see him replace that 5.53. In the free surf this morning, I thought he was one of the best. Looking really good. Did a couple of big airs.
Are they surfing down here?
Surfing right where they are.
Right where they are.
Yeah. Here we go. Winter, have a look at this one, Matt.
Well, you're going to go it. This is a good-looking wave, though, too. He's going to try and better his score. Big first turn. Went a bit wobbly.
Oh. This angle, it makes it look like it was maybe more in it, but I dare say, I think the other angle, we'll see it was a two-turn wave.
The other angle looks way better than this angle.
Makes it look bigger and steeper,
Yeah.
too. So let's see. Will he replace the 5.53 as we check out another replay? First turn was nice. It was a carve to set up the second sort of steepen manoeuvre.
Well, it's a mistake if he doesn't better a 5.53.
Oh, for sure. It's going to be right there. I don't think it's going to be a massive number, unless this looks a little bit different from the angle
But I think
we saw before.
the judges are on that other angle too. That's from the tower, that other camera, I'm pretty sure. So they're seeing that first angle, which is, I wonder if they've been watching the replay.
Oh, for sure they'll, I think if there's debatable scores and they're going over replays, because it's we've seen some buzzer beaters and stuff, and I think that's when the judges utilise the computer.
Yeah.
The monitors, I should say.
But even to look at it front on like that, because the judging tower's not up there.
Yeah, you're right. Score coming through a 5.03, so you could call that a mistake, I guess. Well, didn't go into his top two. I love what Winter's done, though. He's trying to find his own peak now.
Yeah, just...
There's no point sitting next to the man with priority. So Ito, 2 minutes remaining, looking for a score, looking for a 5.03.
Wow.
I dare say he's had a 5.03 if he had stuck a few of his manoeuvres.
That last wave would have been.
And the one before, the big closeout turn.
Oh, yeah.
There's been a few mistakes from our Japanese friend. Winter Vincent holding on to first position, 90 seconds remain.
It doesn't look like he's going to get the opportunity. Not much coming by the look. It's a bit hard to tell from that angle, though, isn't it?
The beauty of the conditions, you'd nearly put a few bucks on the fact that there will be another little flurry. It's been so consistent all week down here at Merida. Winter's just found a wave even here out of nowhere.
Yeah, out of nothing. Good.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, wait, on the outside.
He's buried the rail.
Is he? Yeah, he's...
Looks like he spotted something, Hoy.
Yeah.
60 seconds remaining.
I reckon he's better off going right if he...
Utilise his backhand?
Yeah.
Yeah. In saying that, though, he did get a 6.67 on the left.
Oh, true.
So he's got it all, this guy. Ryaru Ito looking for a number, looking for a wave to give himself an opportunity. As we look at the replay, this carve was huge.
Yeah.
Pretty average wave, but...
Oh, that was sick.
Massive turn there from Winter Vincent. So 30 seconds remaining. And it looks like there's a little bit of a bump, but it's hard to tell. You can see.
Oh, what's he got?
He's having a look. Here we go, Hoy. One turn. He needs one big banger.
Oh, he's got. This is a good wave. Oh. Oh.
Oof. Okay, that's confusing.
That was.
Because that was really good.
Yeah, that was 6, but they're not gonna give it the due.
Was it probably a better tactic to go down the bottom and just do one big
I
vertical
think
turn?
so. Because he's sort of. You gotta look how fast he's going here. I reckon it was.
Is there a chance he gets a 5?
I don't know. I'm not even like putting it out there.
If you compare that with Winter's 5.53, I don't see it.
Yeah.
I don't see it. And the judges...
It was really good surfing though.
Looks
but
like the judges agree.
It would have felt good. I know that.
There it is. Looks like the journey is over for Ryaru Ito. And it continues for Winter Vincent as he progresses into the semi-finals down here at Merida as we go to a quick break and come back with more action.
Holidays, Ironman, outdoors, Ironman, whoa, Uber, suspension, lights, roof rack, camping equipment, recovery gear, under Ironman Maitland, and under Ironman. I can't do two things at once. I
Back home, the Wilsons always use proper dinner etiquette. Out here, the stick will do just fine.
Effortlessly refreshing. Byron Bay Brewery Premium Lager. Go with it.
The racecourse is not just a place to watch the horses thunder. It brings generations together to share memories and experiences that are close to our hearts and runs in our veins. Newcastle Racecourse. Home is where the track is.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all. And feel new.
Holidays, Ironman, outdoors, Ironman, whoa, Uber, suspension, lights, roof rack, camping equipment, recovery gear, under Ironman Maitland, and under Ironman. I can't do two things at once. I
There he is, the winner of that last one. That is Winter Vincent, making it count, booking a spot in the semi-finals.
Keeping his dream alive.
Absolutely.
Both dreams, winning comps and qualifying.
Yeah, the double banger.
Yeah. Oh,
that was big.
That would have hurt, I reckon.
Just a cannonball aerial into
might
the
have
upcoming section there.
Creased his board too, maybe. Nope. Back out there.
Yeah, that was big.
He landed hard though, eh?
Would have been a big number if Bodie Williams could stick that one, but unfortunately it went down. It looks like we must have had some action for the man in red as well. Mikey Madonna out of Lennox Head, one of the best places in Australia, if not the world.
In the world?
It's a good spot.
It is.
I love it up there. I'm sure his whole family's tuned in. I know Tony's down here, father of Mikey. Waiting for that score to get locked in. We are surfing 30-minute heats down here in quarterfinal number 4.
30 minutes. I was at home going, whoa, and then I got down here and there was still a whole heat to go. That got me, the extra 5 minutes.
Good score there, 6.67 for Mikey Madonna. I'd love to see the replay of that one. I believe it happened while we were having a quick break. Very, very nice score to open up the account for Mikey Madonna. A 1-point ride for the man in blue, Bodie Williams. That's a throwaway score. This is the final day of competition down here at Merriweather for Surfest. A host of sponsors a part of this one to make it possible. The City of Newcastle, of course, Reflections Holiday Parks, Alpha Safe, Newcastle Racecourse, of course, they're the naming sponsor of the women's event. Telstra, Line, of course, Byron Bay Brewery is the official drink partner of Surfest 2024. We're seeing Surfer in Red up and riding here, Hoya.
Nice first turn and ends it pretty well. Bit soft, actually.
It's funny. I don't even think the turn was very soft, but sometimes you hit it at the right spot and spray goes everywhere, and sometimes it doesn't work out.
True.
Yeah, if a big fan of spray just kicked out the back, it was a big score. But yeah, not much.
His first one must have been good for 6.67. Can we see that, boys, if you got a replay? First wave of red.
Yeah, big number.
That's a big number, yeah. After watching their last heat and what they were throwing out.
So this is the wave we're talking about. Oh. So first turn wasn't great. Second turn was a monster. So the judges loved it. This was a check turn here for Mikey. Just getting low and into this section nice and early. And Mikey does a lot of coaching with James Wood up there.
That was a sick
one of
turn.
your mates, Hoy.
Yeah, what a legend.
Shapes some really good surfboards nowadays.
Does he?
Yeah. Really good boards.
He's been on those machines for a while, so he knows what's up. That was a sick turn, that second one. That's where he got the score. Thanks for that, boys.
Yeah, big number. You'd like to think half of the job's done, right? He's had one good score in. As we see, Surfer in blue up and riding. This is Bodie Williams.
Get out of there. Not going to get the score on that wave. Yeah, that was a big second turn. On a set wave too. Could have been more, actually, couldn't it, really?
Looks like Mikey spotted something out the back here. He's put in the hard ones. A couple of those wedgy sort of peaks rolling on through as that wind has definitely sort of spun around.
Hasn't it?
Great conditions. Great conditions, Hoy.
Just there's no wind at all by the look.
Of course, Mikey's already booked his ticket to the Challenger Series this year. Been around a long time, Mikey. He was he always had a lot of potential as a young bloke, and wasn't really progressing the way I thought he would have early. But then something happened over the last few years. He just caught lightning, and now he's one of the best. He could definitely make the elite tour at some point. Really good surfer, as we see a replay yet again, a 6.67. Got a DHD under his feet. Looking really good.
This turn, look, this is good in slow-mo too. He hits the lip. That's what it's right. He couldn't get any higher off the lip. Sick. That would have felt really good too. With all that speed.
Yeah, big number.
He knew. It could have been more, really, couldn't it?
I think if he just sort of yanked that first turn a little bit, like it could have been an 8.5.
Yeah.
And I think once Mikey watches the replay,
he'll probably
agree.
But then he might have been out of mistimed the second one. Because that was like a check turn where he got like halfway down the face, so he didn't lose any speed.
Yeah, it was definitely well put together. But yeah, maybe that first turn could have been a little bit bigger. And then we're talking 8s and 9s.
Have we even seen a 9? Oh, yeah, 2.
Yep, it's all above the lip.
Yeah.
Yeah, Joel Vaughan put on a show against Oscar Berry earlier this morning. Opened up with a 9.5, I want to say.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Air?
Yep, air reverse in the first few minutes.
Oh.
Yep. The job was done for Oscar Berry, so no big deal. He's booked a seat on the Challenger Series.
So he was already in. That's good.
Yeah, it's all shaping out, Hoy.
Yeah.
As I said before, Caius King and Winter Vincent are gunning for that last spot.
Well, Winter's gunning for it.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, true.
Kaiser's sitting back going, oh no.
Who would you rather be?
Winter.
Yep. He's
It's
in
all up to
charge
you.
of his
Yeah.
own destiny.
That's it.
In control. He'll have
exactly right.
He's booked a semi-finals appearance with Morgan Siblick.
Oh.
That's a big one.
So Kaiser be rooting for Morgan, that's for sure. We will be too, actually. Sorry to say. Probably not allowed to say that, but...
Mate, you can say whatever you want.
Oh, well, you got to back your mates.
Winter Vincent, the winner of that last heat and keeping the dream alive. How are you, mate? You doing good?
Yeah, I'm doing good. How are you, Mitch?
What's going on? I could talk to you all day. I'd love to catch up with Winter. It's been a while.
Yeah, it has been a while, but just trying to make my way through the draw.
You having fun?
Yeah, lots of fun. I've got Julian here who's kind of giving me a bit of local knowledge, so I'm pretty stoked at that. And yeah, just time to, I don't know, give it a good go.
What sort of pep talks has Julian been giving you prior to your heat?
I don't know. He's been really calm, and I feel like I've just been so jittery. And before my heat, so he's just really relaxed me and just made me feel a bit more solid. And then just the decisions that I've been making, he's just really, really, I don't know, I've been surprised. He's actually a really good coach.
It's funny that one of the best surfers in the world can coach. Brilliant. But mate, there's a couple of beautiful calves in that heat there. I thought the 5.53, I want to say, was probably the best surfing you did. You just didn't get rewarded the way we kind of expected. But if you can do that sort of stuff or maybe a bigger wave, we're thinking excellent numbers for sure. That forehand carve looking incredible.
Yeah, thanks, Mitch. Yeah, that 5.5 felt really good, actually. I thought maybe being a little higher, but maybe they crueled me because of the wave. But yeah, just trying to stay busy out there because it's so slow and you can get caught in that sort of just waiting for a wave. So I guess you just got to take whatever.
Mate, you've been riding Matt Biolis boards for a long time now. What are you riding today? What model and dimensions?
Yeah, been riding the drivers for the past 2 years. Haven't gotten off them, and it's basically the only board I ride, the driver 3.0. And yeah, Matt's amazing, and the crew up at Gold Coast, all the crew at Loss are really good. Shout out to Matt Aldridge and stuff. They've been really looking after me. But yeah, riding a 5.11.5 driver 3.0, 28.2 litres, about 19 wide. So yeah, it's working good.
Unreal. I had to ask because it looks so good. I think just generated a few sales for Matt and the boys.
Hopefully.
Well, mate, we know you've got a bit of work to do, so we'll let you go. And
who do I have in the next quarters?
Morgan.
Oh, sick. All right.
Walk in the park, mate.
Light work, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I love it. Mate, we're rooting for you. We want you. Well, Morgan's already booked a spot on the Challenger Series. You need a stand-out ticket.
Yeah, hopefully.
So, yeah, let's go, buddy.
Thanks, Mitch.
Unreal. Good to talk to you, mate, and good luck for the rest of the event.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
I love Winter. His surfing's really good.
Waves are really good.
And that's the bummer too. Like, yeah, it'd be cool for, a local to win this event, but also he's made the challenges. Winter hasn't.
Yeah. There's no way Morgs will be thinking like that, though.
Oh, gosh, I've made a mistake.
What?
Not my first one. He takes on the winner of this one. I'm a silly duffer.
Oh, you are a silly duffer.
He takes on Mikey or Bodie. Thanks for...
because this is the fourth one. That was the third
Thanks
one.
for helping me out there. Of course. The production crew.
I was rolling with you, don't worry.
Yeah, sorry about that. So, Joel Vaughan, Morgan Siblick.
Oh, that's
is the first
banger
one.
of a heat.
Yes.
So will this next one be, though? So
Yeah.
you better get Winner back on the phone and say you haven't got Morgs.
I texted him.
Oh, did you?
It's
Good.
all sorted.
Oh, sorted, mate.
So Mikey Madonna locked in a 3.33 whilst we were having that interview. Bodie Williams has still got throwaway scores at the minute.
Not taken away from these two, but I'd much rather have one of these two than Morgan or Joel. Put it that way.
Well, Joel's just, he's been really scary.
Look at this set.
That's a big turn. Oh, gosh.
Comes unstuck. That was a solid wave.
Score goes begging, Matthew.
Begging.
The hard work was done as well.
I know the Red's last wave too. I thought, he's going to pull that manoeuvre so easily, and then just hit the trough and got buckled. Thought he was going to ride out of it for sure, but just didn't, obviously.
So now priority with the man in red. Mikey Madonna is at a 6.67 and a 3.33, looking to get rid of that 3.33 and extend his lead as we look at it, the replay here.
Yeah, this is the one. Look, he looks like he made it easily.
It's like back-to-back. Both surfers had an opportunity to get a big number, and they
both fell.
They both fell.
That was a good... He should have tried to just ride that one instead of trying to do just the one big manoeuvre. That puts him in a false sense of security, I reckon. Oh, Jesus.
A bit of a shocker so far, Bodie Williams. Been really good thus far.
To put it bluntly.
Well, a 2 and a 1. We know he's much better than that.
Yeah, 100%.
He's had a couple of really good heats down here this week. Can you believe it? It's been 6 days. We started on Monday. Big week down here at Merriweather.
There it is, in all its glory.
There's Hoyo's house on the hill, the biggest one there.
Yours.
Look at you. You have your coffee, watching the lineup.
Yeah.
How good's that feel?
No. Flying fox to the beach.
Lovely shot here as we pan over the city. The home of Mark Richards, the 4-time world champion, Luke Egan, Matt Hoy, Nicky Wood, Chad Edzer, Simon Law. You go and go and go. Travis Lynch.
Mitchell Ross.
There's a lot of...
Look at that. Mate, if the sun was out, it looks amazing, but it looks good even when it's raining.
Absolutely. And we've been told it's going to clear up this afternoon. It's going to be sunny. It's going to be 35 degrees.
Oh,
it's going to be 6 foot, yeah. Absolutely.
That's every day, isn't it? Oh, here's a good-looking right by the look.
Good-looking wave here, Hoy.
Yep. What's he got? He's got to get a couple in here. Good turn.
That was big.
Oh, no. That was smooth.
It's early, but it feels like job done.
Yeah.
I don't know. It feels pretty good.
That would have felt good too. That just the speed he kept through all the manoeuvres, and that last turn I liked it. It wasn't that explosive, but it was sick.
The first click was perfect.
Yeah. Oof. This one, that would have. That was sick. I reckon.
It's like he pushed the whole way through it,
Yeah.
which is really weird to do. It's really difficult to do actually, that second maneuver. The first turn, just the click was perfect. The timing.
Yeah.
There it is. There.
Oof. That was sick. Just clean, smooth surfing.
I dare say, between the ears right now, he's thinking, just finish this, finish
wow,
it.
that was, he's still pushing to there.
Yeah, I love that.
That's better than his first one, I reckon.
Smaller wave, but the surfing was better.
Yeah. That was sick.
Yeah, Mikey going to be in a really good position to, sort of, if he surfs a sensible last 12 minutes or so, he's going to be hard to beat here, Mikey Madonna.
Well, he's going to be hard to beat anyway after that.
The score coming through. There it is. It's a very similar, nearly a mirror score for the first, a 6.63. So that's a good combo. Just under.
Wow.
It's a big number, though. So a lot of pressure is now on the shoulders of Bodie Williams in the blue, looking for a combination of 13.3. So it's time to get started.
Here's one for him here, but look.
Good looking wave here, Hoy.
Real good looking wave.
Just like that, in the nick of time.
Oh, he is having a shocker. You're right.
Just went out a little bit too far then. The wave sort of lost every part of its steepness.
Yeah.
And I think he was expecting to sort of go vertical.
It looked like it was going to bowl out, didn't it?
At the last second, it actually fattened right out.
Yeah. Wow.
So
he's had some opportunities too. Right, watch this.
Maybe he should have gone straight up into the lip, I think, over that whitewash.
See the lip?
Yeah, he went too far wide.
Yeah. Oh, he'll be filthy. The waves did bowl out too by the look. Look.
Yeah, that was a good wave.
That was his comeback wave anyway.
So lock in a 6 or a 7 on that. You're out there now looking for another 6. You know, it's game on. Instead, you're still in combination, and the clock is ticking.
You missed a huge opportunity. Say hello. Wave to the drone.
How long have you been a part of the Mirror of the Board Riders down here? Ever?
Since I was 14.
It's a great club, and it
30 years.
Nurtures its talent. Likewise, La Barre, the home of Mikey Madonna. I'm sure Mikey would owe a lot of his growth from surfing through the board rider system.
Everyone does. That's what I think. Well, especially back in the day, I think the board riders clubs made how good surfers were in this country, and the amateur titles and the schoolboys and all those the ones you had to go through. But the board clubs were all the start of most people's competitive energy.
La Barre's actually one of the strongest board clubs in the world now, aren't they?
Yeah.
They're right up there. Always sort of getting a medal.
Getting a medal?
The ABB series, always making the final.
Kira Team's title's on next weekend.
Yep.
How's
Making
that?
the trip.
40 years.
Wow.
Yeah,
40
I don't know.
years.
Yeah, maybe I am. Not to compete, but I'd like to.
You can
Been
do
a while.
You can do the priority, boy.
Yeah.
You can
Paddle
do
around it.
Just under 10 minutes remaining in this one.
There's going to be waves up there too, but look, maybe.
Non-stop.
I know.
And, well, hopefully, just hopefully, there's a big swell for the first challenger in a couple of months' time. Maybe a month's time. It's not even too far away. Maybe 6 weeks away. The first challenger.
Look, they're all saying hello this time.
I love watching that challenger at Snapper. I think Snapper's one of the best places to have an event.
Oh, for sure. I can't believe it's not a CT. It's ridiculous.
Tell you what, the Challenger Series competitors don't
no
care less.
J-Bay and
They're
no
stoked.
Snapper.
Yeah.
What? Hello?
Ock was saying there's actually a specialty.
Yeah, I heard that. I was like,
come on.
Yeah, come on, mate.
Surely you can make a phone call, Hoy.
No, I'm not making I want the phone call to come to me.
That sounds incredible. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, how good.
Yeah, Ock was telling us the other day that there's going to be a specialty event in J-Bay. He did say that Parko's also in it.
Yeah.
Maybe even said Mick Fanning, I want to say. Sean Holmes. Will they reverse there from
Sean's
Bodie?
organising it.
Well, there's the person that you got to...
Yeah, get on the blower too. 100%. Or Sharon. I could ring Sharon. She's got some pull.
Yeah, that's going to be awesome.
Come on, just give me a go.
You drop everything and go?
100%.
Yep.
Drop nothing and go.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, 100% be unbelievable.
Yeah.
Especially with those guys and J-Bay. I'd go to J-Bay. I'd drop everything and go to J-Bay just without the comp if I got the opportunity.
And as I was saying, yeah, Challenger Series event number 1, it will be at Snapper Rocks. One of the best places in the world to watch events. And right now, I can tell you that Mikey, he'll be competing in that event. Bodie, not exactly sure what he's to do. I don't think he's a mathematical chance. I think there's a bit of pressure on Winter Vincent and Caius King for that last spot. So it's going to come down to the wire as Winter booked a spot in the semi-finals. We've got 7.5 minutes remaining. Out next is semi-final number 1 for the women. Ellie Harrison and Rosie Smart. So a natural taking on a Goofy. It's going to be another big battle. A nice shot looking up towards Bar Beach there. That's Strzelecki.
Strzelecki. Well done. The Great North Walk. They've got that really good...
You ever done that walk?
Up there?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've done it a few times. It's good.
I've never done it.
Haven't you?
No.
You got to. It's pretty sick.
Well, I've got a dog, and you're not allowed to take the dog, so I always turn back. Here we go. Bodie Williams up and riding, goes for a big air reverse. Unfortunately, he couldn't stick that one. Goes down there. The Goofy footer, who's been on a real tear this event, only managed to lock in a 4.5 in this one. He has got out of that combination that he was chasing. Now looking for an 8.8. So an 8.8 is the requirement. Had he made this manoeuvre here, I believe it was going to be a big number. Bodie Williams goes down. It looks like he is okay after that. His board's okay, and he'll be back out there looking for a big number. Pretty slow this heat, Hoy.
He's a bit slow, but Mikey's taken advantage of it, though. 2 good scores. Could have been maybe a little higher on one of them, but that's all you need to do. Especially, because, like you said, Bodie's had a bit of a shocker, really.
Well, he has locked in at 4.5, so he's back in a little bit,
Not really. This first wave of the heat. Boom. Good. Well, 7. This is the second one, I'm pretty sure. See, I like this better. This turn, must have felt unreal. Just with the speed he had, and I know he didn't attack the lip, but he did. But just a bit bigger wave, the other one probably too. They're about the same, and that's what they've got there. There's not much difference, is there? 0.4 difference. It's pretty. They're on. I thought it might have been a little high though, but
it's a great combo for Mikey.
Sick.
He surfed a spectacular heat. Look, he's got priority with 5 on the clock, and he's got 13 points.
Yeah,
it's a well-managed heat here for Mikey Madonna, who's in the middle of loading a really good result down here at Merida. As we see a good-looking wave here. Is this wave going to peak up enough? It looks like the man in red having a look, and he will paddle.
Oh, no.
No, he'll give it to Bodie on the left.
Oh.
Lip line turn there. Pretty big manoeuvre there for Bodie. See what the judges think about that one. I think it's going to be his best, I would say, or thereabouts. He keeps looking at that board.
Doesn't he?
Maybe he creased it earlier. We saw on the first wave he had a good look at it, so maybe it has got a little crease, so he's a little bit worried.
It's a big turn, but I don't think it's going to score that much, is it? It was difficult. That's for sure.
Right now, looking for an 8.8 to make the jump up into the lead. He will not get that, but hoping for something better than a 4.5 to narrow the margin. That's the goal. As we see girls make their way out into the lineup for the next heat.
It's under 4 minutes. It's a big ask.
Yeah, it is. And scores coming through. Actually, they're liking it, Hoy. They're liking it. It looks like it's going to be a 6.
What?
Big number there for Bodie Williams. So the judges are really rewarding that with a 6-point ride. As we see Mikey Madonna up and riding on the forehand.
Oh.
Big turn.
Oh, wow.
Okay, 7.3 is the requirement here for Bodie Williams. He has got priority. And 3.5 minutes.
That is ridiculous.
You didn't
I'm saying it. It's nowhere near those other 6s. Wow.
One lip line manoeuvre, and the judges ate it up.
I'm disagreeing.
Check out this turn, Hoy.
Yeah, this is huge. This wave just bowled. He could have nearly got barreled. Look. Wow.
I love that turn.
Oh, he would have got lit up too, probably right there.
Just hollowed out.
Yeah,
as
didn't it?
Still, it wasn't meant to do that, the wave.
It didn't look like it was going to do it, did it? As soon as he hit the top, it just bottomed out.
That was big surfing there from Mikey.
Hey, that was a sick wave. He's probably only getting one turn in anyway, wasn't he? So he had to make it huge.
For sure.
Had to go for it.
And I mean, he'd made that manoeuvre. It's going to be a big number.
Yeah.
We just saw Bodie get a massive number for a lit line floater.
Unbelievable.
Now he's in the heat. 7.3 is the requirement. He just needs to get another one of those and maybe get a check turn in and finish it strong. It's going to be right around there.
A 7.3 is a big. You're going to have to get a good size wave and do some really good turns. Because after the 2 6s, 6.67 and 6.63.
All it takes is a wave.
Yeah.
If Hui gives him the opportunity, particularly being a goofy footer on these rights, sometimes you can sort of just get that wave. You can just sort of splash twice.
Tee off on him.
Exactly. Here we go. Under priority. This is Mikey Madonna. Nice projection floater. looking for something big. Here it is, an air reverse there for Mikey. Goes down. That score is not going to factor in.
No.
So holding his nerve here, the man in blue. That was not the wave that a goofy footer like Bodie would get the score on. He needs just a big set that opens up with a section or
he's
two.
had a couple of opportunities early in that he's fallen on. That one, especially when he went out too far on the shoulder,
and
that was a good wave.
And the wave before that?
Yeah.
That big, one big turn?
Yep.
Well, we were actually saying he's had a bit of a shocker in this one. And he had up until that last 6, and now he's in it. And
he's going to go.
Okay, here we go. Up and riding, Bodie Williams looking for a big number. First turn gets caught, and unfortunately, that wasn't the wave. I don't know if there's anything coming behind it, but that was never going to be the number. It was a real small sort of inside wave and didn't have much opportunity. As Bodie tries to get priority, I believe he will be in a position to catch another wave if a set comes. As you can see on the drone, he's out the back. He hasn't got priority, so Mikey's going to get down there and sit all over him with 10 seconds remaining. Mikey's got some big arms too. I don't think he's going to let Bodie get away as we count this one down.
Gentlemen.
A great performance from Mikey.
Yeah, good surfing. Good, clean surfing.
So, Mikey booking a spot in the semi-finals as we have a quick break, then come back into semi-finals action with the women's.
Holidays, Ironman, outdoors, Uber, suspension, lights, roof rack, camping equipment, recovery gear, Under Ironman Maitland, and 100 Ironman. I can't do 2 things at once.
Welcome to Sydney. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
Adam thought he'd never get Sarah camping. How wrong you were, Adam.
Wait!
The racecourse is not just a place to watch the horses thunder. It brings generations together to share memories and experiences that are close to our hearts and runs in our veins. Newcastle Racecourse, home is where the track is.
The sun's coming out, the waves, they're cleaning up. And this is the Surfest 2024, presented by Reflections Holiday Park. We're moving out of the Burton Automotive Pro and into the Newcastle Racecourse Women's Pro with a huge semi-final heat number 1, Ellie Harrison and Rosie Smart. Oki, what's your take?
Morning, Jess. Yeah, no, I think it's going to be really good heat. Ellie Harrison against Rosie Smart, Goofy versus regular. Waves are looking good. Just like Newcastle just provides, hey, you know, I know Byron Bay's the most eastern point of Australia and we get a lot of swell around there on the Gold Coast, but it seems like Newcastle does too stick out because always seems to pick up heaps of swell and the conditions aren't bad. It looks like the wind's kind of blowing a little northerly now, but it's pretty glassy in general.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those waves where one of those places I feel like where it doesn't matter what the conditions are, there's always somewhere that has a wave. I mean, we've been hunting a wave a little bit further up the coast.
Yeah.
Just around the corner where the ABB used to be. Newcastle Beach has been super fun. I'm pretty sure it'd be really fun today, actually.
Yeah, I had we were talking about it before. I had a really good surf out there yesterday,
Yes.
And what have we got going here? Is this some kind of expression session? Because I can see Julian Wilson with his board. Or maybe they're going. I saw his eyes heading up towards those reefy parts. Maybe he's going to look for some ramps. The camera's going to get distracted, and maybe we'll see some of that going on. But no waves yet, Rosie. Sorry, Jess. Yeah, but just talking about Newcastle providing. Look at this set coming here. It's glistening in the sun.
It is. Here we go. Rosie Smart looking for a section but couldn't get up there in time. And I think Ellie may have gone down the beach as well. Oh, no, she's still out the back. She's kicking to get in position for this one. This is a great heat. This is 3rd and 4th on the rankings. You'd have to think, oh, Ellie did go away. She's just popped back up. Wow. All right, I thought she was a free surfer.
Yeah, that was a free surfer in the distance, but they're both pretty much in a similar spot, I guess, to where they've been surfing the whole time.
Yeah, that bank's been super reliable throughout the entire contest with so many different conditions. I feel like every year I come here, that bank is definitely there. It's just funny to me that we haven't really had a typical Merriweather day on that little right-hand rip bowl up in the corner.
No, well, there was one day, the bigger day when they called it off, and it was up there. I had a surf, and it was pretty solid that day. It was like 6 foot, and it was up around the rocks area and up behind the pools, but oh, look at this wave right here. What a takeoff. It's late, but she's in the lip, isn't she? She's part of the lip. That was wow. That was a full barrel.
That was.
If she got into that early, that was resembling off the wall in Hawaii. You kidding me? Oh, it's a pity she didn't get a couple extra paddles, Jess.
Yeah, she needed just to pad a little bit harder, but I love that she was going for it. I mean, you could tell she had that barrel in mind in that takeoff, but yeah, Ellie, these scores are definitely not going to come into play by the time the next 24 minutes is over, but that was
the same wave.
Full barrel.
The same wave, but there wouldn't have been any interference because they were at quite a distance apart, but look at that. The rain's gone and the blue sky. You know what my mum used to say when I was young?
Tell me.
It was when she used to take me to the snow all the time, like twice a year, because she loves skiing. She's from New Zealand. And she used to say, if there's enough blue in the sky to make a sailor's waistcoat, it's going to be a nice day.
No way.
Yeah, it must be a real old-fashioned saying. So, yeah, I saw the blue sky. I was thinking of my mum, and this song came on the radio, one of my mum's favourite songs. And
oh, you're kidding.
Yeah, and I saw that, and I thought about it. I had a moment. Yeah, it was good.
How special.
Mm.
Oh, amazing. Oh, I love that. That was a great story. All right, we're going to cross down to Mikey Madonna. Mikey, super impressive. You're into the semi-finals at, I dare say, maybe the biggest QS event in the world. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm stoked. Sort of coming into this event, that was sort of my goal to just be here on finals day and keep racking up as many heats as I can. So, yeah, stoked. Hopefully keep it going.
And you're already there. You're on the Challenger Series. You came into this event with no pressure. We do know that. But is this the event for you where you just wanted to recreate, I guess, competition moments that you might find yourself in the Challenger Series?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I think my whole sort of plan leading up into Snapper was just to try and get as many heats under the belt as I can, and especially try and hopefully get myself into some man-on-man heats, and yeah, just use it all as practice. And yeah, I'm really enjoying it. I'm stoked. I've never made a finals day here at Merriweather, so yeah, I'm stoked.
And I don't know about you, but I thought Bodie was looking like the kind of guy who was going to shake some things up, take out some big names. He's been doing that pretty much the whole event. You would surf with him a little bit now since he's made the move up your way. Was there any kind of, judgment going to that heat, because he's definitely been taking out some big names throughout this event?
Yeah, no, he's been surfing really well, but I just sort of treated it like any other heat, really. Yeah, I guess got to be on your A game on finals day, so I guess you got to beat everyone. But yeah, Bodie did really well this event, and he should be stoked.
And is there anything between now and the Challenger Series, or you just have time to train?
I'm going to go down to Bells for a week and yeah, sort of hang out down there for a little bit and maybe the trials and yeah, so see what that happens there and then just sort of come home and put in a good block before snapper.
Yep, maybe the trials, maybe the CT. That'd be pretty cool to see you in that event. Is there anything in particular you love about this event? I just feel like it's so prestigious. You know, it would mean a lot to you to get your name on that honour roll.
Yeah, of course. Been coming to this event ever since I was like a 10-year-old kid. So I've been here every year and watched the winners get crowned. And obviously, a really good family friends being the Bakers. So stay there every year. And it was epic to watch Jacko win the other year. So yeah, I'd be stoked to bring the trophy back to his.
Yeah, Coach Jacko, how's that going?
Yeah, it's good. Crippled Jacko. Good to have him. Good to have him in my corner and get some words of wisdom for sure. I don't know if he's letting out his treasure trade secrets to me, but it's definitely been helpful.
Yeah, well, hopefully it keeps working for you. Good luck in the semis, Mikey. Thanks for chatting to us.
Thank you.
I feel like Mikey's been, he's so young, obviously, but I feel like he's been around for so long.
Yeah. Did you know him when you were growing up?
Honestly, I always knew him, but I probably only became friends with him maybe the last year or two. We always knew each other, but probably only started actually talking to each other. And if I see him, I'll be like, hey, Mikey, what's going on? Maybe the last 2 years or so.
Okay.
Yeah. But this wave was nice from Rosie. 2 turns. And then gets a finishing section on it. Ellie Harrison got this one. This is a 4.83. Huge turn there. And then gets a foam climb. So Ellie has a 4.83 and a 2.5. And Rosie got a 5.17 for her efforts on the last wave.
Love that turn right there. I really like it. She's one of my favourite female surfers, actually, Ellie, and she's got a big future for sure. She holds the speed really well. And just finishes off there, only getting a 4.83. I thought it might have been a bit low. The judges could be expecting more. Obviously more, you know, but I thought that could have gone a bit higher.
Yeah, I agree with you. I thought that turn was really critical, really strong. But, yeah, the judges, it's finals day. They're wanting to see the ladies push harder. We've got a massive heat coming up in that next heat. Safi Vetti, Nikki Van Dyke, and those two ladies at the final two battling it out for that last qualification spot.
How cool is that? What a story.
Yeah, so there's all these scenarios. From what I've heard, Nikki has to get second. No, Nikki has to win to take the spot. And Safi just has to keep going through the draw to claim it. So if Safi can get the jump on Nikki, she's got her ticket to the challenges.
Couldn't be a better scenario for the contest director, and it's going to be so exciting this next heat.
Yeah.
The conditions are getting tricky though. It seems like the tide's come in, but it still seems really shallow. Like there's so much sand out there, like the local boys have told us, Jess. Just see that in the middle, in the distance there, all that sand getting churned up. So they're trying to stay away from that area. That's super shallow, but where they are has been the predominant spot. And in the distance, you probably can see Julian taking off on a wave right there behind the pools. It looks like that's where they were headed. But just a really beautiful beach and so many different little nooks and crannies here. And so many good local surfers from here too. Now, I think I heard Rossi mention nearly all of them, you know, but I think he forgot Ryan Callanan. And and I wonder if Ryan's back from Portugal yet. He probably would be. And big shout out to Ryan. Unfortunately lost there early. Hope he goes really well at Bells and Margaret.
Yeah, I just think this is one of those regions similar to the Gold Coast that just produces great surfer after great surfer. And it's a real community that has a pathway for pro surfers. I feel like they're so invested, you know, even with Burton Automotive and all the local sponsors that have been putting into the women's side of the event. It's a sporting community, you know, and I feel like that in itself is enough to make great athletes.
I think you're so right. I mean, it's incredible what Burton does. I met Kim for the first time and his wife, I think it's Janine. And such nice people. And he surfs, which is great. I didn't know that. And, you know, for a massive company, and, you know, he must be super busy, but he loves, I think he said he's planning a surf trip with Peter McCabe to Garudgigan. I'm like, are you kidding me? He showed me a collection of his boards, and it must be one of the best collection in the world. He's been obviously doing that for a long time. Here we go, though. Oh, sorry. This is up at Ladies, yep. And behind the rocks, this is where the free surfers are. Yeah, Julian's out there. Might see him fly through the air.
Yeah, I feel like this is where we usually see the event. These rides look really fun. Is this in the comp area?
Yeah, this is definitely the comp area. So if they make it look really good, the competitors will go there. We'll kick those guys out straight away. But they're taking advantage because the competitors are up near Pogos. Here they are right now with the set coming through. I probably don't say it right, Pogos. Excuse me, the locals are probably frowning on me right there.
Here we go, Rosie. Oh, just getting out in time there. You can see, like you said, it's getting super quick and super shallow and punchy on that bank. I remember actually I watched Joel's heat and he did an air into the flats and it looked very shallow and painful when he landed. I go, oh my gosh, knees and ankles when I see all those guys do that. But Rosie, yeah, just trying to get away. She was super close to her board there.
It was a good eject right there. That's what you got to do when the waves are big and you're pulling in a barrel if you're too deep or it closes out. That's a perfect, what they would call, it's kind of like a Hawaiian pull-out, but a Hawaiian pull-out is more when you bottom turn and just dive through the back of the wave using your bottom turn as force, and you can get through the back that way too. I sometimes do that jump and it can either you can jump straight through onto the reef or the sand that way if it's really shallow, or if you don't penetrate right, get sucked over the falls. I kind of like to do the bottom turn.
Yeah.
I don't know about you, Jess. And you know, backhand it's hard to do. Forehand a lot easier.
Yeah.
But so backhand at home on the Gold Coast, I'm kind of doing that jump, but it's awkward doing that jump backhand too because it feels like your board's going to get you. But here we go. That wave is sucky, but it's got some shape, Jess. And she comes off the bottom, hits the lip, can't make it. It was just a square kind of wave. The kids are clapping, but her friend's like, don't clap, she fell.
They're saying, we're on TV. It's, that looks, that was one of those turns where I was mentioning before where you go, oh, knees and ankles. But, Oki, if I'm being serious, I'm learning a lot from you right now because I always just manage to get flogged when I try and pull off on waves.
Well, it's important, you know, like, that's really a critical spot, and in big wave surfing, you've got to get that right, otherwise you can hurt yourself, right?
Yeah. And who taught you all this? You just figured it out?
I just learned it over time in Hawaii, you know, like you kind of got to learn from your own mistakes. I mean, there's a wave I got in the first time I was invited to the Pipeline Masters because it was in an invitee contest only, 24 guys.
Really? Wow.
And it was only a one-day event, and they waited for the biggest day that you could get, and it was always huge. I don't know why I got invited because I was not a pipeline specialist, but I was in the top 5 in the world and they just wanted to throw me in the deep end. But one of those waves I got when I was learning, it's in the documentary actually, and I'm going to be doing that Jack McCoy tour with the documentary out soon, but in May. But yeah, I get this wave and it's a really big one, like 10, 12, maybe 15 feet. And it was so thick, and I took off and in the perfect spot, bottom turned and froze and tried to do the pull through the wall. And I got so sucked over and slammed, and I'm really lucky I didn't hurt myself. And like on a wave like that, you do not try and pull through. Like you just ride the barrel, right?
Yeah.
Everyone said it would have been the best barrel of my life. It would have been. Because you'll see the vision. Like you just have to see the documentary to see it. It would have been the best barrel of my life, and lucky I didn't kill myself.
Yeah, so you went back over with the lip onto
so
the reef?
I bottom turn, and I'm just pulling into it, and I think I'm too deep, so I keep bottom turning and try and pull through it. But I was in the perfect spot.
But it's hard to jump off on that wave, right, too, because it's so shallow?
But in that situation, you just have to pull in and hope for the best and just stay as deep in the barrel and as it can until the last minute, and then you just let it take you and hope for the best.
Oh, that sounds terrifying. Oh, my gosh. Wow. So how did you go in that event?
Well, it's funny, you know, because like I say, I was no pipeline specialist. My first time there I got second the first time.
Oh, you're kidding.
And the next year it was an invitee contest and I won.
Oh,
So
wow.
second and first, but it was a surprise to everyone, including myself.
Just love a good forehand barrel.
Both times were huge. Joey Buran won the first year. The first year it was really huge in the morning, and then it was washing through all day, and then it was perfect 10 to 12 foot by the final. And the next year it was the opposite way. It was perfect in the morning, the year I won, and then washing through in the final. And it was a 6-man final. Rabbit was in it.
No way.
Yeah, like all kind of local Hawaiians, Max Medeiros, Ronnie Burns, Michael Ho. They all paddled way out to second reef, and I was scared. I was sitting on the side kind of thing. And so I didn't get cleaned up, and they all got cleaned up and washed out.
Kidding.
And I was the only one that didn't get washed out. And then I paddled in, and then it was like a calm period, and a couple 10-footers came, and I snuck into, a couple of smaller ones. And I won, yeah. And they eventually got back out, but there was not a lot of time left, and a couple of them got some huge barrels, but they probably only had one score. I got lucky. And, that's the story of that. Now let's move back into the heat here.
I'm just going trip down
Rosie
memory
Smart's
lane.
got a 5.17, and that's a good score for her.
Yeah, that is a good score. We've seen a lot of 5s and 6s and even 4s today, so I feel like they're both living in the right world, but no one's really taking off with anything right now. Rosie needs a 2.16. That's nothing, Oki, but if she gets a 2.16, then Ellie's only going to need a 3. So I feel like Rosie's probably deciding to sit and wait a little bit longer to try and get another score like that 5 and make Ellie's life a bit harder, because I feel like these ladies are going to have a long run of heats together over the next 5 to 10 years as
Guaranteed.
they compete on the challenges, the CT, wherever they end up. So I think Rosie's trying to play a little bit more of smart tactics right now.
Here goes Ellie up and riding. It's a smaller wave. Can she get some kind of reform? Because otherwise it's a bit of a waste of time, and it is. She's out of there. Yeah, these girls, they probably practicing because they're both on the Challenger now. I mean, they will be.
Yeah.
So this is kind of a practice. The Challenger does go man-on-man too. It starts off 4-man heat strife, and then it goes down to man-on-man in the round of
I think it's
16.
quarters. Yeah,
No,
I think
maybe 16. But
yeah, wow.
yeah. So they do. They have 8 heats of man-on-man. So once they hit round of 16, it goes to man-on-man there. So it's a kind of a mock heat for them, so to speak.
Yeah, absolutely. And I love that they're getting time to figure out each other's competitive strategy, because I feel like you don't really think about other people's, the way they compete too much on the QS. You're just trying to make heats and get through and win and make sure that you can get yourself to that next level. But I feel like on the Challenger Series and even the CT, I've spoken to Molly about it before, and she'll say things, and we'll be talking about someone for, say, let's just say Brisa Hennessy, just for example, and Molly will be like, oh yeah, she's this type of competitor. She likes to do this at the start of a heat, and she knows all these facts about her competitors. And I just think this is cool experience for these two to figure out how they interact in a heat.
Yeah, definitely. That's interesting, Jess, for sure.
Yeah, Molly's pretty dialed on all that stuff. I know she's just come home from Portugal.
Just blew my mind in Hawaii, that girl. Like, unbelievable. She spent a lot of time upstairs from where I live at the Harrison's place, Piper and Marlon.
Yeah, it's really strange to think that just a few years ago, Molly was doing these events trying to get on the Challenger Series.
Yeah.
And then this year,
she's top of the world.
She changed female surfing.
She changed female surfing.
She's a pinnacle part of history.
She definitely is. She'll be talked about forever because that's massive. It's like almost as big as Simon Anderson making the thruster.
Yeah,
from where you come from. It really is because that wave she got at Pipeline, the turn she done at Sunset, wow, that's unfortunate for Ellie there, because that was definitely another, kind of score, maybe not a keeper, but she's had a 4.83, but definitely, Jess, changed women's surfing
and
big
the fact
time.
that
The other girls too, but I think Molly was the the peak of all that, especially with that turn at sunset.
That turn at sunset was incredible. Ellie, it's just a shame this wave didn't really allow her to push back down and get her in front of that foam there. But yeah, I think
I mean, the Tenet pipeline too.
that Tenet pipeline, I mean, Molly, the other girls were amazing, but I think Molly went out there with this Australian mongrel mentality, and the other girls matched what she was doing.
I think she
because
started it.
She pioneered
Yeah,
it.
she started it.
I agree. I think
that day, or that mindset, it would have been started earlier because I'm sure, I so miss going to Hawaii, but I'm sure the free serves before that, there was times where Molly was, probably catching waves, maybe not like that 10, but definitely charging, and the other girls are going, well, it's on this event, and because it's hard to get waves out there at pipe, but I'm sure, you just have to free surf with someone, and when a big wave comes their way, if they're a charger or not, you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I feel like Molly, she spent a lot of time out there over the last few years, and you can definitely tell it paid off. I love that second turn there for Ellie. And then I think she surprised herself that there was more down the line there. It maybe felt like her body was like, oh, the wave's over. And then she goes, oh, there's one more. I'll capitalize on it. But, yeah, couldn't pull off that last turn. Betters her scoreline. That's a 3.67. Now Rosie chasing a 3.33. So this is the time where Ellie wishes this was 25-minute heats. Rosie, good-looking wall. Huge carve down once more. Can't get it. Initial thoughts, I'm thinking no, not a 3.33.
No way. Yeah, no chance. Very lateral one kind of cut down, backhand. You get crucified for doing those turns. Forehand, you can do a double, arm hack or a layback hack. They love it, but you do a kind of a hard, it's one of my favourite turns actually, is just to kind of jag this really deep. And you don't get scored on it. No matter how hard you push sometimes, it's never got me through heats, that kind of turn.
Yeah, it wasn't enough. A 2.73, so still time, though. That's the perks of the 30-minute heats. Rosie's stoked that it's 30 minutes. Ellie's probably wishing it was 25 right now so that she could make the final. But even chatting to Ellie in her post-heat before, she goes, no, the goal here was always to win, and your name's on that leaderboard, that winner's board.
Yeah, I was lucky enough.
Who was in the final when you did it?
Oh, well, twice actually. One was Tom Curran, man on man, and the other one would have been a QS. And my other win, it was a 5,000 back then, and I can't remember. There's 3 people. It's too hard. Anyway, up and riding.
Ellie, first turn, strong full roundhouse there. Wants to get a finisher here and make sure she completes it. And gets the completion, so we'll see if we can get a look from the front. It's hard to know how much damage that turn actually did from above. It's strange with drone angles. I feel like sometimes it makes the wave look lesser than, but that first turn was really nice, Ock.
Yeah, I know. I don't personally like the drone angle. I like it when they're showing the land side and the, there's a word for it. Sorry, I've lost it there. Seascape, land side, I don't know. But not the surfing. But, yes, you have to look at it front on to see what she got done. Slow motion here. It was a nice cut back. Hits the whitewash. I've always found it hard to commentate when they do slow motion. Do you talk slow too? Like, she's coming off.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Scores are looking pretty good for Ellie's last one. We're waiting on one more. There it is, a 5.6. So best way of the heat. Now that applies serious pressure to Rosie because that's a big difference from needing a 3 to now needing a 5.2. That's a certain type of wave. It's either one massive turn or 2 strung together. So she's looking like she's paddling into this one now. Ooh, but pulls it back. So she's going to regain priority anyway. Nervous times right now for Rosie. The Coffs Harbour community probably just thinking, please send her a wave.
Yeah, no, for sure. You talk about that. There's Lynn's up there, a good mate of mine from Coffs, and Wink, and the whole club. They're probably all together down at the Hoey Moey.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
I love the Hoey Moey.
It's Sunday for sure. Shout out to all the Coffs Harbour people there. I miss it a lot. Billabong have done a lot of events there. I go down every year for their golf day. They have, and I drive from the Gold Coast every time.
Yeah, it's not
Can you
far.
believe one last year? We drove down there on a super wet day. It was pouring rain. I'm like, there's no way it's going to be on. And I got about an hour out of Coffs, and they said it's off. I had to turn around and drive home.
You're kidding.
Yeah.
That's the worst.
I know. I was like, did they forget to call me? But apparently it was just one of those downpours that just happens. It was underwater.
Yeah.
Like, come on. But yeah, good friends. Heaps of good friends at Coffs there. And I'm wishing for them that this 5.27 comes in under a minute because she's got priority. That's what you need, Jess.
Yeah, I mean, it's fate's in her hand. She's got priority. She's in the perfect situation that she wants to be in to be able to get the score. Whether or not the wave comes, I mean, that's the biggest pinnacle of our sport. We don't have control on if we get another opportunity or not. But, yeah, I used to go to Coffs every year for my junior career, go to the Billabong Osgrom Cup.
Yep, that's what I'm talking about.
To the Skull Candy, and then I'd come to your event.
Yep.
Go up to Deba for Ocky's Grom Comp.
Yeah, that's been going on a long time. So I think we're into our 15th year. We have it at Snapper now.
No way.
Yeah, didn't you know that?
No.
Yeah, last year we had it at Snapper. We got the permit off the council to have it there.
Good.
Rainbow Bay Surf Club, which is my local club, and Gavin up there, really good friends. So it's all integrated, and yeah, so my Occy, so the grommets just love it. Like, that it opens up to the entry fee time, and like you have to be on the button because it. Oh, there we go. Sorry, the heat's over. Excuse me, Rosie Smart. It doesn't matter. She's on the Challenger Series.
She's made it.
Ellie Harrison is through to the
final.
Oh, gee whiz. It's finals time.
It's finals time. We're going to be back with a very important semi-final with Sappy Vetti and Nikki Van Dyke right after this short break.
It's in all of us. That craving to feel new again. To see something new that will blow our minds. Or meet someone new who will change it. New South Wales. A place to feel free. To feel alive. But most of all, to feel new again.
Maddie's last night's sleep was spent trying to look up relaxing wave sounds. Tonight's actual wave sounds.
Holidays, Ironman, outdoors, Ironman, whoa, Uber, suspension, lights, roof rack, camping equipment, recovery gear, under Ironman Maitland, and under Ironman. I can't do two things at once. Wait!
Effortlessly refreshing. Byron Bay Brewery Premium Lager. Go with it.
Welcome back. We've got qualification on the line in this heat. Ellie Harrison made it to the final in that last one, but serious times here for the 2024 Surfest presented by Reflection Holidays Park. We've just got news, Ock. We've just got news. This is the live leaderboard rankings right now. Sappy Vetti sitting in 7th, Nikki Van Dyke in 7th. So if Safi wins this semi-final, she'll qualify for the Challenger Series. But if Safi loses, Nikki will need to win against Ellie Harrison in the final. So
Wow.
lots going on. Lots going on right now.
So much going on. This is a final right here. It's only a semi, but it is actually a final for these two.
Yeah, this is a...
Especially Safi, sorry, Jess. You know, Nikki will have one more to do, but what an important heat.
Oh, such an important heat, and it's a cool situation for Safi to be in because I don't think she's ever been in a high-pressure situation like this. I mean, she obviously had the Olympic qualifiers, which would have been scary enough as it is, but Nikki would have been in pressure situations like this, so I'm excited to see how Safi can react. She knew that she had to make that last heat, and she got a 7.67 to take out Bronte McCauley.
Wow.
Which is a massive name to take out in this draw. So I've been on the phone with Safi's little brother Finn most of the morning going, what's going on, what's happening? So big shout out to Finn. Happy St. Patrick's Day over there in Dunedin. I'm sure they're having a fun time. That's Nikki Van Dyke. She got 4.67 for that. Safi, little barrel, 2.67.
2.67 only for a barrel? You kidding me? Wow. 4.67. You'd almost add another 5 minutes to this clock because of this situation right here.
Yeah, seriously, let's make it a 35-minute heat.
Mm-hmm.
I think Safi, I'm not sure if you saw the 7 that she got in her last heat.
Yeah, no, I did. I commentated that.
Yeah, amazing heat.
It was.
I reckon she's going to try and stick to getting her backhand in some good quality sections out there because she's looking really lethal on her backhand.
She is. That she is. Seems like the northerly kind of breeze is coming up. Not strong, though.
Mm. Sometimes it's all right when the wind comes up a little bit like that because I think it pushes the faces back down at you a little bit more, which allows you to belt it just that little bit harder. I don't know. That's my personal opinion.
No, for sure. I mean, the air guys are licking their lips.
Yeah. Well,
and we've got some coming up, so...
Yeah, that next heat, Joel Vaughan, Morgan. But we've got to get through this one. This is a high-pressure heat, and I hope those ladies just come down swinging, but...
Oh, I knew something like this was going to happen. Excuse me, Jess. It's Jackson Dorian? It's not...
It is Jackson Dorian. What?
Whoa,
You just said those air guys are licking their lips.
Oh, my goodness, that was huge. I mean, Jackson, I was talking to Lisa. I thought they were flying home to Hawaii. Oh, must be tonight they're flying home. He's flying right there. He was almost home.
Wait, is he not in Hawaii? No. Oh, my gosh. Yeah, that was wild. I love that we've got a camera facing down there as well.
Well, he was almost like he was definitely departing.
Oh, yeah,
he was high altitude. That was incredible. We're going to see that everywhere. Someone had to be filming that. I mean, what am I talking about? We got it.
We got it. He's going to be asking for the rewind. He's going to be asking for the footage.
He wants to post it on his Insta.
Yeah, that's going to be on a reel later.
I'm charging him. I've got the footage.
We've got to
I wouldn't do that, Shano.
No.
I hope Shane Dorian's watching. He's probably not because Jackson's, he lost early in the event. So Shano's probably doing something else, but he's going to see it. That was ridiculous. Can we see it again, please? Oh, my goodness. I hate to take anything away from this most important heat of these girls' life. But thank you. Just one more time. Look at that. No hand grab.
What?
Wow, landed perfectly. Oh, my goodness. I wonder if my son's watching. Jay. Incredible. Wow. Epic. Let's get back to the heat.
That was a really steep section too. Oh wow, that was really nicely done. All right, looks like Safi's having a paddle down the beach. Decides it's not what she's looking for. So I really hope these ladies don't get too picky out here. I think they have to surf it like they've been surfing their previous heats. You've got to be on your feet. You've got to be creating opportunity. These aren't really the conditions where you want to sit for 15, 20 minutes.
Nah, definitely. I'd be nervous, like the 4.67, you're happy because she's only had a 2.67. So I always used to listen out louder for my opponent's scores than mine, It was very important. And So she's feeling all right, but, you know, definitely want to back that 4.67 up real quick.
You know, you played a few roles down here this week. You've been commentator, you've been coach, you've been social media lord. We'll get back to that in a second. Wow, huge turn, but couldn't pull it off. So,
I don't get the social media lord part.
well, I've seen you all over my Instagram.
What am I doing?
Haven't seen it?
I haven't posted anything.
Oh, people have been posting you. I've been seeing so many videos of you the last few days. But, you know, Jay, he competed in this event. What would you be telling him if he was going out in a heat in conditions like this right now?
Yeah, go to the air for sure. I mean, he had Joel Vaughan and Huey Vaughan in his heat, and Jay didn't get it, that air section, but those two went huge. And I know Jay, I mean, most people know Jay can go huge, but it's definitely, you know, it's hard because do you go huge straight away or do you get 2 scores? You get 2 scores, and those 2 waves that you're doing turns on probably had that air section that you could have gone huge. And are you going to get another chance? You know what I mean? Like, these kind of guys now are not waiting, you know, like they're going huge straight away. And because you mightn't get another chance. I mean, that's how Gabriel surfed in Portugal. And, you know, and guys like Joel Vaughan and even his younger brother Huey and others, you know, I mean, Dane Henry, and, you know, they're probably the top guys doing airs. But when you talk about those guys, you know, they're doing it straight away. They're not holding, you know, they're not trying to get 2 scores first. They're going big straight away.
Yeah, and that's what they've had to be doing. And, I mean, Ellie Harrison, we've got her for an interview. She's been doing that as well. Ellie, you've managed to get the score right at the start of the heat for the last 2 heats, and it's held you all the way through. That one was a bit of a scrappy one between you and Rosie, but was it cool just to have experience with her, seeing that you'll both be on the Challenger Series this year?
Yeah, that one was a bit scrappy, which was surprising because it looked really fun. It is fun, but it looks like kind of easy to get them, but I guess we kind of got caught in the wrong position a bit. And yeah, but no, yeah, very excited to do the Challenger Series this year with Rosie, so yeah.
I mean, you know, you've come into this event, you don't really have to look at what's going on in the rankings and everything. You're already set. We know this. But have you been paying attention to what's been happening? Because right now in the water, there's a pretty solid heat going on.
Yeah, I've definitely been like looking and talking to the girls about it. Like Mia was really close, and yeah, that was a heartbreak yesterday for her. But yeah, I love the drama, and I love that I'm not part of it. Yeah, it's pretty nice.
Yeah, because I'm not sure if you're aware, but if Safi makes this heat, she actually claims that final spot. But if Nikki makes this heat and versus you in the final, she has to win to get the Challenger Series spot. Does that come into your head at all, or are you just kind of surfing like, well, it's not my problem, is it?
Yeah, definitely not my problem. But yeah, I did have a feeling there was something. Yeah, that second semi-final was a big one to watch. Yeah, not my problem. Just doing my own thing. Yeah.
And I know that there's probably a massive, probably I'd say your biggest fan of home, sitting at home waiting for a little hello, your Dabba. Do you want to say hi?
Hi, Dabba. She's probably not watching because she struggles to get it on her TV at home, which is sad. But yeah, I'll probably got a text on my phone already. She watches the scores. But hi to the family, aunties, uncles. Yeah, they're all watching.
And what's on the cards for Ellie after Surfest? Are you coming back up the coast? Are you heading home for a little while? Bells?
Oh, sorry.
No, that's okay. You go.
I'm going home for Bells. I'm in the trials. So, yeah, that will be fun. Yeah, big goals for that too. So, see how we go.
Amazing. And then straight back to Snapper?
Yeah, then straight up to Snapper, get ready for the Challenger. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, Ellie, we just love seeing you in the Rashi and seeing you compete. It's so fun to watch. And I know you don't overly love interviews, so I'll let you go. And we'll chat to you soon.
All right, see ya.
Yeah, I actually love stealing Ellie for interviews because I know how much she hates it.
She doesn't like it. Well, she's got to get used to it, Jess. She really does. She's good at it. She's really good. I don't know what she's talking about.
But during that interview, this happened. This is a 7.83. Huge first turn, massive second turn. So Safi just not feeling the nerves.
No, that was critical. There was backwash. There was a lot going on. And she nailed it. Look at that, 7.83. Wow.
We haven't seen a wave with that much of a steep wall in front of a surfer in quite some time. So Safi identifying that beautifully. I can hear the cheers coming from New Zealand right now. Ness, if you're watching, big hello. But I'm sure there's a massive Australian contingency watching this lady right here. Needs a 5.84. Great first turn. She's got a beautiful backhand, but this wave, those lefts are kind of going into weird water right now.
Yeah, that wave was bending out to sea and going into a deep channel. It was never going to go anywhere. So she's going to have to get that right. Live rating, Safi. She's right there. You know, New Zealand, the feeds that are going out to New Zealand right now are massive. Like, it's incredible.
Yeah, just a reminder to everyone how important this heat is. So Safi is sitting in 5th. She has to make this heat to move up into the qualifying position. Nikki Van Dijk, though, she needs to make this heat and then go and win the final against Ellie Harrison. Ellie's actually moved from 4th to 2nd on the base of that last heat. So even if, say, Safi or Nikki move up and Rosie moves down, Rosie will then take the next spot because Ellie's already on the Challenger Series. But there's also a wild card that comes into play. So it might be the fact that we might see all of them on there. You never know who's going to get the wild card, but it's high stakes right now because both of these ladies don't want to have to rely on a wild card. They want to have made it themselves.
No, you can't rely on those wild cards for sure. You've got to make it happen yourself. But, I mean, if people, you know, you never want people to get injured, but if they do, it can go down to the next person. So if you're right there, you've got to be ready. I think Caius King in the men's side is right in that kind of spot right now. Winter Vincent, I think it is, that's still in the event and needs to win. I'm not too sure they're going to tell you about that when they're commentating the men's heat, but it's exciting all round. Like, are you kidding me? It's a promoter's dream.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Winter, from what I'm aware, Winter has to get 2nd. And if he doesn't, then Caius King gets the spot. So I'm sure Caius is walking around pulling strands out of his hair right now, just going, please, please, because that's not the position you want to be in either. You want to be the guy who has to make the heats. It's on your own back rather than hoping someone else, you know, screws up and doesn't get through. So I love that these two ladies right now are battling out because they want to make it happen for themselves because of themselves, you know.
Yeah.
So 14 and a half minutes to go. We still have a whole nother heat on our hands right now.
Yeah, no, I know. It's a long time. It really is, but it's good that they've got this amount of time because they've been competing all season to get to this point, and they've met right in the semi-final.
Yeah, I mean, it's drama, isn't it?
Yeah. The ocean's got like that nice blue colour.
Yeah, it's just, it's always turns on for finals day. And yeah, like your mum said, if there's enough blue in the sky to make a sailor's jacket, it'll be a nice day.
Yeah, sailor's waistcoat, you got it. You got it. And yeah, that's a good memory.
Thank you. I was like, sailor's jacket. But it is. It's a nice day. It was very cold, I thought, this morning, but maybe I've been spending a bit too much time on the Gold Coast. But, yeah, I mean, Merriweather always puts on a show. Newcastle, in general, always puts on a show. And I'm kind of sad it's the last day of Surfest. I love this event.
That's another promoter's dream, is the sun to come out for finals day,
Yes.
because we're expecting huge crowds. It always seems to happen in Newcastle, like right on final. They know when the final's on, and they come to watch that like it's a game of footy or something. It's big. I remember back in the day when I was competing, and I think it was the main beach, but right on the final, there's just streams of people, and you'd be surfing in front of a huge crowd. And there's, yeah, really faithful fans down here at Newcastle. They love the Knights. The Knights unfortunately lost. They nearly won that game. It went to Golden Point. They were up in Townsville. Unfortunately, they didn't win that Golden Point, but well done, because that was a hard game for them. So their year's looking bright.
Who's your footy club?
The Sharks, and then
The Sharks?
yeah, I love my league, Jess. And then it's the Broncos, because Dean Mariner goes out with Grace.
No
Yeah,
way.
so it's the winger. Yeah, they've been going out for what, almost 2 years now.
Wow.
Yeah, even longer. Here we go. That was a hard, wow, the backwash. The backwash
Yeah,
and
lots
everything.
going on there.
A lot going on.
That was one of those sections that was going to be a hard one to make. Nikki now up and down. I feel like Nikki, nothing has really gone her way so far. She's fallen a lot. There's a lot of 1-pointers, 0-point rides in her lineup. She's really banking on that 4-6-7 right now, but I feel like by the end of your heat, you want that to be your backup score, not your main score, especially when your opponent has a 7-8-3. But Safi's goal right now is to drop that 2-6-7. Unfortunately, didn't do it on that last wave, but I feel like with a competitor as good and as experienced as Nikki Van Dyke, Safi, you can't be feeling comfortable with a 2-6-7 backup.
No way. No.
But she knows that. You can tell she's trying to make opportunity for herself. The Olympian, she comes back home on the Gold Coast for a day, then flies to Auckland for 2 days, then comes back for a week, and then goes to Tahiti. She's all over the place, Safi. She's got a crazy schedule. She's going to have to balance the Olympics and the challenges if she makes it. But I think that's a really cool problem to have.
It is. You know, Chopo, I just can't believe the Olympics are there. It's so good for surfing. Like, it's going to, you know, the most attention ever is going to be on surfing. I know it was in Japan, and I'm not too sure, you know, how the public that doesn't know surfing received that. You know, it was on shore, and I loved it, but I love all kind of surfing. But at Chopu, if it's 10 feet, the whole world is going to be amazed on what these guys and what we do out there. You know, I mean, I was almost thinking, how can I get in? Like, because I'm half Italian, I was like, look out, I'm going to get my Italian passport and I'm off to, where was the ISA Games?
Puerto Rico, El Salvador.
No chance. But I find it really strange that they have that and it's nothing like Chopu, you know, and because I would not have a chance. No way. But I mean, you know, this is when it first got announced. I thought the trials would be at Chopu, and I was thinking, how can I, you know, get my Italian passport, get it together? I only have to beat Leo, right? I mean, Leo's really good at Chopu, but I mean, I'd give it a go.
I love that.
Just imagine a gold medal at the tender age of, I'm not telling you how old I am.
The youthful age of 21. How cool. I love that you're still so competitive.
Yeah, I know.
love it. You've got so much drive to compete.
It doesn't, it's so weird that it hasn't left. Like when earlier on in the rounds, there was 3-man heats and I was thinking about asking, because Ty's a really good friend of mine from WSL, and at Cabarita, there was a 3-man heat and I raced home and grabbed my board. This was a couple of years ago. And I think I can't believe I didn't get booked for a speeding ticket because I didn't have much time. I had to race back to Rainbow and get my board. And I had a shocker. And the waves were like, you know, not that good. And they were, you know, in this early round, the waves were pretty small and hard. And I was still thinking about it and I would have got smoked. I mean, it would have maybe been embarrassing. I'm kind of losing it, but, you know. It's funny how it hasn't left.
I don't know if you are losing it. From what I see in here, I don't think you are. I would love to see you back in the Rashi. Well, we will at J-Bay.
Yeah, J-Bay. I've got an invitee. The event is not on this year because of the Olympics, and it's been a specialty event this year. And myself got invited. I think Parko and Mick got invited. Kelly got invited. There's a local guy there called Sean Holmes that used to beat Andy Hines a couple times. Andy didn't hate that. Sean surfs it so good. So it's going to be a great event. I can't wait to get back to J-Bay.
Man, I can't wait either. I'm excited. Did I need any commentators?
Yeah. I'll talk to WSL.
But 8 minutes to go. I mean, pressure is building right now on Nikki Van Dyke. Safi down the line, looking like she might find a wave, says no. She's just got to be thinking, get rid of this 2.67. But, yeah, I'm hoping that there's equal opportunity left in this last heat because it's the best to see a 2 and for a battle. Whoa, good-looking wave.
Is she into it? Yeah, it looks like she is. Safi trying to get a bottom turn going and hits the lip. Is she going to try and make the inside? She is. She climbs the foam. Looks like she's got a bit of shape to it because I reckon she might be in the 3 to 4s now. Can she make it a 4.5? Maybe. Here goes Nikki on a nicer wave.
Huge opening carve there for Nikki. Wants more down the line, needs more down the line, and
Excuse me.
it's been a weird one for Nikki. She hasn't really found any good waves out there.
No, sorry, I thought that wave looked good until it went into the channel.
No,
Yeah,
I
you
thought
got to
it looked
be.
good too.
Yeah, you got to be really wary of where you're sitting when the tide comes in, Jess. You really do, because it should be easier today because it's not as kind of big as it's been. But we'll just watch the inside here. But you got to be aware, because the wave that looks good, you can get one good turn on, and then it ends up in the channel as this wave does. It's a beautiful kind of wrapping turn, and then she's like, I've got to get up into this high road, but the wave just filled up too quick. So you got to kind of sit on the side of the channel, I reckon, and surf into the shallow water to get that closeout turn.
I agree. I think Safi's been pretty on point with her wave selection in this one. I mean, Nikki, that's one of those waves you paddle into, and that happens. You kind of scratch your head because you're paddling in going, wow, this wave looks insane. I've got at least a 7 here. But then it just, went a little bit random. So she might be paddling onto a better looking one now. I hope she goes right on this one, but isn't going to get in. Maybe a lump coming behind it, but Safi a 3.97 for that last wave. Nikki a 3.63, so not too much between those two waves.
No, not much. And Nikki's having a look at this. No, doesn't like it. That's what she needs to, a 7. You were just talking about a 7, and after that 3.97 from Safi, that's exactly what Nikki needs, a 7.14. So priority, 5 minutes. Can she do it?
I think I would love to see her try. I mean, if the wave comes through, it's literally anyone's opportunity. Wow, Safi looks like she's in a good spot for another one. Nikki's pretty wide. See if Safi's saying, no, I don't want it. I think she's going to go and get pretty cozy with Nikki for these last 5 minutes. But I mean, these 2-man heats. Priority does come into play, obviously, but not really. It goes back and forth so much between the two.
Yeah, I mean, she's paddling the other way now, and I kind of like that tactic. There's some surfers with, they've got second priority. They're in the lead, and they will sit on them and paddle. Some guys paddle circles around you. I've had guys paddle circles around me, and you just like, it's really irritating, but they know that,
Yeah, absolutely.
But, I like it that she's kind of getting away. Here goes Nikki anyway.
Here goes Nikki. Needs a 7.14 on this wave, and again, just nothing really too special happening right there. Safi looks like she might have found herself a right rip bowl on this one. Not going to pull the trigger. So she's still, I feel like, hoping to better a 3.97, but 4 minutes to go. She has first priority. Challenger Series is on the line right now for both of these ladies. I'm about to freak out. I just...
Well, one of these are going to. Oh, wow. Nikki just duck dives that. Pretty solid wave there. And there's another solid one coming through, Jess. Safi's looking kind of deep, though, on this right-hander that you can see on the right of your screen. It looked like it could have been a pretty good wave, too.
Yeah, I feel like Nikki's trying to paddle away from her on the inside. And she's created a bit of distance right now with 3 minutes, 40 seconds. But Safi, she's chasing her tail. She's hunting after Nikki right now. She wants to be on that Challenger Series. And like we said, she makes this heat, she's on. And Nikki makes this heat, she's got one more performance to put on. I don't know. I feel like both of these ladies' surfing can translate so beautifully onto the Challenger Series. So I feel like you can't really be upset with whoever gets on out of these two.
Definitely not. Nikki's been there. I'd love to see her back. I do like the way she surfs. But it's time, and you got someone chasing you right now.
That's the worst feeling. Oh, that is my least favorite feeling about competitive surfing, when you're just trying to break away and you can hear the water moving behind you, and I was like, I'm coming to get you.
Well, there's a big backwash about to hit this wave down the line where they're paddling to. It seems like there's more backwash down that end of the beach. The beach is steeper, or it's a shallow bank that creates it. Yeah,
it just feels like this heat, all the momentum has been going towards Safi. You can see Morgan out there in the lineup. He's got a big heat coming up against Joel Vaughan for the first of the men's semi-finals. But this heat isn't over, 2 minutes to go. But yeah, like I was saying, I just feel like all the momentum has been going Safi's way. Nikki's looked a little bit frustrated.
Yeah, for sure. I'm going to go up and have lunch and watch this next heat. I'm really looking forward to it. Greg, the chef, has been doing an amazing job. And all the crew, like, the food has been amazing. Thank you. And here goes Nikki. It's a layback. It's never going to be a 7-1-4, but what else can she do, Jess?
Yeah, she's throwing everything at it right now. And Safi, she's just sitting out there waiting for her to paddle back out and just be that kind of, I don't know, annoying fly that Nikki doesn't want around, but she's doing her job. She's making sure she's securing her spot. But I just think Nikki, even on that wave, I know it was only a one-turn wave. It was a smaller wave, but I love how she's laying everything on the line for it.
Yeah, that wave was just too small, but I mean, she's just caught, like she's stuck in jail right here, and the gatekeeper is Safi.
Yes, and coming down to that last minute, you can see Safi's even paddling in just to get towards her, so not giving her an inch right now. Training with Mick Kane before she came onto these events, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, I know Mick quite well. He's always there at D-Bar, my local beach, and always working with someone.
You can see that's Team Safi. Billy Sterman, Taylor Green, Coral Durant, Alistair was there. Safi keeping Nikki off this one. 45 seconds. Big turn, can't get the ride out, so it all comes down to this next 40 seconds. Does a wave come through? Nikki has priority. 7-1-4 though, Ock. Massive score. It's a particular type of wave, isn't it?
Yeah, but it could be a massive mistake for Safi because that wasn't going to be a 7. And there's some waves coming, and I've done it numerous amount of times, and people have taken advantage. Could be massive. What's going to happen here in the last 20 seconds, Jess?
I don't know. She looks like she's seen something down the beach. She's paddling to get in position. She's 10 seconds on the clock. She's swinging. She's having a look at this wave. Needs a 7-1-4. Got a good-looking bowl in front of it. Bit of a slow paddle in. Huge first turn there for Nikki. Weird end section. That's not a 7-1-4, Oki. So Safi Vetti.
Lucky.
Just made the Challenger Series. She's an Olympian, and now she's on the Changers. So huge weekend here for Safi. Congratulations to New Zealand taking 2 people to the Challengers this year. We're going to go to a break and come back with men's action. Don't go anywhere.
The racecourse is not just a place to watch the horses thunder. It brings generations together to share memories and experiences that are close to our hearts and runs in our veins. Newcastle Racecourse. Home is where the track is.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all. And feel new.
Adam has taken a few losses at work this week. A loss out here, a little easier to take.
Wait! Holidays, Ironman, outdoors, Ironman, whoa, Uber, suspension, lights, roof rack, camping equipment, recovery gear, Under Ironman, mate, and 100 Ironman. I can't do 2 things at once, I know.
That's me. We got out. I love you, Dad.
300 kilometers to your destination. No beds for Michaels. Get to the Royal.
Welcome back to the show. Finals day here at Merriweather Surfest 2024, presented by Reflections Holiday Parks. Safi Vetti getting the jump on Nikki Van Dyke, consequently ending Nikki's run towards qualification for the Challenger Series. But Safi is sweet. She's going to maintain her position at the top end of the rankings and still maintains the possibility of breaking through for a huge win here at Surfest. Ronnie Blakey joined by Matt Hoy. Hoyo.
Yeah, Ronnie.
Here we go into the Burton Automotive semi-finals for the men. What about these two titans about to fight it out for a place in the final?
Well, arguably the two form surfers the whole event. Oh, well, just
Good
says
start.
it all. Good start. Thanks, Morgs. But yeah, probably the best two serves the whole event so far, these two. In the semis, everyone's spewing that this isn't the final, but it's not to be, but good on them.
Yeah.
Going to be a huge heat. You know what Joel's going to do?
Oh, yeah.
And
Well,
Morgan, you know what Morgan's going to do? He's going to keep it a bit more traditional, and Joel's just going to go full progressive,
yeah.
as he's been doing.
Yeah, he's been so strong. Big numbers from him once again. Huge turns. Going right up in there, the 9-point range in his quarterfinal heat, Joel Vaughan in the opening stages.
Yeah,
and
I heard
Morgan's just been rock solid. He has been so just reliable for a couple of decent numbers. And he's kind of been pacing himself through this draw beautifully, building towards potentially a final spot. But it won't be easy against Joel.
No, this is probably the... Oh, well, like I said, this is probably the final, but they meet early in the semis, but that's what happens.
Yeah.
Should be a great heat, long time in the water, 30 minutes. Sometimes it's a good thing, sometimes it's a bad thing. That extra 5 minutes, or the extra 10 usually,
Yeah.
extra 5.
Depending on who you are.
Yeah,
that's
and,
right.
and what lead you've got or what you've got to get or
Yeah, well,
nothing worse.
These two are going to clash and clash in a big way here, both on the Challenger Series the past couple of seasons. Joel finishing in the high 20s in the last couple of years, but really has been collecting some amazing highlights. The 20-year-old Morgan, 24 years of age.
Still young.
He's still young, and he actually, despite the fact he got knocked back to the Challengers, he's come so close to getting himself back on the CT a couple of times now. 2022, he was just a heat win or two away from being in the top 10 again. Finished 12th, and last year 16th. So he doesn't need the QS points. He's already in there because he made that top 20. But he's, sort of marked himself as a consistent campaigner on the Challenger Series. I think he'll give it another good nudge this year. And even the surfing that he's showing us here, Morgan, he does look like a vet. It's crazy to think that he's still such a grom.
Yeah, because he did it so early, went straight into that top 5 first year on tour, you know what I mean? That's what... Oh, we just said he was going to go full progressive, and he's just gone the other way. What a wave to start.
Joel Vaughan's
Not
found
over.
an absolute gem here, Hoy. Great variation.
Wow.
He did it with the big individual turns in that last quarterfinal heat, but I feel like Joel Vaughan's going to kick off with a big number here. The surfer from North Shelley just down the road.
That was pretty sick. Some of those turns were mental. And the wave, look at the foam line from that wave. It just bowled off perfectly for him.
Probably one of the best waves that's broken today here at Merriweather.
100%.
So, that really worked in his favour, that Morgan took a ride early in this heat and didn't really convert it into anything. It left Joel out the back with priority. He waited for a quality wave to come his way, and he's just absolutely taken to it with a variety of manoeuvres, and I think that'll help him push this number up. The score's coming through. Wow, they're big again.
Wow.
Huge.
That was a sick first turn. This turn throws the tail. Great sex. What a wave. And another one, and just finishes it with that. Wow.
So he's done repeated what he was able to do on his first wave in the quarterfinals, and that's dropping 9.7. This is, quality surfing. There was a couple of people sort of around the comp site saying to me, do you think his last in his last heat, that 9.7, that was the score? Was it a bit big, like considering who was in the lineup, Dane Henry?
Yeah.
And I sort of said, well, yeah, it was pretty amazing. But I see what they're saying. I'd say even this number feels high on the scale, considering it's so early, 30-minute heats.
And how they've been scoring the whole week. That's huge.
Yeah, 9-7. And one judge even threw a 10 at it.
I know.
So,
wow.
You know, with 5 judges on the panel, the highest number, the lowest number, they're throwing out. It's an average of the remaining 3 scores, the in-betweeners. And it came through at a 9.7.
Wow.
But,
That's,
you know,
what a way to start.
What a way to start. It's not an issue as long as... But what works against Morgan is he's not really sure of what that looked like from the front.
Yeah.
So if he saw that wave from the front, he'd be going, if that's a 9-7, I can get a 10-point ride here.
Yeah.
But like it can sometimes frazzle a competitor thinking that you need to match that and you oversurf a bit.
Yeah, for sure.
Because Joel wasn't surfing out of his skin then. It was great surfing.
That first turn was sick.
Wasn't it?
That was a good turn too. This one he gets a little sort of hung up a little bit, and that one a little bit hung. But
yeah,
that's just been really... Watch it from this one, this second turn.
Excellent surfing. Excellent surfing, but near perfect is a big call.
Isn't it?
As we see him racing down the line. And he's going to go to the sky, corked out, and almost flips his way into a solid backup score here. But he is certainly in the driver's seat. Joel Vaughan, he's made a habit of doing this as he's moved through the rounds of this contest. He made a habit of it on the Challenger Series last year. Going big. He likes that at that upper end of the scale.
Yeah. Well, he's already got 10.7 is... Mate, there's a heat win in earlier rounds.
Oh.
And he's already done it on 2 ways. He's got a 1 for a backup.
There's no way in the world he's not adding another 6 points to the tally here.
Well, he's going to add another 8.
Yeah, so early days. 21 minutes to go. How will Morgan Sibley respond? And we know Morgs has had huge results here at Merriweather in the past, a semi-final and a championship tour event, no less. He's also cracked a CT final and, of course, featured in the WSL final series at Trestles back in 2021. Just a remarkable run.
Wasn't it?
It was always going to be hard to back that up. And,
for sure.
You know, he did struggle, but I just think form-wise, he's kind of getting back to, you know, that confident gun that, you know, challenged for the title in 2021.
That's what it was, just his confidence, wasn't it? And the way he was his confidence in his surfing as well.
He just did not care about who he was up against.
That's right.
That was the best thing.
Yeah.
It was like he'd never seen any of the guys at the top end of the tour before.
Oh, he's going.
He's got a good-looking section here. Morgan loading up. Nice big rip to get started on this wave. It flattens out a little bit, but he still manages to whip a reverse out of the pocket. He's so switched on, deals with the backwash, no dramas, and he is going to get himself back in this heat. So just really was looking to
get a
just
score on the board.
Reel Joel in and give himself a shot at the lead. We know Morgan's got excellent numbers in him as well. So, you know, he's got some ground to make up here, but that was a great ride.
That was a great ride. Good first turn. Pretty much the same. Joel's a bit tighter, but this one threw a progression in and just finishes with had to dodge the backwash too, which was difficult.
Like we said before, Joel's picked off the best wave of the day and surfed it extremely well to get his number. Morgan's wave, not as good, still surfed it really well, and I think he'll get a great score, a good reward. I think the reverse is going to work in his favour. So Joel on the outside, wow, how's the loft? He looked like he had that thing. For all the money in the world, I thought he was going to ride out of that.
Well, is Joel just going to go just get a backup score and do big airs, or is he going to wait for that wave that he got on the first one? He's a good-looking wave for him, actually, at the back here.
Yeah, well, Morgan's got himself back in the heat. He almost went into the excellent range too, a 7.67. Here goes Joel Vaughan. Big oop. Lands it, full rotation. No dramas. Always does so well to find that transition and just take the full shock out of those turns.
Mate, he landed perfectly. There's the Merriweather crew just there, and they're going, what? How are we going to deal with this? Watch this. Good-looking wave. Set wave. Hits it perfectly. Do you think he changed? He looked like he was going to go down the line. Then he went, nah, I'm doing it here.
Look at this. I mean, it's just so smooth, the landing here. Absolutely perfect.
Wow. There it is.
Yeah, he is on 8.5. Hoy, you called it. He was going to go into the excellent range again. He's done that.
Wow.
Big heat score total. And Morgan, he just pulled the reins back on Joel.
Yeah,
and now
he
he's
just did that.
Now he's got to really step up again because he's been pushed back into combination. And he's
Well-
after a two-wave total of 18.2. Joel Vaughan putting up the biggest numbers of the event so far.
In his last two heats.
Amazing.
Quarters, semis.
Yeah,
Wow.
That's the biggest
He's on
heat
a
score
roll.
total too, though, 18.2. I mean,
What do you do? Morgan was just going, what do I do here?
also, right now, I think Morgan's saying to himself, thank God that they've added 5 minutes to these heats because that gives me a little bit more time. It's not quite as stressful. But, he's definitely going to have to step things up. I will say, though, Joel Vaughan can go bigger.
Yes.
So that's the danger.
is the danger.
Morgan probably, even if he's able to break this combination, I mean, if he gets an excellent score, he's in it for sure. But I think Joel can do a
here
much
he goes.
bigger version of that same turn. He's
Yeah.
loading up. This wind's perfect for airs. Joel Vaughan, though, he just can't find the ramp there. He's going to get out of it.
Well, I thought he might have attacked that, didn't it?
Yeah.
He doesn't have to.
No, he
Why?
doesn't.
I'd come in. That'll do, mate. Try and beat me.
16 and a half minutes to go here. Let's get a quick chat with Safi. She's just won through in a big heat up against Nikki Van Dyke. Congratulations, Safi. That was solid. Nikki's no easy draw. You must feel fantastic.
Oh, yeah, I'm so stoked. I knew that was going to be a really hard one, and I feel like the last few heats, I knew they were all going to be hard. So, yeah, just a bit of belief, I felt like went a long way.
Yeah, the quarters were super tricky for all the women in the Newcastle Racecourse Women's Pro today. The wind was kind of howling. It was hard to find numbers, but things have cleaned up. What was it like out there?
Oh, it was so fun. It was tricky to find like a good corner, but once you found one, I feel like it's so rippable, and Newey always pulls through for finals day, so I'm
doesn't
really, really stoked.
Talk to me about the competitor you're going to be taking on in the final, your thoughts on their surfing and what it's going to take to win.
Yeah, Ellie, it's Ellie, right?
It is Ellie.
Yeah, no, she's a cool friend of mine, and I'm really excited to go up against her. I don't know if I've had too many heats against her, so look, I'm really excited. I know we'll both give it heaps, so yeah, she's a legend. So all in all, it's all good.
It is all good. Look, we last time we spoke, we were talking about how full your year is looking already with Olympic qualification. Now you're going to be on the Challenger Series as well. Congratulations. It's a huge day for you, but it's turning into a memorable year already, and you still have a Surfest trophy to chase down. How good is that?
Crazy, yeah. Honestly, I was going into these last two events in 16th, I think. So the fact that I've climbed this far is crazy to me, and I get really emotional about it. But it's been a hard few years, and I'm really stoked that my hard work's paying off. And yeah, I'm just really happy.
Oh, you
Good on
should
you.
be. You
Well
should
done.
be, Safi, and we know some of those hardships you've faced. But everyone
tear
back
in my
home
eye.
is so proud of you. A massive year for you, like I said, and still a massive afternoon ahead of you. So go and get rested up, and all the best for the final.
Thank you so much, Ronnie.
Good luck.
Thank
She's
you.
a bit of gold. Surfing
could
so
put a tear in
well.
my eye.
Oh, man. Yeah,
It's
she's
heavy. Good on her.
Her family's been through a lot, and that is a huge performance. And Nikki Van Dyke, like I said, she's,
No easy
she
beat.
was the hardest draw probably in the semis, so much CT experience, and also Nikki knew she had to win this contest to get onto the Challenger Series. So, for Safi to take all that on board,
Yeah.
as well as everything else that's been going on in her life these last few years, and get herself into that position and get herself a shot at the win here is huge. So we'll see how it all plays out. Well, that's going to be a fantastic exchange between those two surfers as we go back to semi-final one here. The Burton Automotive Pro. Burton celebrating 20 amazing years in partnership with Surfest in 2024. And the Burton family, Kim and his team, supporting this community for much longer than that. Amazing venues that they've got all over the Hunter Maitland Port Stevens Toyota, Hunter GWM, Port Stevens GWM, and Hunter 4x4. And
don't know what Newcastle Surfing would be without them.
Oh, that's awesome to hear. And they're down here watching the event unfold, which is fantastic as we see Joel loading up for more on the inside. So much pop in this guy's approach. But it's a high impact landing. He can't ride out of this one. Trying to better an 8.5.
That's going to be hard to do in itself.
Yeah.
That's why he has to just go for it. But, what do you do? I'd be taking it real easy if I was him.
Yeah, for sure.
I wouldn't even ride another wave, I don't think.
Yeah, it's probably almost to sit there if you got priority, and even at this stage, maybe start to shadow Morgan around this lineup a little bit. But Joel's just in full entertainer mode. He's just loading up, going for big airs, finding a lot of loft off these ramps. And I don't think the crowd's too disappointed that that's the approach he's taken on.
Just got hit it a little late, didn't he? Like through the lip instead of on it. It was sick. Good style. How did he go on the Challenger Series last year? How didn't he make it?
He had moments. He had like some of the biggest individual turns. Here he goes again, loading up, looking to the alley-oop. Almost rides out of that one. Yeah, he had massive scores, near perfect numbers. Had a 10-point ride, but he finished in the 20s, high 20s, 29th.
Really? So he has to go through this all again anyway. That's
he had to get to the top end of the QS ranks, which he's done.
Yeah.
He's locked his spot up for sure.
Man, he's going to do some damage.
Yeah, he's kind of just, he's ripe, Hoy.
Yeah.
He's ready.
How old is he now?
He's 20.
Oh, 20?
Yeah, still a grom, really.
That's why he's just frothing out there, just going every wave still. He's not coming in.
Yeah.
If he was 28, he'd be coming in.
No, he's loving the opportunity to hit these ramps. Like this. The conditions today have just worked in his favour so much. Earlier on, the wind really backed off and it just became all about Morgan's rail work. It was just so suited to him, but that little wind puffing up has worked well for Joel.
Light nor'east. The tide coming in too, I reckon it's going to get a lot better at high tide. Hopefully, push a bit more swell in as well. I think there'll be a few more corners when the tide a bit higher.
Well, here we go. Something standing up on the outside here. Morgan's got priority. Joel keeping his distance from Morgan. He's found some space. He's found some opportunity down here to the northern end of the bank. And he is loading up. Takes off on that one to just basically size up the ramp and see if it suits
what he wants
him.
To do,
And he's done that a couple of times now. And that one he just went,
look, it's going
not
full
quite
grom. Look, I'll go this one. I just flicked the outer one.
Loving it. Have a look. He's just playing around out there.
Well, he can't he? He's got, the heat's in the bag, pretty much. Let's go and have a good time. Not saying anything negative about Morgs, but hey, it's a big, big ask.
Morgs just so fixated on that goal to get himself back onto the CT. Not competing here, Hoy, with the pressure of chasing results, having been such a top-end competitor on the Challenger Series. Already shored up his place by making the top 20 there. But, man, he'd love to be the second Novocastrian to break through for a win here at Surfest on the men's side.
It'd be good to see. The crowd would be wild. He'd be a bit wild too, probably, but I can't see it happening. Joel's going for back-to-back wins.
Yeah, that's right.
No one's ever done that in Newcastle, I don't think. No one does it hardly anywhere.
Nah, it's hard to do.
It's hard, really hard.
Winner Vincent, still with that goal of getting himself up to the top end of the rankings.
What's between him and Caius, eh? I think Winner's got to win, though, does he?
Winter's got to get the W. He's got to get the victory.
Wow.
So, the pressure's on him. He's been dealing with it beautifully. But
good, smooth style.
Yeah.
He did some really good turns in that last seat.
But I'm sure, George Pittar last year on his magic run through this event to earn his place on the Challenger Series, I'm sure, he was just coasting along. It seemed very far away, and the closer he's getting now, just one heat away from the final, it'd be like, hang on a second, I'm actually a realistic shot here.
Yeah,
It'd be
I've
like,
got a shot.
So the pressure only builds in that situation. So it's going to take a lot from Winter to quieten down that noise. We'll see how he goes. He's coming up next, taking on Mikey Madonna.
Curb the excitement.
Just under 8
but
minutes
at least
to go.
he's got the opportunity to do it himself instead of, I'd rather be him than Kai sitting on the side, sitting on the beach going, whoa, I could lose my spot here. Hoping him to lose, sort of.
Oh,
Probably
God.
his mate too. But wouldn't be a good feeling.
So just on 7.5 minutes to go, Hoy, at what point does it become just the impossible task with the clock?
After his fourth wave.
After Joel's fourth wave.
Well, his first wave, nearly. It's actually his fourth, so that was like 20 minutes ago.
But this is not like a long-running point break.
No.
You can get back out there pretty quickly. So if Morgs with priority makes his next wave count.
Well, he needs to get over an 8.5 on his first one.
Yeah.
That's all. So, and it's a hard thing to do.
Yeah.
It's huge. But the time, I reckon, sorry to say, but it's over.
Well,
doesn't matter how much time's left.
Matt Hoy's seen a lot of heats. He's called a lot of heats. He's surfed a lot of heats. And he's seeing Joel Vaughan
in the final.
In the final, taking on either the man on screen, Mikey Madonna, or Winner Vincent, who are coming up in that second semi. It's not too far away. So Destination New South Wales, we're grateful for their ongoing support too. The State's Tourism and Events Agency. And yeah.
See all those beautiful spots they put on the ad.
Oh, for sure.
Mate, it's epic.
New South Wales, home to unique, diverse, natural and cultural experience. There's plenty to discover here. Even I feel like sometimes when I think about my home state, there's so much I haven't seen.
Oh, 100%. There's heaps. It's a huge, just the diversity too of everything.
Yeah.
The beaches.
Time to hit the road.
Time to hit the road. Go inland. Expand your horizons.
Oh, yeah. I'm going inland tonight to visit my dad out in the hills.
Perfect.
Yeah. Got about an hour on a dirt road, a few creeks to cross.
Really? Isn't he up behind Maxville?
Yeah.
Barraville.
Yep, that's the zone.
Yep. How good's that?
But,
Bowerville races, 5 miles long.
Who knows?
Yeah, I know. I've been up there. It's the loosest couple of days I've ever had.
There you go. Well, there you go. Also, while we're on the subject, Newcastle Racecourse, they're behind. They're the naming rights sponsor for the women's event here this year. I've seen their stall down there. They've got a life-size horse, not a real horse, but a life-size horse that Mitch Revs, incredible local artist, has painted up. And you can get down there, check that out, and get yourself in the draw to win a race day restaurant voucher. Hoy, I've seen you hanging around the stall, just trying to increase your chances of winning that amazing prize.
No doubt. I just love the races. Get dressed up, get on the drink, and punt. It doesn't get much better.
Here's the replay of Joel Vaughan's opening ride, 9.7, and he is not paying much to get through this heat. He's absolutely ripping. But yeah, Joel just has been doing the same thing through the earlier rounds, Hoy. Things like that.
That was his backup score.
Air game's been impeccable, and he's given us so much variety in his work above the lip. But it was great to see him on that first ride to stick to the traditional stuff, showing us that he can do it.
His feet did not move then. So that's when he's landed a little bit.
Solid.
Stuck to the board.
He's had 10 waves. You know, he kind of forced Morgan to sit with his priority. 4 minutes to go. And Morgs is out there chatting, pretty relaxed about the whole situation at this point in time, because what are you going to do? You're looking for a two-wave total of 18.2, the highest numbers of the event, to stay alive and get in the final.
With 3.5 minutes to go. Crazy. Crazy scores. And it's just the surfing, man. He's just the confidence he's got. That was a beautiful interview.
Oh, yeah.
Brought a tear to my eye. Good on her.
Yeah,
she's got to curb in her emotions and get out there and try to win the final.
Yeah, she has stood up in a big way at this final event. But have a look at all the competitors turning out from the Australia-Oceania region, no doubt from the Asia region as well, to watch these last few heats play out as Joel Vaughan looks to replace an 8.5 here. Love the way he can pivot from those big individual airs to your more traditional approach and still work some great combinations together.
2 good turns there. So fast and crisp. Flying around. I'd like to see that from the front. Here it is, thank you. It's a small little wave. Oh no, a little hack at the start.
Look at this turn,
and this
though.
turn, yeah.
Bang.
Oh.
Great.
How's the way did their layback and then whipped it, like he'll show it here again.
Oh, it's
His
so
final
precise
turn.
with his timing, isn't he?
Yeah.
Nice and close to the pocket there. Whips that board. Moves plenty of water, but the
This
timing
turn.
on this final hit was spot on.
Wow. Just the last bit here, whip. Just the control of the board looks like it just goes wherever he wants it to.
Yeah, that was wave number 11 for him.
Full grom.
Just going mad, and you know he's going to still have plenty of energy for the final. 2 minutes to go here. Morgan just forced to wait. What else can he do? He needs set waves if he's going to match it with Joel. You know, you think back to his 7.67. That was a medium-sized wave that he surfed as well as he could, but Joel behind him, he found a bigger wave, and I think as a result, he got a bigger score. Both these guys are in similar form.
Yeah.
Morgan's just not been on the set waves in this heat.
Yeah. Yeah, the waves, yeah. And then here's the 6.67 here. 7.67, sorry. Really well surfed. Just a bit smaller wave, bit harder to read and ride than Joel's other one. Joel's other one just opened up the whole way.
Yeah, it was almost a double up. Had like a wave pushing it, helping it stand up along the bank. But yeah, Morgan, even dealing with the backwash well at the end of that ride, but 7.67, not enough to give him a shot with a single ride here. So we're down to the final minute, still comboed. It is going to be Joel Vaughan in that final, unless he makes some incredible interference blunder in the final stages.
He still gets
here.
through.
He still would. Yeah. Yeah, it's been a magic run. Here we go. Let's see what Morgs can do for the crowd. Loading up, has some speed here, whips through the roof of this one. This is one of those taller waves that he needed, and he puts his body and his board on the line. Doesn't stick it. Really projected out onto the flats there.
Oh, that was a heavy section too.
That was all for the crowd.
Yeah.
20 seconds to go.
He's hurt himself? Nah.
Nah, he's sweet.
He's rock solid.
Yeah.
That was a big section. Would have been sick to see him make it.
Yeah, right. Morgan had a magic run in the event. Let's have a look at the replay here, Hoy. Went all out on that final section.
Here it is. A heavy section to try this on too. Oh, just like straight into the lip line. Let's see it from this angle. Good speed trim there. That's a cool looking photo. It had a bit of wobble, this wave to it too. A bit of backwash. And look at this. This is a heavy section to try this. He had to, though. Grab.
Oh, technique-wise, it's spot on. Oh, he almost had it. The front foot just slipped a little over to the left side of his board.
That looked like it hurt.
But, yeah, how proud are you of Morgan and what he's done these last few years?
Oh, yeah, he's the best. And he's such a good kid. Full respect. Always got a smile on his face. It's good. Good to see.
But this guy won't be denied today, Hoy. Especially not in that semi-final heat. 9.7, quickly backed it up with an 8.5. The biggest heat score total of the event, 8.2. Joel Vaughan's on his way to try and defend the title here at Surfest, presented by Reflections Holiday Parks. We have semi-final 2 about to get underway. Winter Vincent will take on Mikey Madonna.
Holidays, Ironman, outdoors, Ironman, whoa, Uber, suspension, lights, roof rack, camping equipment, recovery gear, under Ironman Maitland, and under Ironman. I can't do 2 things at once. Right?
Back home, the Wilsons always use proper dinner etiquette. Out here, the stick will do just fine.
Effortlessly refreshing. Byron Bay Brewery Premium Lager. Go with it.
The racecourse is not just a place to watch the horses thunder. It brings generations together to share memories and experiences that are close to our hearts and runs in our veins. Newcastle Racecourse. Home is where the track is.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all. And feel new.
Holidays, Ironman, outdoors, Ironman, whoa, Uber, suspension, lights, roof rack, camping equipment, recovery gear, under Ironman Maitland, and under Ironman. I can't do two things at once.
Welcome back to the show. Finals day here at Merriweather. Sun is finally shining. It was a grey morning. The onshore was blowing. But Merriweather just has a way of delivering on finals day and things cleaned up. This win, it is just lending itself to flight. We saw Joel Vaughan through the quarters and the semis dropping big airs, dropping big scores, and he is in the final of the Burton Automotive Pro, looking to go back-to-back. He's going to take on the winner of this heat. Massive implications here for Winter Vincent, who's after a spot at the top end of the QS ranks to get himself on the Challenger Series, Hoy.
Yeah, how good would that be? He's got to win it though, right? Huge, like, hard to do, but, you know, we'll see. We will see. Oh, jersey presentation.
Yeah, this is going to be a really big final, guys. Ellie, this was your goal coming here. You're in the final. What does it mean to win at Surfest?
Yeah, it was a goal. Hopefully I can do it. It'll be a good final with Safi. I'm very excited.
And Saf, you just made the Challenger Series. Are you just on a high right now?
Yeah, I'm pretty stoked at the moment. I don't really know how to feel, but I know it's going to be a good final up against Ellie. So hopefully the waves stay firing and we'll have some fun.
Okay, girls, a nice fair heat. May the best surfer win. Good luck to both of you and go and get ready. Thanks, guys.
Well, that is, I think, two competitors there who are right in the zone. They almost couldn't speak. They were like, okay, we'll get the ceremonial stuff done, but let us go and get ourselves prepped, because Ellie Harrison really wants to get a big breakthrough win, and she wants to start getting these big results as she heads into the Challenger Series. And this is a good test, because Safi is just on one at the moment. She is absolutely fueled with confidence. In 2 events, she's turned her year around on this regional QS. You know, like we said before she even got to this point in the competition, this is going to be a memorable year for her because she's qualified for the Olympics. So she's obviously got that goal of doing her best for New Zealand, but now they're going to be cheering her on in the Challenger Series as well. And the surfers that she's overcome already have been pretty impressive. She's beaten CT surfers like Nikki Van Dyke on her road to that final. So looking forward to seeing that one unfold. But let's get back to the lineup now. The Burton Automotive Pro Semi-2 sees Mikey Madonna from Lennox Head launching, but the 22-year-old unable to stick that one.
They were both looking at that wave, and I was like, well, this wave doesn't even look that good. They both knew, like, it's only there to do a air reverse or an air, bit of a closeout. But they're both having a look, because no one's had a wave yet, and 5 minutes is gone. Like that last heat, Joel had his first wave in the first minute.
Well, these guys are, you know, really both quite tall, lanky. Mikey's really filled out a lot over the last couple of years. He's got big turns, flows beautifully, obviously coming from Lennox. You know, reads a long wall and can pack a whole heap of different sort of turns, amazing variety into a single ride. He finished 27th on the Challenger last year, Mikey, so he's kind of building beautifully. And I'd say Winter, you know, in the past few years, he's had a huge growth spurt and he's starting to fill out too. And I think, you know, he's done some of his probably sharpest competitive surfing here this week. So this is going to be fun to watch play out. Will the hunger of Winter Vincent and his quest to get to the Challenger Series get him over the line after someone who's there already?
Yeah, well, he's hoping. He's got to win it to find out anyway. So, yeah, it's just got a bit flat in his seat. It must be just that mid-tide.
Oh, mate, Joel Vaughan's just sucked all the energy out of the lineup with his performance in that last clash. But yeah, Winter is really the only one now who can cause a change on the ratings. Everything's set now on the women's side. That's done.
Yep.
I mean, depending on where Ellie and Safi finish in that final will probably play a part in where they end up on the ratings, but they're both obviously going to be on the Challenger Series. Same with the 4 remaining surfers, or 3 of the 4 remaining surfers in the semis on the Burton Automotive side. They're already in the Challenger Series. It's just Winter Vincent that we've got to determine where he ends up and whether Caius King is going to maintain his position and get in the Challengers as well. But, you know, there'll also probably be a bit of time and some real consideration given by the WSL
for the wild
office
card.
for the wild cards. So yeah, we'll have to wait and get an announcement on that after
Who
the fact.
have they usually been giving it to? Do you know who? Like,
Just
last year, say.
It's different every year, just based on injuries, and also, you know, a lot of factors. You know, is there surfers that, for whatever reason, missed an event last year when they actually had some momentum? Did, you know, someone else get to, you know, like, I guess Ellie Harrison's like a good example. Sophie McCulloch got the call up to the CT once Steph Gilmore announced that she was going to be having a year off.
Okay.
So Sophie jumped up. That opened up space for her Challenger Series spot.
Oh, righto.
She finished outside the qualification marker, and that meant Ellie Harrison was the next Australian in line.
Someone would have taken Carissa's spot too, right? Or was that?
Carissa's spot was taken, yep. I think Luana Silva, maybe?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, anyway.
But
I
I
don't
see
have
what you're
that
saying.
information in front of me. But yeah, there's always a bit to sort out.
Head, Ronnie.
Yeah, look, it's in there somewhere, but there's also a lot of other garbage in there. 21 minutes remaining here. Joel Vaughan, heat score total of the event so far, mate, in a really tough heat up against Morgan. I mean, you knew you had to be on your game, but dropping another 9.7 at the start of the heat, did you surprise yourself with that one?
Yeah, I did. I was looking at the wave as it came in, and Morgan was just staring at me, and I knew it was a good one. And I did the first 2 turns, and I was like, oh, there's a third one. And then I was like, oh, there's a fourth one. So I was pretty stoked to make that wave.
Well, you've obviously watched a few heats today too, but Hoy and I were saying, like, that might be the best wave that's broken out here today, the one that you got at the start of that heat.
Yeah, that's what I said to Morgan when I was out there. I was like, I don't think a wave like that's come through all day.
No, amazing, mate. You also backed it up beautifully. I mean, Morgs was never going to lay down and just give you that heat. He fought his way back, but, you know, I think the scale was set kind of high at the start of the heat. You backed it up, and then it was out of reach for him. But, you know, this dream of yours to go back-to-back at Surfest, it's still alive, mate. You're going to get that shot. Must feel good.
Yeah, it feels good. One more heat, and yeah, I guess we'll just see how it goes.
Did you, at any point in that heat, start thinking to yourself, wow, maybe I should reserve a bit of energy, or have you just got energy to burn?
I don't know. After that alley-oop, I was like, oh, okay, I think I should be sweet. But I couldn't really, like, Morgan surfed so good, so I was like, had to be ready if he got a good one, and then just sit on him if he did.
Mate, last year on the Challenger Series, you had remarkable moments, but getting yourself toward the end of a heat draw proved difficult. This must be a huge confidence building event for you heading into the Challenger Series.
Yeah, definitely. I definitely had some moments last year, but couldn't really find myself into the quarters or onwards. And yeah, that's definitely my goal for this year, to try to get to the back end of the events. And yeah, I guess I'll see how I go.
Mate, I'm just going to let you know, it's been great to chat, but whoever you're surfing against in the final is going to be bringing some heat your way. We've just seen a big exchange, so we're going to let you go get prepped, and all the best, mate, and going back to back.
All right, thanks heaps.
Good luck, mate.
Thank you.
Joel Vaughan.
Wow.
Yeah, he's climbing those ratings too. I mean, he wasn't a guaranteed spot on the Challenger Series. I mean, he collected some good results, but he's continued to elevate his position with his run through this contest, and big exchange during that interview between Mikey Madonna and Winner Vincent. I can already hear the judges entering the scores from here, Hoy.
Tapping away?
Yeah, just banging away.
Oh.
7-point ride for Mikey, and Winter Vincent a 6.17. So this one's feeling a bit closer already.
Yeah. Well, it's got anything would feel closer after the last heat. 4 waves in and it was over.
Yeah, Winner Vincent's come from nowhere though, Hoy. He had a 9th at Nias. That was the best result he was counting on this year, and he's sort of one of those surfers that, we spoke about earlier in the event window and said, someone could come from a long way back and leapfrog someone at the back of the field and get themselves in contention.
He's the one that's done it.
He is the one that's done it. He's right there. He's outside that qualification mark at the moment. He's bashing on the door. He's trying to get his way in there.
He's bashing on Kaiser's door.
Yeah.
Let me in.
Kais isn't answering though.
No, he's blocking it.
Yeah, he's got his earphones on.
Oh, this could be a good-looking wave here. Oh, is he going to get it? Yeah.
Let's see what Mikey could do.
Oh,
you saw him sort of shaping up. There's sort of a stance that these competitors will assume before they take to the sky, and he stood on his board and sized up that ramp, but couldn't see the opportunity for flight. Winner Vincent, on the other hand, wow. That was close to a mate.
Lands on the flats. That's got to hurt. That's all I know. But that was a heavy section too. You can see how much sand it chewed up. Look, he's a bit.
This would have been a good score for him. Here's Mikey on the replay. This was the 7-point ride. I mean, nice chunky section which he attacked on that final move. Winter on the backhand, getting himself a 6.17 for this one. Nice little kick on the tail.
I actually think that wave was just as good as the 7.
It was pretty close.
Yeah, just more spectacular manoeuvres on the right, because he hit the lip.
Just a chunky section to finish on. I mean, this wave, he linked it together nicely, but those more critical sections will always kind of fetch you more points. Yeah. In slow-mo, though, it just looks so tidy. Winner's got that nice, clean style.
That was a sick turn, and like you said, that's a bit of a flatter wave. It doesn't look as dynamic. This turn, though, look.
Yeah, solid stuff. 6.17.
Oh well, that's about right.
Winter from Queenscliff, QBC zone. Hoy, you spent some time on tour with a few crew from down that way.
Yeah, a lot of them.
Rob Bain.
Yeah, Bainey, what a legend. Used to be on the darts before his heat. The best ever.
Yeah.
Good heat preparation.
I saw Bainey featured in the Australian Board Riders battle, actually.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, repping NASA these days. But, he's...
Oh, that was huge.
He's no doubt paid closer attention to Winner Vincent's amazing career so far with his work with O'Neill as well. As we see Safi just getting in the zone for the final. The Newcastle Racecourse Women's Pro Final is up next. She looks pretty cool and focused, doesn't she? I mean, for a surfer with just so much ahead of her in this next hour, she looks like she's ready to go.
Ready to rock and roll.
Julian Wilson's turned out to watch these finals unfold, and he's getting quite the show.
I think he was helping one of the boys out. Maybe
yeah,
Winter,
I think,
was it?
Yeah,
he's Winter?
Yeah, helping Winter. Winter Vincent and Julian were on the same team for a number of years. Here we go. Loads up. I love the projection there. He sticks with it. He rides out of it.
Got to make that. That was sick. He knew exactly what he was going to do on that wave.
Amazing ability to whip that board out of the section, find some height, get the tail nice and high, and just find a beautiful little pillow, just a feather pillow.
Feather pillow to lay your head on.
So soft, the landing. It's amazing the way these aerial specialists can just absorb the shock of these landings.
That was, like you said, that was an easy one. That was just like a foam ball landing. like a pillow.
Yeah.
Fluffy pillow, like you said.
Just the ability, though, to
Right,
turn
here it is.
an insider without priority, make something of it.
It's a
Loads
closeout.
up.
Look,
Push.
perfect. It's under the foam there. No lip to deal with, no hollow section to deal with, just a fluffy pillow.
Beautiful. Numbers rolling in for Winter. Needs nothing to get into the lead. He's going to assume that number 1 position in just a moment. 13 minutes to go here in semi-final 2. And doesn't matter who gets through this one. We're going to have an epic final on our hands here at Surfest in 2024. Presented by Reflections Holiday Parks, the women's final. The Newcastle Racecourse Women's Pro Final is up next with Safi Vetti of New Zealand taking on Ellie Harrison. We'll be watching them all year on the Challenger Series as well.
What are they going to give him? There it is.
Numbers
He got
in.
more. Wow.
7.03 for that turn. Winter jumps up into the number 1 position.
Wow. They left it. Yeah. It's a big score for that too, I reckon. But anyway. Because it was so, you know what? He made it look so easy. That's the thing. That was like a nothing thing for him to do.
Oh, gosh. Look at this thing. Oh, he's been gifted this wave. He's going to load up some speed. Stand by. Here goes Winter Vincent. Launching into the sky. Great rotation. Super swift. The fins grabbed, whipping his board around, and he couldn't hang on for the finish. Just on 12 minutes to go here, Hoy.
That would have been a better score than the last one. It looked like he was going to hit the first section, and then went, nah, and then waited to the last one. But that was a huge error again, just coming a bit unstuck. That was a heavier section too than the last one, for sure.
Semi-finals at this level, Hoy. We'll see the replay here and see what went wrong, but semi-finals of these major events must be so nerve-wracking as a competitor. You're so close to getting to that final heat.
Yeah.
You've obviously shown great form through the rounds. Winner Vincent, he really almost put a whole heap of pressure.
Good.
A whole heap of pressure on Mike. It turned into a floater in the end.
He landed that on top of the lip, didn't he?
He connected with the cascading lip and kind of it ate him.
Spray off the landing.
Yeah, threw a little re-entry in there. But no, it must be nerve-wracking as a competitor. It must be one of the most nerve-wracking heats.
Here it is again, is it? Watch when he lands. Hits it, hits the lip, look, throws spray off like it did a turn off the top. He landed that on the lip.
He's surfing with no nerves at the moment. He was really close to sticking that. And, Mikey Madonna's going to be careful which waves he lets pass here, because he makes that. He drops an excellent score, and the pressure is just, absolutely wound up on Mikey at that point. Mikey's capable of doing similar things, so I was surprised that he wasn't kind of chasing down that corner.
Well, he's let him go a few ways. He's had priority the whole time through these waves, and he's letting him go ways that he could possibly get a score on, and he's not looking at him. He only needs a 6.21, which is very doable.
Really close heat, this one.
Yeah.
Like, really close. That 6.21, it requires some great surfing. Hoy's opinion is that the scale's been set a little high through the
heaps higher
semis.
Yeah,
so
way higher.
The
Even
6.21, is probably more attainable than what it even
than what it was
appears.
during the week.
Yeah,
for sure. Look at the day. It was
I don't
raining
mind it
and
though.
I
The
reckon it's
adjustment,
good.
I like a bit more work with the scale.
Oh, for sure. I think during maybe that's what they've done though. Like come into this and split it up a bit more.
Oh,
Because
we're
the
also
surfing's
seeing the surfing.
Oh yeah, next level too. It's true.
The turbo level, but 6.21 the requirement for Mikey here. 9 minutes and 20 seconds to go.
Look at the
It's
days
inevitable that Winner Vincent's going to get some more opportunities here. So Mikey, he doesn't want to make the wrong decision with priority, but he doesn't want to just sit there and drop anchor and sort of watch this heat play out.
Yeah, just go
without
blind.
taking part in it himself. Because Winner Vincent is probably after that one saying,
here
I'm
we
getting
go.
closer and closer to sticking something special here.
Look
He's
at
getting
this,
the
is it?
opportunity to warm up, and
This
here he
is
goes again.
They
He's
let him
loading
have
up
this
for the
again.
air here, Hoy.
Wow.
But no, changes things up. It's
Wow.
a nice direction change. Two big finners.
He let him have that.
That was a gift. And he absolutely put the ribbon on the
Wow.
box.
That was a perfect wave.
But that was the kind of wave that Mikey Madonna would convert into an excellent score too.
Well,
but
he
Winner
let him have
Vincent's
it.
going to drop a huge number here.
He let him have this. He looked like he was going to go for the air, then he just saw the section and throws the tail, and then another ending wave.
Which don't you reckon works in a competitor's favour when you almost give the judges sort of the feeling that you are going to take flight and you go a big change up, a redirect, and almost do something, you know, maybe less progressive but more unpredictable at this point in the heat.
That was nice, though. I like the little tweak of the tail.
Slid across the lip, just in total control, and then
Straight
this.
into this one. Whoa.
Big combo, Hoy.
You'd be spewing if you were out the back and watched that because there was two huge fin wafts. Yeah, claim it.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah,
8.5.
That was a shocker from Mikey.
Wasn't it? Under priority.
I thought the last one was a shocker, letting him go and giving him a big ramp.
Of a closeout.
But
he just gave him a full bowling right.
What he does with his priority next is really going to determine whether it was a shocker or not. Because if Mikey Madonna can get himself the 8.53 and get in front, he can sort of back that decision. But right now, you'd have to say that's a mistake.
That's a huge mistake. That is a massive mistake.
Yeah.
You can see that wave when we're on the screen, how much it was bowling up. And he was only 5 metres away from him.
Oh, man.
Wow. If you give someone a wave under priority and you get an 8.5, that's a mistake.
Yeah. Well, these days, you know, under priority, when you've got an aerial specialist like Winner Vincent in your heat, letting waves go is so difficult.
Yeah.
You know, if you want an example of that on the CT, it's Gabriel Medina. Like, you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't.
Yeah.
Don't go the wave, he's going to get an excellent score. Take the wave, he'll get the good one behind you. You're like, what can you do? Mikey Madonna, though, on 2 occasions there, I think didn't back his own surfing, and he's so capable. I mean, I said it before, he's placed well in the Challenger Series last year, 27th position. You know, that's the result of some big heat wins.
Yeah.
But he's been taught a lesson by the Grom here.
Hasn't he? Taught a lesson, all right, how to use priority. This is the one. Look where he is. He let him go. He's looking at it. Wow. That is a massive. And we could see it when it was coming in. You could see it was just going to bowl up.
Yeah, he just gave Winter so much time to get some reps. And, you know, on the previous wave, the air that he didn't make, Winter would have been going, okay, you're about like maybe a foot away from riding out of that move and getting yourself an excellent score. And then, you know, it sort of allowed him to sort of fine-tune his approach and wound it back beautifully. He showed great sort of restraint not to go for the big air straight away, but at the same time, he didn't hold back on the section. It was just a mix-up, but still attacking.
Yeah, still attack. 2 huge turns. Look, he's blown up. I'd be blown up too, mate.
5 minutes to go. He's not out of it. Mikey can put 2 bigger turns together. He really can. So let's see. Let's see if he can hold his nerve, get past the frustration of giving Winter such a great advantage here and turn this one around and get himself in the final. But think about what Winner Vincent's got going on between his ears at the moment. Like, the requirement is a victory.
Yeah. And he's
nothing else will do.
And he's just posted another huge score. So he's going to have some confidence going into the final as well. Because he's going to make the final.
I do love that Winner
I know
Vincent
there's 4 minutes to go, but
I love that he's not really giving much away when he lands these huge moves. Or, you know, it's kind of like a very subtle kind of nod toward the beach. It's not an explosive claim.
Yeah.
He's playing it pretty cool.
He is playing it pretty cool.
He is a cool customer, though, Hoy. He's done a lot of great work. You know, he was an ambassador for Waves for Water. He got
that's
right
what Mitchie
behind
said
that.
Yeah, when he was young.
When he was a Grom, he's an ambassador for Surfrider Foundation who do amazing work. If you're a surfer, it doesn't matter what part of the world you live in, and you're not a part of Surfrider, you're blowing it.
Yeah.
They do such a good job bringing, you know, really important issues to the front of mind for us. They do great research in that realm. And
Mitchie said he went to
get behind it.
Indonesia when he was 12 or something, doing the
Waves for Water,
Waves for Water, yeah.
Amazing. So, he, you know, he's a really considerate young bloke,
A
19
giver.
years of age, giving back.
Yep.
And at the moment, the Ocean's returning the favour.
It is return the favour after that
Yeah,
one.
so is Mikey Madonna. Maybe that's why Mikey's giving him waves. He's like, you're such a good bloke. Have this one. It's an excellent wave.
He did. You totally did. That was heavy.
Okay, so movement on the outside. Winter's just like, cool, I'll just keep roaming around and under priority, chasing big scores. I don't want to drill down on it too much, but
You can.
I swear I've seen Mikey Madonna do this before.
Really?
Yeah, guard his priority a little too much.
He didn't guard it. He just didn't go a wave.
Yeah. He's just
wow. If he's done it before, you'd think he'd know by now.
It's just the from what we've seen over the course of this event, you know, priorities worked against some competitors at different stages because
sure.
it's, you know, there's certainly today there's some quality waves rolling through, but even still, like if a wave's got half a chance at serving up one section,
well, that's all everyone needs. Yeah,
it's a good wave.
Yeah, that's for sure. Because the manoeuvres they're doing these days, it's a good wave. Closeout's a good wave.
Well, Mikey took a worse wave and got a 7.
Yeah,
and then he passed up a better looking wave, and he obviously got nothing. And Winter got an 8.5. So that's
the best wave of the heat. He gave him the best wave of the heat. It's heavy.
But
I know. I'm
2
not
minutes
dwelling on
remaining. 28 minutes gone. 2 minutes to go. And as long as
you know, the best thing we said
as long
earlier,
as
it's your fault.
As long as you're come, I love that take. You know, or you know, generally when you're talking with someone post heat and they're devastated and whatnot, you don't rub their face in it. You say something kind of complimentary or nice or something glass half full.
You did all right,
but
mate.
Hoy's take is more direct.
It's your fault. Well, that was
a minute and a half to go here.
Looking wave down the end there.
A minute and a half to go. We've been blessed with a nice little air wind on finals day.
Nice,
but the
bit of
conditions
swell.
got a little cleaner. And there's the opportunity to really build some great speed before these ramps. And I think we've seen some of the best moves of the event window laid down here on finals day. Hopefully that trend continues as we move into those last two heats of the event here at Surfest 2024, presented by Reflections Holiday Parks.
Finals.
Finals. 1 minute to go. Can Mikey find the opportunity and convert? He needs an excellent score. Head down. He knows.
I hope he knows.
He does. He does for sure. The good thing for Mikey is he's on those Challenger Series events.
Yeah.
So that's going to be his focus. He won't dwell on this result too long if he doesn't find that 8.53 in the
Well,
the final
hopefully he
stages
learned
here.
something from this.
Yeah.
Even on the loss, you know, you learn more of the losses than the wins, probably.
25 seconds to go here, and not a whole lot of movement up where the competitors are sitting in the contest zone, and 15 seconds to go. Mikey looking out the back, just begging for a big set wave.
Oh, he's going to get one on the way in here.
Winter Vincent scrambling to the southern end of the site. They're counting this one down, and Winter Vincent one step closer, and he is into the final. He'll be taking on Joel Vaughan. What a heat that's going to be, but a strong performance from the 19-year-old. Mikey Madonna's run in the contest has come to an end as they make their way in.
Oh, that was a good wave after the heat.
Oh, yeah. Always the way.
Always the way.
Magic stuff, Hoy.
Magic stuff. That was epic
Absolute
to watch.
pleasure, mate. It's been good to call some heats with you this event. Always is. Thanks for having us.
Always a pleasure, Ronnie. Legend.
Love your
Thank
work,
you.
mate. So we are gearing up for the Newcastle Racecourse Women's Pro Final. Ellie Harrison will be taking on Safi Betty. Do not go anywhere. We'll bring in who's coming in for the call. Jess Starling and Mark Ocalupo. Don't go anywhere. Mitchie Ross is stepping into the booth. It's going to be a lot of fun. Stay with us.
Holidays, Ironman, outdoors, Ironman, whoa, Uber, suspension, lights, Roof rack. Champion equipment. Recovery gear. Under Ironman Maitland. And under Ironman Maitland. I can't do two things at once. I know.
Welcome to Sydney. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all. And feel new.
Adam thought he'd never get Sarah camping. How wrong you were, Adam.
Wait!
The racecourse is not just a place to watch the horses thunder. It brings generations together to share memories and experiences that are close to our hearts and runs in our veins. Newcastle Racecourse. Home is where the track is.
It's finals time. It's the Newcastle Racecourse.
Been a long week. It's all right. It's been a really long week. We started on Monday.
Are you kidding?
What is it, Sunday today, Jess?
Sunday today.
That's
I don't
okay.
know.
I think you've got 3 mistakes that you're allowed in the final.
Okay,
There you go.
sweet. There's one.
There's one.
Well, it's the Surfest 2024. It's presented by Reflections Holiday Parks. We've had a massive week. We're into the last heat of the women's action. And Ellie Harrison, she was already set on the Challenger Series for this event. And she just came here to get the reps in and get the win. She's one step closer. Safi needed a big result to qualify and did it. Here she is on the Challenger Series in the final. Oki and I got to see all that unfold, and not like she did it an easy way either. She had to take down Nikki Van Dyke and Bronte McCauley. So if there was a hard way to do it, she definitely did that. That's Winter Vincent on screen.
What do you think of that performance, Ock?
Yeah, that was solid. Definitely. It was, that air rev was sick, and kind of stoked. It's going to be a full air off now, I reckon, with this win. What do you guys think?
Can Ellie get in the air?
Ellie can get in the air.
Yep.
Yeah.
No. I'm talking about, you said Winter Vincent. I'm
Yeah, I
talking
did. Then
about
I
a
saw-
Joel Vaughan Winter Vincent final.
Then I kind of changed
then you
gears.
just changed it up. Just never know.
There's
Yeah.
been some pretty good green face for the girls to
Absolutely.
engage.
I think this is a great heat because Safi's been getting the 7s the last few times, but Ellie's just misconsistent. So she'll be able to, I guess, find her rhythm. She always seems to. But yeah, I agree with Ock. I feel like Joel and Winter, they're going to take to the air in the next heat, and it's going to be crazy.
It's going to be really good. It's going to be 2 9s to win. You know, you'd seem to think, because it's pretty consistent, Rossi, and it's air wind. But let's just see who is that there congratulating him.
Oh, what?
I mean, he's got to win the event to qualify. No.
I think he just had to make that last heat.
Really?
He's
He's qualified. By the look of it, that's Julian Wilson. So maybe that is the elation of qualifying right there.
He had to make that last heat to make the Challenger Series. Looks like Julian was the one to tell him. That's pretty cool. That's really cool that Julian got to tell him. So Winter's in. He took that last spot because Morgan was sitting there, so he put a line through Morgan, and Winter made the jump. So super cool, the young guy from Queenscliff.
The only reason we're putting a line through him is because he's on the Challenger Series. Don't get worried.
Oh, yeah,
everyone
yeah,
at home. He's not out by any means. He's out of this event, but you'll see him in the Challenger Series at Snapper. He's been ripping Morgan, so expect big things from him.
Bit of a paddle here for the opening exchange. It looks like the New Zealander up and riding. Nice section here. big jam down the line, hoping to get another manoeuvre, unfortunately. Safi, quick wave there. Looking nice, though. I thought me and Ock called her heat earlier in the day, maybe her first heat of the day, and she got this left that was so good.
Yeah, I think I said to Ronnie in the morning, I said, Safi, her forehand is incredible, but Saf's been living with me for about 2 months a year, every year since I was about 14, and since those Grom days, her backhand has been her strong point. And then this morning, you know, she was coming up against Bronte, who probably has the best backhand in the draw. She's got CT experience. She's incredible. And Saf was so nervous. She told me she was up from 4, thinking about the fact that she had Bronte McCauley in a heat. And, yeah, Saf was like, I've got to stick to my strengths. I'm going to go left. And I think she got a 7-8 on that left.
I thought it could have been more, to be fair. It was incredible, too. Really powerful. Perfectly timed manoeuvres. Yeah, really impressive.
Yeah, Safi, and she's also recently made the move to JS surfboards.
Oh, I did not know that. Well, that's great. She's on the team.
Yeah, she's. I think she's trying them out. I just know that she's got her full quiver of JS here.
Full quiver.
Full quiver.
Well, I wonder if JS is watching. It'd be interesting if he is. Hello there. He likes to watch. He might have been up late last night watching the CT. Over in Portugal, but wow, there's Ellie Harrison on a big floater. Disconnected there, so that would have been a big score.
That would have been a massive score. That section, I thought she was waiting a long time. I was a little confused with what was going on because I was like, oh, there's a turn, but I love how she waited for that. And yeah, unfortunately, got a bit eaten. This is where we're going to see Ock talking slow-mo again.
Yeah, I was like, how do you commentate this, Rossi? Can you do it? And she's like, comes off the
go slower
bottom and she hits the left. She she fell off there. I won't do that again, I promise.
How old is she? How old's Ellie?
Ellie's 18.
18,
yes.
okay.
Yep.
And how about Safi? How old?
Safi is 22.
Okay, a little bit older.
Yes. Yep.
Big future for both of these.
Absolutely. I'm excited to see how both of these girls go on the Challenger Series. Obviously, Ellie has already had a season on there, but Safi, we've always thought that her surfing would get her there eventually. And without telling too many of Safi's secrets, the big thing that's held Safi back has been her headspace coming into heats. And she's been, first turn was huge there from Ellie Harrison.
It's
and
gonna
gets
double
the
up.
finish.
It's double up. She pulled through the back, but seemed like, you know, that first turn was really tight and whippy. So she's going to get the best score so far, I think, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. That first turn was super strong. What are your thoughts, Mitch?
I just love how these little right-handers are coming back at you. You can just, they're so rippable. That first turn was insane from Ellie. It was a smaller wave, but we've seen all day long that some of those smaller waves are actually a little bit easier to surf, as we see Safi also going up into the lip and falls down on that one. But a nice exchange there. We're expecting a big score for the surfer in red.
Yeah, well, nice exchange for red. But blue seemed to hop over a lump there as she was bottom turning, and there's a free surfer right there in the area. Oh, jeez, be careful. Get him out of there. His board nearly hit Ellie right there. That was quite dangerous. See the backwash. Look. Safi's actually got a backwash. She was just imagine she stood up on that. It's like you can do that at Snapper when you jump off the rock, right? You can jump on that backwash and surf it. And I've tried a couple times to actually catch, like do a re-entry and catch the wave. Some people have done it, but that backwash can, if you time it wrong, you're about 20 feet in the air. You've seen people fly in the air with that backwash?
And then get a sore back afterwards.
Oh, shit, yeah. Oh,
Just watching it. Just watching
it. But it's like it's like that ride at SeaWorld where it's a big elastic band and they pull you back and then you fly. Maybe not SeaWorld, but it's one of those theme parks.
I haven't actually experienced that myself yet. I've been too scared to jump off the rocks at Snapper, but...
You haven't done it yet?
No.
Come on.
Aaron Burton celebrating 20 years of partnership with Surfest this year.
I can
Thanks
see
to this
Pete
man, Kim
McCabe.
Burton and Janine.
Oh, no, it's Tim
his
Burton.
partner, so,
they look kind of similar, but
Kim,
it is
up
Kim
here to present
Burton,
the jerseys
right?
to our finalists. Let's get them up here, starting with the man who won through with a massive heat score
that's
total
not-
through the semis.
yeah,
Going back-to-back this year, potentially. Put your hands together for Joel Vaughan. There it is. He looks good in red. Joel made a fantastic run for you in this final QS event and the opportunity to go back-to-back. What would that mean to you and the family?
Yeah, it would mean a lot. I don't know what else much to say, but I'm pretty excited.
And obviously a great performance from Winter in that last semi-final heat, mate. It's going to be a tough draw. How are you going to beat him?
I don't know, just try to get on some good waves and yeah, we'll see what happens.
One of the star performers of the event in the final, looking to go back-to-back. Put your hands together for Joel once again. And keep the applause going because this guy's been on a mad tear this year. And also in this final event, Winter Vincent, by making the final, will be on the Challenger Series this year. Congratulations, Winter. Unbelievable performance, mate. And very similar to what we saw your good mate, George Pittard, do this time last year, sorry. But, mate, that was huge. How you feeling? You must be elated.
Yeah, I'm over the moon. I didn't really expect anything coming to this contest, and to do this, I watched one of my good friends, George, do it last year, and yeah, I'm stoked.
Mate, obviously everyone back home is going to be tuned in. Are you ready to take this thing out, give Joel a good run for his money out there?
Yeah, Joel's one of my good mates, and so yeah, it's really good to have a final with him. Can't wait.
Well, you guys go get ready. Congratulations again, Winter. Good luck, Joel. Kim, thank you so much for 20 years of amazing support. Let's get this thing underway.
Yeah, they are the two men's finalists there, Joel and Winter.
So we saw this kind of happen a few years ago at the Olympics when, you know, the surfers got presented to the crowd. And then Brazil for the CT over the last few years, they copied. You know, I've been over there for the last couple of years watching that event. It's like they get up there in front of the crowd and get all G'd up, and we just saw the same there. So the boys looking like they're ready to go, huh?
I like the rock, paper, scissors. You know, obviously they're good friends and they did that for priority.
Yes.
It's a good thing that friends do. They can flip a coin or rock, paper, scissors, whatever you may like. I remember I had Joel Parkinson at Snapper when he was really young, and I wanted to toss a coin and he wasn't into it. Didn't want to do it.
Said no.
He said no.
He said no to the Ock.
He said no to me. I was pissed. The mind game started right there, right? And
can you remember who got the best of the opening exchange?
Oh, absolutely. Who do you think? Joel behind the rock.
Yeah. That's why he didn't want to.
That's why he didn't want to do it.
I can't believe how involved Julian Wilson's is in the Winter Vincent camp. We interviewed Winter when he won his quarter, and he said it was really cool hanging out with Jules and getting some help. Yeah. Bit of local knowledge for the young bloke, Winter.
Oh, it looks like Ellie got a 617.
Little right-hander. I
Yeah,
saw the
for
end of that
that.
wave. It was a nice snap at the end. So, yeah, decent number.
Here's the replay. Oh, good looking size wave and
Boom.
wow, big section there. Ellie, she's looking good. She's looking springy, fired up. I'm sure her family's tuning in too.
She liked it too, that little kind of crouch at the end. She got so much speed coming out of that turn. And 617, that's a good score.
Yeah, that's a great score. It's definitely a keeper. Safi now, she's got some work to do to answer back. Massive turn. Answers back beautifully. So Safi said, all right, Ellie gets a 617. Watch this. So Safi, I love it.
Yeah, I want to see it closer. That was a pull-back version, but wow, that was, pretty critical. Maybe a similar score there, guys.
Yeah, what are your thoughts?
I'd say a little under.
Little under?
Maybe a little.
Let's play a game.
583.
I reckon everyone's playing at home for sure. Everyone does it. Every house I've been into, it's on.
Oh, yeah, we
for
play.
me, 583. That's close. I'll go 5, 6, 7. You said under, so we're all following your your lead, actually, Rossi.
I'll go 7. I'm joking.
Oh,
no,
7.
I was joking.
577.
Who said 5-7? Was that one of you?
You said 5-7.
You're good at this game. Go the Ock.
The other day, Ock and I were in here, and he said, I reckon Philip has got the score. I said, nah, that wave looks like a 617 to me. Bang on.
She got it perfect. She did. I was there.
I was so stoked.
There's a couple of the surfers, Morgan Siblick, Alistair Reginado, looked like Emily Burke was there as well, Maddie
Yep.
Poole,
Cooper Davies, Coral Durant.
hanging out,
Everyone
watching
is.
the final. I tell you what, up at the VIP deck at the moment, Warren Smith has put on a huge lunch for all the sponsors up there. I did see, Kim Burton was up there as well, checking out the action. A couple of the local legends up there watching it. I know this is a massive event for the community, so everyone comes out. It's really cool.
I met Kim Burton for the first time and his wife Janine, and what lovely people. I didn't know Kim surfed, and he showed me his board collection, and what a nice man. So 20 years, hey? 20 years sponsoring this event. That's big.
20 years.
Not many sponsors hang in there for that long.
They-
It doesn't seem like he's going to stop anytime soon.
They started sponsoring this event when I was 1. That means that's a long time to be sponsoring. That's my whole life, basically.
It is, yep. So much support for the local community of Newcastle, and a big shout out to the Burton Automotive Group.
Has there been a sponsor that has sponsored an event for so long? Like any that jumps to mind for you?
Rip Curl Bells Beach.
Yeah, of course. That
How
was
about
so
Billabong
silly.
and Oki?
Billabong and Oki.
How long-
Oh, right. I'm not an event, but
how long's the- how long's the partnership?
Sometimes people might seem like I'm an event. I am an event. My partner would say, "Yep, he's an event." A weird one. So Billabong and me. Yeah, it's been. Oh, you got to do the math because they signed me up when I was like 16. Let's say. Well, let's round it out at 15. But there's only one problem. I'm not telling you how old I am.
And that
57. So work it out.
Mate, that partnership's been a beauty, and I know you're going on the road soon with an anniversary for Occumentary.
Yeah, so Billabong funded that movie. It was Jack McCoy, and it's called The Occumentary. It's all about me free surfing with Jack, and ended up winning a world title at the end, and the soundtrack's great, and Jack just done an amazing job. I mean, can't talk too much about your own movie, but there's Ellie. I can talk about her.
Wow.
Because that's 2 big turns right there for Ellie. So she's going to get the largest number of this heat. Yeah, that movie, the tour's on, just real quickly.
When can we see it? Yeah, tell us.
In
I'm
Katara,
curious.
in Newcastle.
I'm going.
Yeah, it's
Can I
going to
come?
be on in May. Of course you can. Front row seat. Are
You can
kidding
stay at
me?
my house. There you go.
Thank you. And Jack, where are you going to put Jack?
Get him a hotel.
So Jack should be watching. Aloha, Jack. He's he's a good man. I owe a lot to Jack, and he really helped me on those years that I, put on a lot of weight. And Jack was filming me. You'll see that in the movie too. Wow, what a snap from Ellie.
Yeah, this wave was beautiful for Ellie. I feel like she's been keeping this a secret. We all know she has this level, but she's brought it out for the final. Safi, huge backside finner there. 783 for that last wave of Ellie. And I feel like she's been in cruise control all event, and this final, she's just leveled up.
Has she won an event at this magnitude, like this big?
She's won a bunch of 3000s.
So never a 5,000.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Wow, could be a huge moment coming up for Ellie Harrison. So Newcastle is on the calendar.
It's at Katara, so you just got to look up jackmccoy.com to get the date, because I'm bad with dates. So Newcastle will be here in May. At
Done.
Katara, the theatre there.
But you go on the Gold Coast, Sydney.
Yeah, Gold Coast.
Yep.
Yeah,
No,
where is it
Noosa.
at the Gold Coast? I'd love to know.
I'm not too sure
Asking
either.
for a friend.
Gold Coast, Noosa, Byron Bay, Sydney, West Oz.
Unreal.
And we're trying to get to New Zealand.
Well, check it out online. If you Google Jack McCoy Occumentary, you'll figure it out.
And
15 and a half minutes remaining. A couple of big numbers in for Ellie, and putting the pressure on the New Zealander, an 8.23. Is that a requirement that you'd sort of sit there and wait for, or do you maybe try to split it up and get a couple of 7s?
Oh, let's see. She might need more now.
I think split it up. There's 15 minutes on the clock. It's halfway through the heat. 20 minutes into the heat, actually. I don't know about you, Locke, but if I was Safi right now, I'd go, still got time. I wouldn't be freaking out.
Lots of time. 15 minutes. Definitely lots of time. The splitting it would be, good. You'd probably be looking at a 6 to, or not a 617. You're still needing a pretty big score, so try and get that 7. A couple 7s can do it.
As we see, a
But
bit of a lump here, Ock.
It's got to be a good wave.
Surfer in blue, utilising priority. Here we go. So the opportunity For a second there, it looks like we're going to see a bit of a barrel, but unfortunately that wave just sort of pitters out. Nor'easter has picked up this afternoon. Conditions have been great, though. We started with a horrible morning. It was raining, dead on shore. It was crap.
Cold.
Yep, but then the day it opened up and the waves have been cranking. Like, we've seen 9s, 8s, been non-stop.
If there's enough blue in the sky to make a sailor's waistcoat, it's going to be a great day.
There you go.
That's a little sprinkle of advice from Oki's mum, and I'm going to take it with me everywhere I go.
Thank you, Jess. Yeah, you've never heard that saying before,
Never.
Rossi? Yeah, so it must be an old sailor's term because my mum used that when we were in the snow a lot. My mum used to take me to the snow a lot when I was young. You know, at least a couple times a season, and you know, it used to be a grey old day, and she'd say, "If there's enough blue in the sky to make a sailor's waistcoat, it's going to be a nice day." And then I was driving here and I saw that it was the clouds were clear and I saw a little bit of blue and and then one of Mum's favourite songs came on the radio.
Oh, it's so nice.
Yeah.
What song?
You know, it's like, "Hey there, you with a sad face, come up to my place and live it up." You know that song?
Absolutely. I could sing it if I wanted to embarrass myself.
No, sing it.
No.
And my mum just, yeah, she loved that song. She related that to me for some reason. I don't know, but yeah, it's funny.
How good's Ockeney's stories?
I know, I love
They
it.
don't stop. That's what I was saying
I love
before
it.
off camera. I was like, the memory you have.
Oh, it's incredible.
Yeah, it's incredible.
Yeah, I'll go, "Oh, who was in the final of that event?" He'll go, "Well, it was this person, this
Yep.
person, this person." Oh, they had priority 15 minutes in and just like nails it. I just go, "Great."
It's a weird, like, short-term memory, not so good, maybe. Definitely.
Can you remember your victories here in Newcastle?
Yeah, I can remember the one against Curran for sure. Like, I also won it as a 5,000. I don't remember that so much, even though it was later. But the Curran one was really significant because a lot happened then. Like, the kid got struck by lightning, and I went and visited him in hospital after my win, and the story goes deeper, but I probably haven't got time for that. But that was significant because Tom Curran was idol at first, and then we met in Newcastle, huge crowd, and I got 2 scores before the southerly buster came through, and he couldn't get scores after that. And it was so weird because I was in Western Australia practicing for the event and I got stuck in an electrical storm. But there's more to that story. But Ellie Harrison's going to use her priority here. And is it a wise choice? Well, let's see what it does down the line. It could be. She slides the tail. Can she make that? She does. 617. It seemed like a bit of a wobbly way from our angle. But yeah, so, yeah, I got stuck in the electrical storm and then he got struck by lightning. It seemed like the same time, but on the other side of the country. Then we all he survived, so that's the good side of the story. And I visited him in hospital, so I had to do it. The hospital at that stage, I don't know if you remember, the hospital used to be on Main Beach, Newcastle,
Really?
on the beach, and before that, there's big high rises there now. But it was radical.
That's wild. It's the part of the story that I was actually most intrigued with, it was the legend that you always hear that you caught a couple of waves before the southerly buster. Newcastle was always known for at some point throughout the week there's going to be a big southerly change, to the point that the waves actually become, if it was an 8 out of 10, it will turn into a 1 out of 10 within minutes.
Well, that's what it did. The waves were really nice. It was 3 to 4 feet and glassy. Really good waves. And the southerly was 40 knots at least, maybe 50 knots. And after me having a couple 7s or a 7 or an 8 or something, you couldn't get it more than a 2. Tom Curran just...
Did you have the intel? Like, did someone tell you it was coming?
Yeah, I did. Like, my mate rang me up from Cronulla and said,
"No way.
We just got hit by a southerly buster like an hour and a half ago. It could come through in the final." And I'm like, "How do you know?" And he's like, "Well, it takes a couple hours, like pretty strong wind. It could." So he said, "Get a quick start."
Unreal. Big score, 6.33 for the last of red, so it did increase Ellie's lead. She's out in front. Now, your New Zealand friend.
Yes.
I know you love her.
Love
Needs
her.
to dig deep right now. An 8.39, so quite a tall order.
I'll be honest with you, Mitch. I love both of these ladies. I've spent plenty of time chasing the QS with these two, and even just surfing swells on the Gold Coast and down at their houses, down wherever. It's just we have so much fun, and I'll be happy if either one of them walk away with a win.
So tell me, Jess, Safi Veda, what nationality is her parents? I can definitely, it's not. Do you know?
Yeah, I believe it's not Māori, but she's lived in. Her family are from New Zealand, but I don't know the nationality.
Okay, she's definitely not Maori. yeah, definitely not Maori. It's European. I'm thinking. So anyway, we might find out if she wins.
Yeah, we might find out. I know that Finn, her little brother, is
I'll
tuning
ask her.
in, so maybe he could send me a message right now and help a girl out. But
Sorry to stump you there.
no, that's okay. Yeah, she comes from such a talented family. Finn actually is a really great surfer himself, but he's studying down in Dunedin, which just seems so cold to me. I don't know. I'd much prefer to be here in Merriweather where it's finally nice and sunny. Look at the crowd. Surfest Sunday. It's all happening out there right now.
It is going to be a big afternoon.
Well, we guess scores. We could guess nationalities. And I'm thinking Vedi, Greek, maybe.
You saw a connection. What's Occhilupo?
Italian.
So, yeah, it's a...
Yeah, well, I was thinking maybe it could be Italian. I'd love to ask her. I mean, if she wins this, I'll definitely ask her, but she needs a big score right here.
It's Danish. Soph McCulloch, right on cue. Thanks.
Danish.
Soph. It's Danish.
I was right with Europe.
You did well. 10 points.
10 points.
Yep.
Oh, and Ness. Thanks, Ness. Safi's mum tuning in as well. So
Unreal. Well, hopefully, Mum can send a wave through for Safi so she can have a crack at that 8.39. Big score required. Lovely shot there. Bit slow at the moment. 8 minutes remaining. There's got to be some opportunities, though.
Safi's been working, like I was touching on earlier, really hard in the off-season, not only just on her surfing, but her headspace as well. Like I said, that was always Safi's issue of kind of knocking through those round of 16 quarterfinal heats, because there was a lot of self-doubt there. But since, I feel like maybe she got her first QS win at Maroubra last year. And since then, she's just looked more and more confident the more time she spent in New Jersey. I'm sure all those ISA heats help you surf 1,000,001 heats to make the final there. So I feel like she's just getting the reps in.
Absolutely. I can see a storm out there, guys. The wind's northerly. It's still, it's not summer anymore. It was only last week, but I can see a storm coming through. Hopefully it's not lightning, guys.
Yeah.
What is it with me? Seriously, there is a storm out there. We can just, if the drone kind of spins around right now, it's coming from the southwest. It's in the hills there. You probably know where the storms come from here. Rossi, being local.
Down south for sure. That's it'll puff on up. I'm not sure exactly when it's meant to get here, the south change. As you look at the clouds, they're definitely filling in from what we saw, a few hours ago. So fingers crossed that the weather holds off for another hour or so, because we've still got the men's final, which will be out there next.
6 minutes to go.
Yep, there'll be Winner Vincent taking on Jolly Vaughan in that next one. So very exciting stuff. Yeah, 6 minutes remaining, Jess.
It's a young final, that one, actually. Both, I think Joel's 21, Winter might be 19 this year, so...
Youth out there at the moment as well?
Yeah, 22 and 19. Or 18, I should say. But, yeah, Ellie's just looked really alive this heat, so we'll see if she can hold down the next 5 minute 40 seconds. But we spoke about it earlier. We would have broken that 8.39 down in 2. 5.5 minutes to go. Is there still time, in your opinion, to break it down in 2?
Oh, not really. Unless it came real soon.
Tide's coming up too. I know there's not a big sort of change between low and high. It's a maybe a 0.8 and a 1.2 or something, but the tide is coming in, so conditions might slow up a little bit.
Yeah, half moon, so the tides, that's what makes the tides, is the moon. So when the moon's half, the tides are half tides, and when the moon's full, it's the peak tides, and when there's no moon, the tides are high too. So at the moment, it's really funny. Hey, I don't know if you notice, guys, but you find it hard to sleep in the full moon or the no moon. That's because we're really, really aware. And when in the half moon, it seems like it's hard to wake up. It's like that with most people.
Yeah, I feel like You're bang on there, Oki. Everything you just said. Okay, 4.5 minutes on the clock. Hoping for some movement sometime soon. Want to see these ladies on their feet. It's the last time we're going to see the women in the water for Surfest 2024. It's just been such a amazing event. The girls have just been surfing out of their skin. Challenger Series, it's locked in. Rosie Smart's there. This lady's there. Ellie, huge single maneuver. Under priority.
I hate to use the comparison because I don't like doing it, but gosh, she reminds me of Molly Picklum.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, I don't know if it's the stickers, it just all sort of, but I don't know, that manoeuvre there, I swear I've seen Molly do that. That was a good turn. That was a big manoeuvre. That was a horrible looking section, and Ellie just smashed it.
Yeah, with not a lot of speed, and she hits it. She done as much as she could do, but remember that turn that Molly done at Sunset was just unbelievable, and a similar kind of turn, I guess. But Molly was on her tippy toes on about a 10-foot wave. I wonder if she'd better a score. I don't think she'd better a score. What do you think, guys?
Nah, I think it'll be a little under the 6.
I reckon they'll like it.
Okay.
Let's go a little bit different. But I just love it. Oki and I were talking about this earlier, Mitch. Molly was here competing not that long ago. You know, this event is such a pathway. You guys are right. It was a 5.57. But it's such a pathway. And Molly now she's changed the game. She'll go down as one of surfing's greatest in the history of women's surfing as well. What happened at the start of the year was just incredible. So I know that a lot of us drew so much inspiration from Molly and still do. So Mole, if you're tuning in, we love you. The start of the year was just incredible. And hopefully these ladies might be doing it next year.
Yeah, absolutely. Ellie just on a bit of a roll here. I'm sure she'll get an opportunity to compete at Bells, whether it's, via the trials. I'd love to see her in that event.
She'd be sure price favourite to win that trial. Seriously. I'd be surprised if she didn't. Really surprised. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if Molly's tuning in, and I hate to kind of repeat, myself, because we were talking about it earlier, but there might be people that have only tuned into the final, and she changed women's surfing forever. We were talking about it, Jess, and congratulations to Molly Picklum. The other girls followed, and she just, I've never seen a girl charge that hard ever by... Oh, this is an important wave, sorry.
You know what? That first turn was huge. Is there enough time to finish this thing off and just paddle your lungs out? She has to get out there quick, smart. I don't think it's going to be an excellent score, but that first turn, she just needed something at the back to maybe sort of...
She needed one more massive turn here at that section, and it could have gone great. Ellie now out the back. She's trying to make something happen. She would have seen the spray off that first turn and thought, you know what, let's just better that 6.33 just in case. But yeah, I agree with you. I think she needed a second moment of wow after that first turn for it to go higher than that 6's range. So we'll see. I love this first turn
Textbook.
Same. It was really nice.
I feel like, we touched on it earlier, that first turn, it's really alluding to what I was saying. Her backhand is her strong point. It's just a shame that she didn't get another massive section.
She's done well, though. What a great result for the Kiwi. This is her best result by far, right?
Oh, by far, yeah. Her previous best result in a 5,000 was a 5th. So was Ellie's. So they had the exact same best results in a 5,000. And, I think it was always going to be a really good matchup between these two ladies coming in. Safi getting a 5.63 for that last wave, so still needs that massive 8.39. There's 30 seconds on the clock. She's copying sets on the head right now. But I think, I actually don't think Safi will be upset either way. She's come here. She's got the job done. She's on the Challenger Series. She's going to the Olympics. It's going to be a massive year for Safi and Ellie. I'm so excited for these two ladies.
Yeah, like what you said, job done.
Job done.
If you told Safi she was getting in the final of this thing at the start of the week, I think she'd be pretty stoked, right? Here we go. This is the last throw of the dice, and it's not going to be enough, so it becomes official.
Ellie
that girl in the red is going to be the winner.
Ellie Harrison just won the Surfest. That is such an honour. she'll take that with her in some of her best results, no matter how far she goes in her career. This is such a prestigious event to win.
It's fitting, you know, the way Ellie surfs, and she's one of my favourites at the moment, and it's real fitting that she gets a name on that prestigious winners board. Congratulations, Ellie Harrison. Wowee.
Yeah, what a week of women's surfing that we've seen. Ellie just taking a moment there. It's been so much action. Thank you to Newcastle Racecourse for, being a part of women's surfing this week. And, that lady on screen's taking home the trophy. And thanks to you guys for talking to me about women's surfing and everything. So we're going to go to a short break. We're back with the second final, the last heat of Surfest 2024. Do not go anywhere, guys.
That craving to feel new again. To see something new that will blow our minds. Or meet someone new who will change it. New South Wales. A place to feel free. To feel alive. But most of all, to feel new again.
Maddie's last night's sleep was spent trying to look up relaxing wave sounds. Tonight's actual wave sounds.
Holidays, Ironman, outdoors, Ironman, whoa, Uber, suspension, lights, roof rack, camping equipment, recovery gear, under Ironman Maitland, and under Ironman. I can't do two things at once. Wait.
Well, there she is, the winner of the Newcastle Racecourse Women's Pro, Ellie Harrison, taking out Surfest this year in a hard-fought win over Safi Vetti of New Zealand. And Ellie came here with a big goal of claiming the victory and getting her the biggest win of her career so far. And she is going to be a force on the Challenger Series this year. Definitely showed amazing form through the rounds hockey and a well-deserved title.
Such a well-deserved title, Ronnie, and welcome back. It's fitting. I was saying it's really fitting because, for women surfing, I think she's our girl in the future. Just like I think this guy Joel Vaughan in this final is our big hope. I reckon it's the same with Ellie. Really fitting that she wins.
She had an amazing run on the Challenger Series last year. It was really close. I mean, we're talking maybe a few heats away from getting onto the CT. 18 years of age, she finished 12th on the Challengers last year. She had a semi-final finish over at the US Open, a quarter-final performance over there in Portugal. And she is definitely going to take a lot from this because you know better than anyone. It is really hard to close out events, even when you're in great form. And it happens, not often enough for most people, but that's an important victory.
Yeah, look at that cuddle, much respect for each other. And they're both on tour, and they might have a few more woman-on-woman heats, Ronnie.
Yeah, could be on, Mitch. But that's a great moment, and the local crowd here always getting behind the athletes that come and take part in Surfest.
Absolutely. I know half of these kids. They've grown up in the area. Their dads are surfers. They're going to be surfers. That's what the community down here at Merida is all about.
The 38th edition of Surfest this year, Rob.
I can't believe it.
38.
I'd almost say I've been to every one. But Warren Smith, I just want to say a huge thanks to him. Look out, we've got Joel Vaughan just pinging around.
Oh, my goodness. Joel Vaughan, he made a habit of starting these big heats with huge numbers. And Winner Vincent's going to get going early too here. But a couple of waves off.
Does he ride out of this? Because I know he's going backwards. He went off screen. He'll probably spin around. This was...
Wow. This was his second ride.
That's an
Are you
8.
kidding me? These guys have gotten busy already.
Yep, they're getting started early. But it's 3 heats in a row now, Mitch. Joel Vaughan's gone excellent on his first in the first few minutes, really.
Yeah, nearly to say excellence sort of having a crack at him because he's, getting nearly near perfect rides. He's getting close enough to 10s, high 9s.
Oh, he almost rode out of that one. That was his first wave, so that was a 1:07.
So that would have been 16 points in 2 minutes, 2 or 3 minutes. He's just been such the standout. Winter's been on fire as well, but Joel Vaughan, some of the heats he's been putting together have been top tier, super, super incredible performances.
Like I say, he's our big hope. There's no doubt. I mean, hopefully he doesn't injure himself, not too bad. They might come, because they do with these aerialists. But if he can stay fully fit, he's still got to make the big tour. And you'd seem to think he's going to this year, right? I mean, he didn't last year, which surprised me, boys.
Yep, me too.
But the thing is, here we go, Winter Vincent. He's going to go to the air too.
Wow, these guys are just on at the moment. They really, it does seem like they can kind of almost go for anything they He's unsuccessful in riding out of that one, but great place for us to be as spectators with 2 surfers really feeling freed up.
Yeah, so what I'm trying to say is make the tour, and you can imagine what Joel Vaughan would do at a place like we were watching last night, Portugal, Peniche, and in a lot of other places, because he can do airs anywhere, backhand and forehand, as high as Felipe Toledo and Gabriel guaranteed. I mean, do you disagree with me or not?
I don't disagree with you at all. And
how could I?
But what was impressive about Joel's performance in the semis is the fact that he was able to pivot when he was going for airs, and when he decided he wanted to go just to turns, he still turned in near perfect score.
And that brings me to my next little story real quick is...
Have you heard this story?
Early heat, right? I think you have. They surfed against Jay and Huey, and Joel went big, and Jay didn't get any chance. But this story's about these boys. Let's see what he does here, and it's just so fitting for this right here, because what his dad told me is when he was pushing Huey in and Joel was about 10 years old, right, he did not let him turn. He said, all I want you to do, every single surf is airs only, okay? Wow. So what happened was his dad's friends came up to him, and a lot of people rubbished him because he said, that's not cool. Like, your son can't turn. He's only doing airs. And he's like, it doesn't matter. He can learn his turns later. They're easier than learning airs. I want my kid to be strong in the air, and this is what he's produced.
Amazing. Yeah. You did tell me that story, but I was happy to listen to it again.
But I think there's a lot of people out there that haven't heard that story because that was early in the rounds.
Sure.
It's really backwards of what we've always learnt. We always hear you've got to learn the fundamentals first.
His board's not big enough. Get him on a single fin. He's got to learn the fundamentals. He's got to get the bottom turn.
I told that story. Matthew Hoy was in the booth shaking his head.
Yeah, he was disgusted. Yeah, he almost didn't work the rest of the event in protest of such a call. But no, it has been amazing watching Joel just refine all parts of his surfing, but he is certainly comfortable attacking those big air sections and not just kind of doing medium-sized airs, which would still score relatively well, but throwing everything at it. They appear to be Hail Marys, but in Joel's instance, more often than not, he's making them stick.
Definitely. And his turns, let's get to that now. His turns are really good too. Don't get me wrong, he's... I think the last event, the ABB Board Riders, he got a wave in that and done 2 of the hugest turns on one wave. And he's got big turns too. So, yeah, the turns, you think in surfing the turns are easy to learn. Like a cutback's definitely easier to learn than an air. I still can't do an air reverse myself.
If you look at his highest scoring rides, I believe his highest scoring ride is actually 4 turns. It wasn't the alley-oop, it wasn't the air reverse, it was the wave he got against Morgan Siblick and got a 9.7, I want to say. So, yeah, proving that he can do it all. As we see Winter Vincent up and riding here, good-looking wave.
Nice looking snap there too. So their turns, and it's funny how the judges can go both ways, you know, like, and where do they decipher what's better? I mean, how many moves? If it's one big move, one big air, like, I mean, you know, I like kind of calling scores, but in that sense, I'd hate to be a judge.
Yeah, there's, you know, I think big moves is what's going to win it, but combos have scored well.
This is
and
beautiful.
Winter's had a couple of fantastic combinations on his road through to this point in the competition. What a remarkable run already as we see the slow-mo replay here, Mitch.
Yeah, perfect. We've seen him do this combination a few times throughout the event. That turn was great. Hard to get into this final manoeuvre, but Winter just puts his foot to the floor and goes up over. Look, he needed a score to get into the heat because Joel started with an 8 and a near 5. So Winter would love to get something on the boards now, whether it be a 6, a 7.
It's going to fall in between. Might even go close to the 8.
Wow, look at that, 7-1-7. So there you go, game on. It's exactly what Winter Vincent wanted to do.
I could see you watching that final move from Winter and how he made something of relatively nothing climbing up over the section, but just the ability to kick those fins and throw some water as well.
I always like to see, you know, a lot of spray thrown, and in that situation was always going to be hard to do, but he's powerful, isn't he? And he threw spray. Oh, look out.
Uh-oh. Here goes Joel Vaughan. Oof. Gets that grab and can't ride out, though. So a couple of attempts for him, unsuccessful, but still holds the biggest number of this heat so far. Great performances for Joel on the Challenger Series last year, but didn't really convert them into the results that he wanted. Still finished in the top 30, but he's obviously continues to evolve his performance, and we're predicting he's going to go a lot higher this season.
Absolutely. I was surprised on that last year. I really was.
I think he's going to qualify this year.
Oh, same.
Yeah.
I would, you know, I'm a betting man. I'd put my money on it. You can't actually bet on that, but definitely, you know, I don't want to put the mocker on him, actually, because I think I was speaking with his dad when I heard that story, and I mentioned to Joel that it's not going to be long till he qualifies, and I'm thinking, what, this year, right? Because that challenge is going to start in Sapa and end in Brazil.
And, of course, Narrabeen as well, second stop down there in Sydney. But, yeah, he's got all the weapons. It's hard not to just heap the compliments on him. Let's check in with the winner of the Newcastle Racecourse Women's Pro. A huge victory for Ellie Harrison. Congratulations. You came in here with that big lofty goal, and you've just kicked that big goal. So it must feel amazing, Ellie.
Yeah, it feels very good. Yeah.
Explain the week to us. You know, you got here at the end of last week, and you've managed to wrangle 5,000 points and beat some of the world's best surfers. You're a Grom at this level as well, so that's the amazing part. You must just feel so chuffed with yourself.
Yeah, I'm pretty chuffed. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, going into this week, I was pretty exhausted from the ABB. Big weekend up there. But no, I still had, my goal, and just took it day by day. There was a few days that I wasn't on, so just, try to keep my energy and keep surfing, and
Oh, so good, Ellie. We know that you performed really well on the Challenger Series last year, but I think for a lot of the competitors, you know, you want to really get that experience of shutting events down and getting to the later stages of the event and getting the victory. Massive confidence boost heading into those first couple of stops here in Australia on the Challenger Series.
Yeah, huge confidence boost. I don't know. Yeah, I feel pretty good.
You just look so happy. It's so good and so raw.
I don't know what to think. Yeah.
What about the support that you've had, Ellie, and all your mates watching back home in Bowen Heads?
Yeah, I know Surfing Victoria, Kale and Adam have been tuning in. I've been talking to Kale a bit throughout this event. Sorry. My mum, Dava, is actually watching. She texted me and said she's watching. So, my mum, my dad, my brothers, and my family, aunties, uncles,
Oh, we love it. We're thrilled for you and look forward to seeing you at the presentation. Congratulations on a well-deserved win. Is there anything else you want to say?
hopefully my speech is better than this interview.
Oh, I love it. No, we understand that it's something that you should feel happy and proud about. So
Yeah.
go enjoy it. Soak it up.
Yes.
Massive win.
Oh.
Biggest win of her career, for sure.
Absolutely. Have you ever been sort of lost for words on the podium or something like that, Doc?
No. No, in a different country for sure. But probably not in Australia. I like the microphone, but yeah, I'd have a go in Japanese, but my Japanese ain't so good. Or in France, have a go in France. I'll give it a go,
Yeah.
but my lingo, I should speak fluent in a few languages because the amount of times I've been on tour to those places, 20 times at least. And my dad actually wanted to teach me Italian when I was young, and when I was young, we kind of used to get paid out, or what's the word for it, teased to be a Western Oriental gentleman, as they would say. There's a short word for that, but it's like a swear word. So I didn't want to learn it. And then if I did learn it, I would be like a Leo Ferraventi and I'd speak 4 languages, wouldn't I? But maybe not. I mean...
You're still young.
I'm still young.
Yeah, you're still young. Anyway, Ellie speaks perfect English usually, but she was so excited about that victory that she almost couldn't keep it together, and it was like refreshing to see me. It's just, as you said, raw, and that's what she's feeling at the moment, just complete elation. And hopefully we get a few more words out of her at the presentation.
I have a feeling she wanted to get off camera because she wanted to cry. That's what it looked like to me. I think she just wanted to cry of happiness, and
maybe
that's all right for me. Yeah.
The Burton Automotive Pro Final is well and truly underway now. 18 and a half minutes to go. We do have a couple of big numbers on the board. An 8 for Joel Vaughan. He's backed it up with a 4.67. Winter Vincent, look at the numbers separating these two competitors with their heat score totals. Just 0.17 between them at the moment. So it's very close. Burton Automotive celebrating 20 years of support with Surfest this year, 60 years supporting this community. They do an amazing job. There's a big crowd on hand watching this one play out, a lot of interest. Joel Vaughan, the clear favourite, just based on what he's done on his run through this contest and the fact that he's chasing back-to-back titles here this season. But Winter Vincent, he looks so calm and cool, even at the pre-final jersey handover on stage there. He just seemed so chilled. He's just qualified for the Challenger Series, and he just seemed like he was going out there just completely in a focused mindset.
If you just qualify, for the next leg on the tour, you're going to be pretty relaxed. I mean, did you feel it on stage?
Oh, yeah. No,
yeah.
But he just, even still, like it just felt like these two guys were ready to go out. Interesting note, they did a Rochambeau, scissors, paper, rock for who would get priority at the start of this heat. Something that you and your mates would do back in the day. And
we did. Yeah, it's great that they. I think I wonder if they got it from us, but it's still happening. Like Aussies are good like that. It's such good mates that they'll just do it because it could be the be all of end all of a final. Like you've rock paper scissors, and the first wave, if it's a 9, you kind of won the. So it's a big thing to do.
It's huge, yeah. And then you have that fantastic story, obviously, from Snapper Rocks too, where you went up to Parko and offered to flip a coin for priority at the start of the heat.
And he said no.
Yeah.
It'll never be forgotten. I told it just in the last final, but you know the story anyway.
Yeah, I love it.
You love it, yeah. And Joel will tell a story about that we'll kind of...
He thought you were playing mind games.
Yeah, he's got his version.
For sure. Well, we're just down to around about the halfway mark here, just a little past it, in fact. As we see these competitors scrambling, Joel does well to get into that wave, but it worked in Winter Vincent's favour, actually.
Smart from Winter, though. If the thing about Winter, he's been doing this for, 10 years or so. He's such a grommet still, 19 years old, I want to say. But he's been competing from such a young age, and I know he's been working with Mick Kane forever. He's down here working with Julian Wilson. But, it's guys like Caney that have sort of made him feel pretty comfortable with a situation like that. He could have even maybe pushed the issue then and maybe stood up and, got flirted with an interference. But you saw Winter paddled, realised Joel was going to catch a wave, so he pulled back, and now is in a pretty good position to catch a wave because he's got priority. Still plenty of time remaining in this one. Only looking for a 5.51. So pretty close.
Well, that was really interesting, and if we want to get intricate, can we see the replay on that? Because I'll actually tell you what happened right there. He actually was not getting that wave, and if Joel Vaughan looked a little closer, he would have noticed that Winter was actually, or maybe he could have caught it. Or no, or it was the other way around, sorry. Yeah, I'm confused now. Who had priority?
It's been a big week.
Amazing, yeah. It was a good sell, big sell. I'm glad we got the replay up to make sense of it. Just under 15 minutes to go here.
I think that was my best one. Yeah, like I had to get stuck somewhere and I waited for the final. So who had priority?
Yeah, I love that. Well, priorities now with Joel Vaughan because Winter, he got into this one. Nice little flare on the tail there. Working it back to the bowl. Is this one going to go again on the inside? He's done well with some big finishes, but he's going to run out of steam to hit that end section. Just under 15 minutes to go. And Joel Vaughan with priority. We'll see where the number comes through for Winter. It was a great opening turn, Mitch, but then the wave kind of laid down.
Yeah, unfortunately, it just went into that dead sort of deep water there and couldn't get an end section. So a 4.4 was the result in that one. A lot of people down here at Meriden right now, they love watching the final, Surfest Sunday.
Massive. And, you know, they've been braving the elements all day. We had a bit of rain this morning, and it was a little grey, a little miserable. The sun poked its head out for a moment, but a little overcast. But there's still opportunity out in this lineup, a nice little air wind. I think we still see these guys take flight again as we get down to the final 13 and a half minutes. But, yeah, always really enthusiastic spectators at this venue, Walt.
Oh, aren't they what? They're passionate supporters. It's never been any different. I mean, the crowds maybe were bigger back in the day. I thought there'd be more people rock up for the final, but they saw this storm coming. And I guess back in the day, you know, like there was no webcast. So someone like me, I'd probably be at home watching on the couch too on a day like today. But, you know, back then, big crowds. And, wow, it's Winter Vincent spinning ever so quickly. Only need a 5.51.
Oh, got it. Job done, right? I know there's a lot of time remaining, but that's going to switch it. I have a feeling this heat's going to be switched a few times. It feels like it's just going to go back and forward. As we see, first turn was huge. That was so progressive.
Yeah, the scrutiny on the rotations these days, it's, you know, the judges don't really go too crazy. There's not a lot of height. I think what Winter does on this version is he whips it so swiftly. It's so quick, the rotation, that makes it sort of really attractive on the eye.
And then to move your feet back to, you know, continue speed down the line, so difficult.
I don't think he gets it.
Yeah, it's going to be on the line, as we see on the outside, Joel Vaughan. You know, he can do the big airs, but when the big critical sections come, he can hammer those too. That was powerful. I think that's going to score really well.
It'll score a lot higher, don't you worry about that. Nah, the spin, you know, it was just not high, and I don't think the judges are going to buy that, but they're going to buy this all day long. Huge lip floater, free fell, not just like Molly Picklum at Sunset Beach.
Well, Mitch was right in that he got enough to get himself in front, 5.93. Again, you know, they do heavily scrutinise those turns, especially when they've seen a few of them through an event. And I think just that he saves that one with the combination, the last turn, just the swift rotation. But Joel is going to steal the energy back with that big end section hit. That was one of the biggest set waves we've seen today, Mitch, and he clubbed it.
Yeah, he did, and it was a 7.5 for one manoeuvre. So, you know, it's that simple. If you can get yourself on one of those sets and perform a big manoeuvre, you're going to get rewarded. As we look at the replay, look, we talked about it. This heat's going to go back and forth several times, and that manoeuvre there, that was all class there from Joel Vaughan.
Has felt like the scale's like a little higher today. There's been, I think, a little bit more face for the competitors to work with. You consider what we've seen through some of the earlier rounds where we had a lot of closeouts and competitors dealing with a short amount of space to try and get that big major turn done or sort of more minor rushed combos. Today they found some room. Feels like the panel has worked with more of the top end of the scale to work out who's going to be progressing through or taking these events out.
Nice down carve there from Joel Vaughan into a big snap. And I believe if he wins this event, he actually wins the series. So be a great day down here at Merida if he can get this one.
And to go back-to-back, that would be huge.
That was my next question, Ronnie. It's back-to-back is what we're looking at. You're the stats guy, and everyone goes for their phones because has it been done before?
First
Back-to-back
time.
here? No, I don't think so. No.
So it'll be the first time in history, Ock. You're onto that one.
Wow, that's massive because all those, all those goals and all those records, you know who's the biggest record breaker and wants to break every one. We don't have to mention his name, but in the Newcastle scheme of things, this is big.
Huge. Yeah, you went back-to-back, Ock, and win in 86 and then had a couple of years off and came back in 98 and got a victory. Just
Not exactly back-to-back.
Yeah. Or did you feature in a couple of other events in between that period? 86 to 98?
At Newcastle? Oh, that's a good question.
Technicality.
That is a good question.
Yeah.
I thought you said your memory was really good. Come on, Ock.
Yeah, I'm just throwing him under the bar. Says he has to me a couple of times in this. It's a broadcast. But here we go. Let's have a look at the replay here, Ocky. What did you like about this one?
Well, it's definitely not going in his top two, but I like the last turn.
It nearly did. It was a 7.27. The combo down the line here. Look at that thing. You'd love that, wouldn't you, Ock? Power.
I just love slow motion, because it makes everything look so much better for some reason. We didn't see the last turn because we got to get to this wave live. Winner Vincent.
Yeah, the wave size just isn't there. I know Joel's been getting the bigger waves, but massive air reverse. Did he ride it out?
He didn't look concerned with trying to appeal to the judges that he did ride it out. He was looking out the back, but he definitely completed the turn.
That tells me the beginning wasn't much.
Yeah, I mean, but the ability to sort of reignite your interest in the ride with a turn like that is pretty remarkable.
But you know what is remarkable? Because you're onto it, Rossi. There wasn't much on the start of that wave, and he just done that for fun. He done that last move for fun and didn't even want to ride out because he knew he wasn't getting a score. Go figure, right? Because I'd love to do that.
Yeah, it looked fun, didn't it? He needs an 8.33, so he's within reach, but there is work to do here. Joel Vaughan's patience, once he's got that priority, has been pretty commendable. He's got himself on some bigger set waves. I think that's the difference between these two competitors at the moment, the sets.
That's it. I think that's pretty much, it's been Joel's on the biggest waves and Winter's unfortunately be out of sort of rhythm. You know all about rhythm in heat sock. Sometimes it's all over you. You can't, do a thing wrong with rhythm, and other times...
Oh, it's so true. It's just surfing. I mean, free surfing, competitive surfing, it's no different. Like sometimes you just got it on a string. They're all coming to you, and then sometimes they are not. Usually there's no in-between, really. I mean, I guess you forget the in-betweeners, but you definitely remember when you were getting starved, and you remember when you were getting fed beautiful waves.
I like that. So winner Vincent out there looking for a meal in the form of a set wave here, so he can match it. He's got the form. I mean, for me, I'm just loving those fin-free hits on the pocket that he's been throwing down in his past couple of heats, the quarters and semis. The airs are impressive, but he's really. I think both these surfers, with their work on the face, the rail turns and those pocket hits, they've both improved a hell of a lot. So we'll see if we can connect with one here.
So Joel Vaughan's North Shelley. Winter Vincent is...
Queen's Cliff, QVC.
Queen's Cliff, yes, okay.
A Manly boy. And so, he's really mimicked the run of George Pittar in this event last year, coming from outside a qualification position and getting to the final to get a place on the Challenger. Winter did the same thing.
Did George make the final last year?
He did.
I remember he came out of nowhere, but I couldn't remember if he made the semis or the final.
He got second, yeah.
They surf so similar.
They're both tall.
I think. Do you?
6'2", 6'3".
You don't agree there?
No, I agree with that. They got that.
You can definitely disagree with me. I don't care.
No,
similarities of sure. They're both tall. They're natural footers, and there's definitely something that can be said. They've got similar surfing styles. 5.5 minutes remaining. Joel Vaughan out in front. And the thing about Joel, you look at his score, it's 15.5 points, but I still want to say he's kind of got the door. He's left the door open. I think Winter, if he does get a set, he's up for an 8.33.
He's got to sell Joel on a wave or something here though, because unlike some of the other heats where there was some space between competitors, these two are shoulder to shoulder in this lineup at the moment. And Joel, I can see him playing it pretty smart, using some of the heat management that he would have gathered, the experience he would have gathered on the Challenger Series last year to try and close this final out and go back-to-back for the first time ever.
Yeah, the thing about it, the last few heats that he surfed too, and that's where I say the door's been left open. He didn't leave it open the last couple of heats. You know,
No.
he mopped Morgan.
Oh, he shut it. He shut the door.
He
just bolted it shut.
Yeah, 18 points, 19 points. This one's a little bit more modest, 15.5 points. You know, has got priority, and I do agree, Ron. He's a really smart surfer, and he'll do his best to close this out. But if we do see a couple of sets come through,
there's not much you can do, is there? If there's a couple of waves in the set, you just sort of have to back yourself and worry about your own performance.
He's got a few things going his way, boys. Like, he's got priority. The wind seems like it's coming up. The tide's coming up. Scores out there, you would seem to think they're getting lower, by the minute.
Has he had someone phone him up from maybe up north or something? Is that what? Has he got the Oki treatment? Does he know something we don't?
Funny, yeah.
we talked about it before, Ron.
Oh, I love it.
Oki reminded us that he had a final here at Surfest against Tom Curran, and the conditions were pumping, but there was a southerly buster just up the road, and Oki got in his 2 scores nice and early. It might have been 3 scores back then.
Yeah, it was 3 scores back then. You're right. Yeah.
Oh, Winter has a look at that one. No harm in having a look for him because he's without priority, so just stalking opportunities on the inside here. Just over 3 minutes to go in this last QS event on the schedule for the Australia-Oceania region, also for the Asian region as well. We've already locked down those spots. And, it's also a wrap as far as who's going to be competing on the Challenger Series here as well.
Sorry, Ronnie. Massive congratulations to Kian Martin. He's won he won that region, and he's up on the coast with my son, Jay. Actually, they're best mates. You know that.
Yeah.
We all know that. And congratulations, Kian. It's probably another reason for the boys to have a party. But that's a great effort. Here we go. Winter Vincent.
Oh, my
really
goodness.
hucking it out there. He needed to go big, and that was
a
anger.
horrible wave, and he would have got the score.
It was anger, but I wonder if he would have. The wave was only 2 foot.
How's the projection, though? So much whip.
Oh, my goodness.
Wow. I mean, he is always going to be a threat on a right if he can pull that turn out of the bag. That's always going to score well. But, yeah, the judges would have had a lot to kind of consider with that move. Just sort of sprung from nowhere.
They would have, if he made it, right? Yeah, that would have been tough because, 2 minutes left. There's a big crowd in Webland, big crowd on the beach, and would they have given it to him if he rode out of that? We'll never know.
Minute 40 seconds to go in what has been an amazing edition of Surfest, the 38th edition. This one presented by Reflections Holiday Parks. It's just been awesome. We've had beautiful weather. We had some grey days, and these competitors have faced it all.
I just want to say thanks heaps to Warren Smith for having me down to commentate. It's not a regular thing that I've done. I mean, I'd love to come back next year. I've had that good of a time. I know the waves have been pumping at home, but I've had a really good time. I've been happy. Thanks to the missus for thanks to the missus for letting me come. She's been handling the load with the kids, and when I get home, there's one thing she's going to do.
Go surfing.
See you later. The kids are yours. But anyway, we're counting down, boys.
Yep, it's just under a minute remaining now. Joel hanging pretty tight here with Winter Vincent now. He wants that title. Winter chasing. Look at him. He's looking at anything at this point in time.
Yep, the clock's ticking away. 40 seconds remaining. Joel Vaughan has got priority. Sticking a Winter he's just bugging him, isn't he? All over the top of him. You wouldn't let... Winter nearly sort of turned the heat a moment ago because he caught an average wave on the inside. And I think Joel saw that. I think he doesn't want to do that again. So I dare say if anything comes, he's going to shut it down. 25 seconds remaining.
Is he going to get an opportunity here? Joel with priority says, no, you don't. I'm not even going to give you a look at this one. Joel loads up. Can he improve his heat score total? Has some speed. Can he find the ramp? You know he can. And he's going to ride out of it. And that should better his situation. So strong, so reliable for the big finishes when he goes above the lip like that. And Joel Vaughan has finished this event off just as he started it with a huge air. And he is going to go back-to-back here at Surfest 2024, presented by Reflections Holiday Parks. He is your champion, and how worthy is he?
So worthy, my goodness. He's an entertainer. He's a crowd pleaser.
He sure is. Winner Vincent, I mean, the elation of breaking into the Challenger Series ranks, that'll take the sting out of losing this final. But Joel Vaughan going back-to-back. And, man, he is going to be so hard to stop on that CS this year.
Let's hope so, huh? Because I know we had the same feeling last year, but let's hope that he can deliver what all of us think he can. And that's a spot on the championship tour.
He has to. I mean, he has to. Australia, this is our big hope. Let's ride him. Let's ride him all the way to the CT because this is our guy.
There he is getting cheered up the beach down here at Merewether. A back-to-back champion. I know his dad would be proud, and he's got about 4 or 5 brothers, maybe 3 or 4. I'm sure they're stoked right now.
Half a football team. And, yeah, they're going to be buzzing. Huge result. I mean, I believe he went excellent in every heat he surfed.
Yep.
He was so strong. He's just, he's the man.
9s, couple of high 9s, plenty of 8s. And it was fitting that he just finished the final with another big score. He got an 8.6 on his last ride. So, yeah, he went excellent again for his combination and getting absolutely bowled over by the local grommets down here at Merewether.
Let's see maybe that last wave in replay. Can we see it again? Because I just love the way...
best of the final.
Yeah, best of the final. And I just love the way how he gained speed through those backwashes. Like the backwash hits him, right? He gets going here, and you can see the section way down the line. But look, he weaves through this backwash here, and then ping.
Oh, gosh.
Probably after he was off the last ripple of backwash that got him that extra height, and all day long.
And Winter Vincent was, doing a masterful job of almost converting on average kind of waves. And Joel got halfway through that ride, and you're kind of thinking, it's flattening out. It's not going to do too much. And then just whammo, out of nowhere, he pulls a big lofty rotation, stomps it with ease, drops an 8.6. Another excellent heat score total for him on finals day. So strong.
It was funny too. Remember we were saying you can't give Winter an inch. And it turns out if Joel did give that wave to Winter, there was an opportunity down the line. So really smart tactics there from the winner.
Yeah, he kind of did start to play a pretty smart game with his priority. He had that one little slip up where he took that wave that didn't eventuate into anything that Winter had a look at. But other than that, put it together pretty beautifully.
There goes Winter congratulating him. Yeah, good sportsmanship. Yeah, it's Newcastle's going to go off this afternoon, I reckon. There's going to be a few beers go down for sure. This is the last event. He deserves a beer, this man. How old's Joel?
I believe that he has to make his way up to the presentation area because if he stays there, he's going to get mobbed for hours.
And that's where Ronnie Blakey's headed. So, yeah, that won't be too long away. There he goes. What's he throwing away? His leg. His leggy. The kids are going for that.
So, mate, we been a long week down here. We started here on, it was Monday.
Wow, it went so quick for me.
It's hard to think of too many highlights that don't involve that guy right there. From the start, right? He was without a doubt the best surfer of the week.
And you remember the heat that they had with my son? It was Huey. and Joel, and they traded off 2 airs. Huey done
That
a
was the beginning.
huge alley-oop, and then Joel said, "Don't outdo me," and went into a huge. That was his first heat, right? It was. That was his first heat, around a 64, and he done that huge air reverse. He actually, before that, he'd done a huge straight air, buckled his board, finished off the heat with a huge air reverse, and finished off the final with a huge air reverse. I mean, it's incredible.
And now we're going to go to a quick break, then come back with a presentation.
The racecourse is not just a place to watch the horses thunder. It brings generations together to share memories and experiences that are close to our hearts and runs in our veins. Newcastle Racecourse, home is where the track is.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all. And feel new.
Adam has taken a few losses at work this week. A loss out here, a little easier to take.
Wait! Holidays, Ironman, outdoors, Ironman, whoa, toolbars, suspension, lights, roof rack, camping equipment, recovery gear, under Ironman Maitland, and under Ironman. I can't do two things at once. I
It's me. We got out. I love you, Dad.
300 kilometers to your destination. No beds to Michaels. Get to the Royal.
Holidays, Ironman, outdoors, Ironman, whoa, toolbars, suspension, lights, roof rack, camping equipment, recovery gear, under Ironman Maitland, and under Ironman. I can't do two things at once. I
Back home, the Wilsons always use proper dinner etiquette. Out here, the stick will do just fine.
Effortlessly refreshing. Byron Bay Brewery Premium Lager. Go with it.
The racecourse is not just a place to watch the horses thunder. It brings generations together to share memories and experiences that are close to our hearts and runs in our veins. Newcastle Racecourse, home is where the track is.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all. And feel new.
Holidays, Ironman, outdoors, Ironman, whoa, toolbars, suspension, suspension, lights, roof rack, camping equipment, recovery gear, under Ironman Maitland, and under Ironman. I can't do two things at once.
Welcome back as we check out some replays from semi-final action of Joel Vaughan into the final. Now, Occy, this wave here, I think it was a 9.7 or 9.6. Unbelievable surfing. It was just, you know, below the lip surfing.
That's what you were talking about, right? The turn wave where he scored probably his highest score and it was only on turn. So he's got it all, hey, like, it's just a highlight, really. I mean, people try and make a movie and it takes them months. He's done it in 2 heats.
I love the hoverboard thing that he...
Yeah, the hoverboard. That's where, you know, I look for intricate stuff like that where he knows, he can see the air section and he does not want to lose an ounce of speed. And so what he did there, weaving that backwash, that's where I look for a great surfer, you know what I mean? Someone that can read water, read what's in front of you. Really important, and he's got it.
The flow he had between the takeoff and the air section was incredible. It was actually really slow, that part of the wave, but he just found some gear to drift through and...
Nope. There's not many other people can do that. Like you, I think we were talking about it before. Winter Vincent was seeing if he was going to go that wave, and would he have been able to do that? You know, we'll never know that either. But, you know, Winter's got a big future too, for sure. Congratulations to Winter Vincent. The Manly crew will be stoked. North Shelley, they're got to be stoked too. I mean, we had that board riders battle last week. It was a huge success. Burley took that out, but you know, we're kind of at the end of our season now. We're going to hand it over to the big dogs, and you know, which is going to be Bells Beach.
That's true. That's exactly what we're doing. Yeah.
And then, you know, West Oz, and I can't wait for that leg. So, but just in our series, you know, there's going to be these guys' series. There's going to be a few months break until the first event kicks off in Indo. I can't tell you which one's on first, or, you know, they're not confirmed just yet, but it won't be long. I spoke to Ty. It will be real soon. I'm sure all the competitors are waiting to book their flights for that. You know, the earlier the better. But this contest was a huge success. I'm thinking, you know, like, it's hard to tell from a commentator's point of view. We're in the box all the time, but everyone seemed happy to me.
Yeah, it's been a great week, and yeah, a little bit sad to finish the regionals, but yeah, now we cast our eye to the big dogs, the CT, for a couple of events. Of course, it will be Bells and WA.
I can't wait to see Medina. I mean, I really wanted Ethan to win last night, you know, and he made the final. But yeah, interested to see everyone come out for.
Yeah, absolutely. Now we're going down to the presentation with Ronnie Blakey.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the presentation of Surfest 2024, proudly presented by Reflections Holiday Parks. Can we get a big round of applause for our competitors, please? This is the end of a grueling qualifying series schedule for our competitors. They all stood up. They gave us great performances when the pressure was on. And you guys stood up too. Give yourselves a round of applause. Now, before we get started, we definitely want to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the lands on which we meet here, the Uwabigal and the Worimi people of this region. And we've got a special gift as well. Alia Brommel, a Kamilaroi woman, proud Kamilaroi woman, 16 years of age, who lives here on the Wanarua lands, has done up these beautiful artworks for us, these surfboards, which will go to our champions, our winners. So let's get a round of applause for her, please. I do want to say a huge thanks to the administrators of this event, Surfest, in its 38th year this season. We love our time in Newcastle. To Warren Smith and his team, thank you so much. Let's give Warren a huge round of applause. Surfest has amazing partners. We want to give them big raps. So bear with me here. Our foundation partner, the City of Newcastle Council. A big round of applause to them, please. Our strategic partner, Destination New South Wales. Our Surfest presenting sponsor. And this has been an amazing partnership. Burton Automotive. 20 years of partnership with Surfest this year. A big thank you to Kim and Janine. Dwayne Dow, Newcastle Racecourse. Fantastic to have them as the naming rights sponsor for that big crowdfunding effort that makes the women's event possible here. A huge round of applause to everyone that got involved. It's an amazing concept. It gives local businesses the opportunity to get behind the women's event. I know the women are grateful for it. Thank you so much for your support. All right, we're going to bring some very special guests up here on stage. Some legends, in fact. The state member for Newcastle, Tim Crackenthorpe. I love saying that name. Good to see you, Tim. City of Newcastle, Lord Mayor Nuatali Nelbs. Always great to see you. Come on up. WSL Tour Manager, and you can thank this guy for adding a bit of time to the clock today, letting us watch the beautiful performances of our competitors, Ty Serrati. Come on up, Ty. I know you're going to make plenty of noise for our next guest, four-time world champion, Mark Richards. Always good to see you, Emma. We're going to get Kim and Janine Burton up here. These guys deserve a huge amount of applause and respect, helping keep this event alive for the last 20 years. Thank you so much, guys. And last but not least, Dwayne Dow from Newcastle Racecourse. Let's bring him on up. Big round of applause, getting behind the women's event. Cheers, mate. I'm now going to ask Tim Crackenthorpe to come up and say a couple of words. Take it away, mate.
Cheers. Wanakaiu, which is our local Awabakul welcome to everyone. How good is it to be here today with another fantastic Surfest number 38. We are getting so close to 40 and, you know, we're writing history every time we have it. And again today we wrote history with, Joel doing it twice in a row, but my God. This is more than one event. This is actually 8 events, you know, from our Indigenous Classic to, you know, our business fundraisers to the schools. And it's really an event that encompasses the whole community. And that's what I love about it, and that's what Newcastle loves about it, and that's what Newcastle is all about. So it's great to see so many people here, and because it is such a wonderful community event and adds so much in terms of our tourism, in terms of all the international surfers and the people that come from all over Australia for this, Destination New South Wales has been sponsoring the event since 2008. And today, I'm very pleased to announce that we will continue to sponsor Surfest in 2025 as well. I mean, why wouldn't we? We'd be absolutely crazy not to. This is my favourite event of the year. I'm a surfer myself. Had a kid this year in the school comp, and we just froth and love it here in Newcastle. So, yeah, go Surfest.
Good on you, Tim. Absolute champion. Next up to speak, I'm going to call on the Lord Mayor of Newcastle, Nuatali. Come on up.
Thank you very much. It is wonderful to be standing here again. As everyone knows, Surfest was born out of council 38 years ago. As foundation sponsors, we've been very committed to this event for all the reasons that Tim just mentioned. It is so important to have this event locally in Newcastle, and I would say that Surfest is Newcastle and Newcastle is Surfest. I just wanted to give a shout out to our Freeman of the City, Warren Smith, and all of the team. A lot of you I can see pretty tired after 8 weeks of competition, and want to thank you and all the volunteers that have made this event work for our city year after year after year. It's a phenomenal effort from a crew of locals dedicated to Surfest, and I thank you for your work and your support of the city and also surfing in Newcastle. It's truly phenomenal, and nothing would happen without you and sponsors like Kim and Janine, who have literally kept Surfest alive, particularly in the last decade. So thank you to you all, and congratulations to all the winners again. It's great that the rain held off and we've had some decent waves this year. So I look forward to many more years of Surfest.
Thank you, Nuatali. All right, I mentioned it before, but amazing. Burton Automotive celebrating 20 years of incredible support as the naming rights sponsor of the men's event, the Pro Junior event, also supporting the Hunter Region, Surfboard Clubs, Bay Area Board Riders, East End Board Riders, and the Merriweather Surfboard Club. They also support local surfers Jackson Baker, Philippa Anderson, Dom Thomas, and Eden Hassan. And we've got a special presentation here for Kim and Janine. We're going to get Warren Smith up himself for this beautiful monument to honour their absolute unwavering support of this event. It's a 1970 retro single fin pintail, and the board shape was influenced by surfers Jerry Lopez and Rory Russell. It is an absolute thing of beauty. Shaped by Mark Richards, no less. Come on over, Emma. Let's get a photo of these guys. But again, let's put our hands together for Kim and Janine and the Burton Automotive family. Looks good under your arm, Woz. All right, let's get to it. We're going to bring up our finalists of the Newcastle Racecourse Women's Pro, starting with second place. She was well outside the qualification mark for the Challenger Series coming into the last two events, but she's been on some kind of roll. After shoring up her place to represent New Zealand at the Olympics this year, Safi Vetti has not backed down, and she has now earned her place on the Challenger Series. Put your hands together for the runner-up this year. An amazing performance. I'm going to nip over here and say a quick hello. Oh, yeah. Well done, Safi. What a couple of weeks for you. Congratulations. You must be over the moon. How does it feel?
Oh, it's undescribable, really. I feel ecstatic and, yeah, wow. It's been a big week and I was so nervous last night. I could barely sleep. So this is just, yeah, unreal.
You deserve it. You surfed so well this week in these last two events. In fact, I know you've got a lot of hometown support, crew back home that have been cheering you on, wishing you all the best. You spend so much time on the road, so obviously it's fantastic to reward all their support with this huge finish.
Yeah, for sure. My community back home has been supporting me from day dot, so I really wouldn't be here without them, and I'm just stoked to be able to represent New Zealand and Gisborne as a whole, and yeah, gosh, there's so many people to thank, and everyone that's helped me along the way, no matter what. I feel like everyone plays a huge part in our road to, I guess, being the best that we can be. So, yeah, no, very stoked and really, yeah, over the moon.
Congratulations. An amazing run in the final QS event. We'll be watching you closely on that Challenger Series. Okay, now our next surfer. She has been on an absolute tear on the Challenger Series last year. Her first go at it, she got all the way to 12th position. She came here with a huge goal in mind. She wanted to win one of the most prestigious trophies available in surfing. She's done it. Put your hands together for Victoria's Ellie Harrison. And that trophy is a thing of beauty. She was short on words when we spoke to her during the men's final, but Ellie Harrison, you've had a moment now to digest this result, have a look at the names on that trophy, world champions galore, and now you're going to be on there. How's that feel?
Yeah, it feels amazing. This comp has been like, I've come to this comp the past couple of years, and yeah, I don't know, it was a huge goal of mine to take this out. Yeah, I've seen some of my idols take this comp out, so I'm just, yeah, very happy, yeah.
The Challenger Series, it's obviously so tough. You did so well last year. One thing you've been searching for is a big win in a major contest. Have you already felt the mental mind shift? Are you going to take a lot of confidence from this?
Yeah, huge amount of confidence. Yeah, just very happy, yeah.
Anyone else you want to thank?
I want to thank everyone who played a part in this contest. It's one of my favourite ones. And I'd like to thank Safi for a good final. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, just, yeah, my family, everyone who supports me, WSL. Yeah.
Well, you go and just digest this result because it is the biggest one of your career. A huge win. Put your hands together for our finalists in the Newcastle Racecourse Women's Pro. An amazing effort, and thank you to Dwayne for presenting those trophies. All righty, moving right along. I'm going to get Kim and Janine to help me present the trophies here for the winners of the Burton Automotive Pro. All right, when we got here at the start of this week, there was so many surfers with a mathematical chance of getting to the top 7 on the QS ranks and giving themselves the chance to move to the next stage and maybe get a shot at the championship tour. This next guy, he didn't really factor into the conversation until about, I don't know, the round before the quarters, and he just kept chipping away. His surfing got better and better, and by making the final today, he has earned his spot on the Challenger Series. Put your hands together for the runner-up in the Burton Automotive Pro this year, Winter Vincent. You really crept up on me there, mate. Congratulations. You also crept up on the field. That was an amazing run. Probably the biggest competitive highlight of your young career so far, but it's only going to get bigger now. You're onto the Challenger Series. How good's that?
Yeah, I'm over the moon. I did not expect it coming into this comp. And yeah, just kept going and had a few people in my corner and yeah, got it done.
Seemed like you were leaning into some good local knowledge. Who was helping you out?
Yeah, I had Julian Wilson in my corner all event actually, and I feel like just his experience just helped me get through to the final and yeah, did some of my best surfing, so yeah, big shout out to him.
You came from Manly Beach, Queenscliff to compete here. Last year we saw George Pitta, also from Manly, make the final, earn his place on the Challengers. You're going to be travelling with him this year. How good's that?
Yeah, it's a dream come true. George is from Manly as well, and yeah, I watched him in, I think I was in high school, last year of school, and I was going far out. I really want to do that.
You did it. Good stuff. Congratulations, mate. Put your hands together for Winter Vincent. In the amazing 38-year history of this event, no man has gone back-to-back until today. Joel Vaughan is your champion of the Burton Automotive Pro here at Surfest, presented by Reflections Holiday Parks. Make some noise for him. What an effort. What a run. What a guy. Joel, mate, from the very first heat, you were dropping excellent scores and you didn't let up, finishing the final with an excellent number. Is this one of the best weeks of your life or what?
Yeah, it's been really good. First heat, I got to surf with my little brother, and he dropped a 9.3 on me. I ended up beating him, though.
Of course you'd get that in.
Yeah.
Don't worry. Where is he? Where's Huey? We get our day, Huey. The little brothers get one back.
Yeah, I got him. He got me a board riders the other week, so had to get him back. And yeah, the next few heats, I felt like I didn't really surf that well, and then I made it to the quarters, and I got told that I'd officially qualified, and so I kind of just felt like I opened up a bit and did some good surfing today.
Mate, that's remarkable to anyone who watched you on the Challenger Series last year. You dropped some of the biggest numbers all year, but you didn't get into that position to get onto the championship tour. But the way you surfed in this contest just had me scratching my head that you were still chasing a place on the Challenger Series. So first step is taken care of, and you're back where you were last year. What are your goals for this season?
My goals are to qualify this year, and I'm putting a lot of effort in. And yeah, I guess we'll see how it goes.
Anyone you want to thank, mate?
Yeah, big thanks to my family, my dad especially, my little brother, and my older brothers as well, and everyone from North Shelley Board Riders and everyone who supports me.
Ladies and gentlemen, what do you think? Do you reckon Joel Vaughan could go all the way and get on the championship tour this season? I totally agree. Let's get our finalists up here. Safi Vetti, Ellie Harrison, Winter Vincent. Joel Vaughan are your champions here at Surfest, presented by Reflections Holiday Parks. We've had another incredible week here in Merriweather, Newcastle. We thank you for hosting us. We can't wait to get back next season. Have a fantastic afternoon. We'll leave you with highlights from what has been an amazing competition. Thank you.
that craving to feel new again. To see something new that will blow our minds. Or meet someone new who will change it. New South Wales. A place to feel free. To feel alive. But most of all, to feel new again.
Maddie's last night's sleep was spent trying to look up relaxing wave sounds. Tonight's actual wave sounds.
Holidays, Ironman, outdoors, Ironman, whoa, Uber, suspension, lights, roof rack, camping equipment, recovery gear, sunlight, 100 Ironman Maitland, and 100 Ironman. I can't do two things at once. Wait!
Effortlessly refreshing. Byron Bay Brewery Premium Lager. Go with it.